You don't need to take Russian lessons if you play Counter-Strike.
I don't know what to say about this.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Have you ever posted a review about CSGO?
No, I don't think I've ever posted a review about anything, actually.
I don't think I made like a complete review of the game.
I have read some of them, yes. And they're quite funny.
I think I posted a review for CSGO like all the way at the very start, but you had to do it to get like an achievement.
Let's try this out.
You see an enemy, you shoot and miss almost every shot.
Enemy turns around, one-taps you.
Damage given 99 in 4.
10 out of 10, best game, would uninstall it again.
That has happened to me a couple of times as well. Shooting people in the back is it's actually, sometimes it's a little bit annoying.
I mean, that's Counter-Strike for you.
Sounds like a you problem, to be honest. You have to kill them, you know, shoot them in the head instead of doing 99 in 4 hits.
I honestly feel like it happens way more often now than it used to, because I don't know if I've gotten older so I spray more, but for me, definitely, that's a thumbs up.
That's another thumbs up, in my opinion.
Pretty okay review. Maybe not uninstalled, but pretty good.
It's still the best game in the world, for sure. Thumbs up.
9 out of 10 people would say this game is great.
The other guy hasn't connected, though. That's a good one.
Yeah, potato PCs, you know?
That happens all the time, matchmaking, face it. Some people will just dodge.
If a guy has a slow PC, he's not going to enjoy the game as much, for sure.
Always that last guy who's, I don't know, going to the toilet or something when they queue up for a game for some reason and they don't accept, and then you just have to wait for another minute or something.
35 hours played, I feel like you haven't played the game enough. I feel like that's definitely a thing that happens once every 100 game or once every 50 game. Depends on if he sees 4 pros on the team and then he joins up with a full random stack.
I remember actually the other day we were playing, like myself, Nitro and Yakinder were playing, and then like we're all like you, and they just dodged because I think they're afraid to lose their elo. So, yeah, some people just won't connect. Just because one, they just don't want to connect, or they're just afraid they're gonna lose, so.
Pretty good review. I think that's pretty accurate.
I feel like that's an up, but also a down, so I would say this one is a down. Ever since buying this game, I have learned very fluent Russian and I'm able to communicate with other Russians. Nastrovia.
Pretty accurate. Never seen sunlight since I bought it. Yeah, sounds good.
Lost all of my friends.
Sounds a little bit sad, but could be true.
Spent almost 1,000 on virtual pixels.
Also true.
10 out of 10 would recommend for the whole family. You are for sure.
I mean, if you have the whole family, then you got at least someone to play with. This is pretty accurate review, actually.
Yeah, you lose your mind, you lose your sanity, and you lose your money. Perfect.
It's a very good summary of Counter-Strike. I think the skins part of it might be a little bit of a downside in the long term, but maybe it's worth it in the end. Spend money on what you love. You
don't need to take Russian lessons if you play Counter-Strike. It just comes to you. You just suck it in. You want to know more. You want to listen to the Russians. So that's a thumbs up.
If you have friends, this is a great game to play with them.
If you don't have any friends, this is a great game to play alone. Sounds pretty good so far.
If you don't have the game to play, get money for it.
If you don't have money for the game, get a job. If you don't have a job, rob a bank.
You get arrested for robbing a bank, at least you tried.
Review made in 2016. Only 650 hours played from 2016. That's pretty weak.
I don't know what to say about this.
This guy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe skip the robbing a bank part, but I also recommend the game.
But now the game's free to play. So you can just open it and get mad and have people shout at you for free. That's good.
Very interesting review. Well written. Thumbs up.
This guy enjoyed the game, as you can see. Like, he wants everyone to play it. So I'll definitely say, if you don't have a job, rob a bank.
Now, reading all those reviews, do you have a review yourself that you'd want to say about CSGO?
Best game in the world. No game like Counter-Strike. There's no FPS that you can play that can give you the same feeling as Counter-Strike if you master it.
After 1,200 hours of playing this game, I can recommend the game to anyone that hasn't tried it yet.
It's a game where I play with my brothers that are way older than me, and they still have just as much fun as they did when I grew up, and just an amazing experience to play.
Don't get yourself into this. That's probably it. Don't get yourself into this. It's definitely not worth it. Run away if you can. Get out.
I'm pretty sure you're also just pretty bad at the game.
You would be rich, actually.
It's a little bit worse.
Have you ever posted a review about CSGO?
No, I have not.
No, I haven't, ever. I don't think I've ever posted a review.
Yeah, I have. I just remember that I typed something in Bulgarian. I was like, very cool game, but you need to realize that that was like 1,000 hours into me playing the game, right? So you guys can't judge me. So things I gave to Counter-Strike: money, time, and love.
Things Counter-Strike gave to me: arthritis, rage, broken keyboard,
Broken mouse, 9 out of 10 ready, 0 crashes, low IQ teammates.
competitive matches, easy peasy spam, lag, cheaters, 64 tick servers, and last but not least, some anxiety as well. 11 out of 10 would play again. I'd say a lot of this is pretty accurate. Definitely the 9 out of 10 ready.
I've definitely broken a mouse before, that's for sure.
Broken mouse, not from rage, but I think just from playing a lot. I've had quite a lot of broken mice.
Probably also broken a keyboard.
He clearly gave his love and time for this game. Played almost 5,000 hours, that's quite a lot of hours.
Probably also broken a table.
Rage, yeah, occasionally. Lag, yeah, especially home in Australia. Isn't it?
Probably also broken a monitor. I've probably broken a lot of stuff actually.
I think it's a funny review. Yeah, I'd say it's pretty accurate, honestly. Thumbs up. Good review.
It's a little bit troll. It's a little bit troll, but I like it. It's fun.
I do agree with this, but we gotta add the broken monitor as well.
If I had $1 for every time someone screamed at me in another language,
I still have no money because I spend it all on skins.
That's pretty funny, actually. Yes, back in the day. Not now.
oh, I don't like spending money on skins actually. I would rather just borrow them. Then I don't have to buy them myself.
It's actually funny because I see the person has 700 hours played. Like, he hasn't experienced it all, honestly, in my opinion. Like, he's yet to see some other coaches as well.
Recently, not many people rage at me or scream at me anymore. I think most people know who I am, so there's actually improved a little bit.
Yeah, and a lot of people, they swear in a lot of different languages, so it's a little bit funny. You would be rich, actually.
Yeah, that's a funny one. I respect that review. I agree with that. I give that like in the middle. Maybe thumbs down because it's not really accurate for me, but yeah. Maybe for most other people it would be pretty accurate.
It's funny.
How to play CSGO. Download it for free.
Get level 2.
Queue up for competitive.
Get destroyed with 5 cheaters.
Exit.
True. I mean, obviously, a lot of cheaters. I mean, I've tried playing Wingman, like, just for fun. And every time I play Wingman, it's like I always play cheaters.
Yeah, there's some cheaters in there, but I'm pretty sure he also just pretty bad at the game. I mean, he only played 587 hours, so yeah, just a quitter. I actually don't run into cheaters that often. Probably because I play Facer quite a bit and not so much matchmaking.
I think that's the feeling people have a lot in competitive, especially in matchmaking, that there's so many cheaters, so it actually destroys the experience a lot for a lot of people.
I haven't played matchmaking in a while, but there was a lot of cheaters before, so I'm sure there is still.
I'll give that a thumbs down as well.
It's a good review in some way because it kind of summarized the pain that all the casual players is having.
There has been times where I got cheated, and that's probably why I don't play matchmaking anymore. So now that I think about it, probably pretty accurate.
200 hours played, so this guy hasn't experienced CS yet, right?
9 out of 10 people would say this game is great.
The other guy hasn't connected though. Yeah, it's a little bit true. It's a little bit funny.
Accurate. That's perfect. That's actually probably the best one so far.
You don't really know what happened, right? The other guy, internet might have went down.
I mean, that's pretty funny as well.
So I like this one, and this is a good joke.
I do agree with that. It does happen sometimes more often than not. Then you feel like they're targeting you, but they're not.
Counter-Strike is a game
that slowly ravages and pulverizes your soul.
Each and every time you play it. Yes, especially in pugs.
No. In some way, yes, actually, I guess. It's so frustrating when you lose and when people are just destroying you, but there's also a lot of fun, a lot of good in it. The feeling when you get like a sick one tap or, you know, a sick round and stuff like that, where you just outplay people, it's one of the best feelings.
I mean, I'll just give it a thumbs up as well. I mean, these guys, they have some hard time playing the game, but I think they still enjoy playing it, but it's pretty funny.
I'm gonna give it a no.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty accurate.
It can be tough mentally sometimes to play Counter-Strike for a long time, so I don't like it. I'm gonna say boo. I love Counter-Strike with my soul.
Still a threat? Sure enough. Finds Faven in the background. A second chance, but tabseN's tearing them up from within this bomb site. And Nico, He's got Tabson point blank. Searson's going to give good cover. These are the stars of Big looking to align for their 5th round win. Nico emerging and a no-scope straight into the chest of Tabson. Bomb dropped on sight. He hits Searson with the nade. And if Nico can finish this clutch. Oh, that's so close to the mark, but it's just not on the money. And Searson dropped, spotted by Nico. 7 seconds as he's looking to use this clock. Nico! Just a couple no-scopes for G2's round win.
Yeah, right.
Oh, and it starts well. Grim with the opening floppy there, a little bit of a return. And Naf now on the ramp. They're going to find out where he is real soon. 10-second defuse. That's very awkward, though. And Naf will win the first one. Keep spraying. Gets him through the smoke. That's absolutely tremendous. And now inside of the smoke, Allsec is going to get knocked out as well. A 1 versus 3. And that's a shocking victory for Naf.
Dunked on by Shush. Oh, was that over the roof?
Oh, was that over the roof?
That was you.
Excuse me? That's sick. That's sick. Wow. You're such an ass, dude. Hampus, he's got that trade back on Banana. Oh, now I'm self-conscious. I can't do this job now. What is this? That was genuine excitement.
Flames hoping to get config anyway. Oh, nice shot. Can they find Sip as well? He's down by the bench.
Do it, baby.
Yeah, they might as well do it quickly now because more backup is going to be showing up. And there we go. Flames with another bang out shot. 3 versus 3. And at least they made it a bit expensive. But unfortunately, the bomb is kind of stuck in a weird position. Oh, the Glock comes running in and catching Blameff. What a ridiculous play. And now Flames... Did he get a third one in there? There is a flank coming through. Farlig is walking through the hallways almost in time. Still 30 seconds left, by the way. Are they going to go aggressive? They might try and hunt him down. Flashbang. Oh, it's just a smoke instead. I thought maybe they're going to try and actually go and fight him. There's Farlig from the back and shutting down Nexa. Flames walking through the smoke. He hears him running. Almost catches him by the cash register. There's another headshot. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Flames.
10 seconds.
Brought out the deagle. Yes. 8 seconds now. He's going to go pick up the bomb. He fakes it once. Farlig, he doesn't commit to it, and now he just has to hold it in. He can just barely get the bomb down, and he makes his escape. 2 bullets left. Yep, time for a reload. Farlig comes up in flames. He swings, and he gets it. Absolutely godlike.
That's an unbelievable round. What the hell is going on with this guy? At this event, this is wild.
Looked pretty impressive. But the craziest part of all is if Na'Vi win this game, then Pimp goes 0-3 in predictions today.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And that's the thing I think we need to focus on the most.
Do you remember after the first day of this event when Pimp was in first place and all he could talk about was predictions?
I don't, because it was so long ago.
Yeah, that's right. And by the end of the second day, I think he was already... Yeah, he had already... Hey, don't throw French fries.
You can't throw a fry at me.
I forgot the green room was that close.
Yeah, you talk about him and he'll show up.
Yeah, careful.
Still toxic.
Yep. Yep, toxic as ever.
Almost getting the timing there. Config. Did you see him?
Farlig definitely did. Half HP. Don't do that.
Yeah, definitely don't.
But Config has worked his way in towards Donut now. And Blameff coming from the other side of the map. I don't think Brokey's going to see what's coming. There's the peek. Oh, he adjusts. Somehow he does find it. Over to the B-bomb side we go. Utility spent. Farlig's going to hear that. But these footsteps, I believe Config could hear all of these. So, yeah, there's no trickery. There's no sneaking around anymore. 17 seconds.
Gonna run straight for it. It will be a miracle if he can even live through the first fight here. 10 seconds on the clock, just running out with that AWP. Oh my god! He still gets it! It's impossible! And now it's a 1 versus 1. Config has got to be sweating bullets right now. He comes in for it. Yes, the shot! An absolutely out of this world clutch from Brokey.
That should be an impossible round to win. Look, we said FaZe had some daggers left. We said that they just know how to inflict heartbreak. What?
Flank. Plopsky, who has owned tonight, is looking to stop that bomb plant. First, he cuts down OC. 10 seconds, and that's going to scramble what was meant to be the post plant from Liquid. They need to run in, get these frags. Plopsky's dead, and the plant comes through. Oh, down to the wire.
Wow.
It's going to set up Rez for the clutch. He's got no utility, no teammates, but a kit to work with. Both T's on site, and they're not sure, but Yakinder, he's going to get blindsided. An easy pickup, both. What is happening there?
I said, what are you doing? Turn around.
Oh, Monacy's looking to be scoped up on that pit, though. still times it nicely done. Dupree gets 2 players off of this. 8 seconds left, point blank, up fight. Oh, Modesty.
We're on.
Yes, we are. A little bit of clutch sprinkled in for an attempt at G2's first round win. No! Apex tries to jump across. Lethal mistake. You do not survive a clash versus the kid. And now Modesty gets into the pit. It's him versus Spinks. A kit on the CT side, but a white hot up on Modesty.
Like thunder. No way. Another clutch, and it starts with that Zywoo flick down.
It's just Brokey tucked into the vent behind the smoke.
Yeah, Brokey. He's wondering what's going on inside of the smoke. He's going to find one, finds a second. Absolutely not. He's already done this so many times, and now he's looking for an ace clutch instead. It should be impossible, but we said that many, many times already. Goes straight for the bomb plant. They open the door in front. Oh, gotta be careful. He gets one more. Surely not. On the other side, Glaive is ready and waiting. Brokey, he's toying with him. And oh my God, Brokey, you must be kidding me.
Rain even knocks his monitor over. How much can Astralis take? Surely that's the end of him. Surely that's it. Yeah, wipe your brow. This should be impossible. How is he given this?
He's ace clutched Astralis right out of the tournament.
Jumps back into market. They still think it could be A at Config, guys.
No. 2 pistols left. Glaive, the only player left to stop this from happening. An absolute fumble. Astralis.
You had to say something.
They were supposed to have the lead, and they could still easily do it if Glaive can just clutch this 1v2. We're talking unarmored Magisk and Spinks. Glaive now making noise. They know exactly where he's at. Oh, he fumbles it all. And Vitality kick him in the teeth.
There's no way.
They'll get the lead eventually, right?
Wow, you had to say something.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. That one's on me.
They should be thanking you. That was content.
Nice utility. Excellent usage. Completely flushes them out of the market, which is where they wanted to try and hold from. And now you've just
Wait
got...
up.
What?
No.
The double off of Modesty? There's no HP here. Zywoo with the Tech 9. He's got one, but up close, he's low. JKS. He's got a health advantage, time advantage. Just ring around the rosy. In what world do they win this?
You're kidding. I'm speechless.
But finally, Heroic to fresh fields and pastures new. Gonna pick up some guns in the next round. See if they can change the tide of this early.
Gonna finish that sentence, or?
No.
I can finish it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Early start to Inferno.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. Twelve Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the Showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by 1 top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major. ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
It is Championship Sunday here at the Blast Premier Full Showdown, as not one but 2 regional duels are ready to ensue. Heroic have gone from strength to strength throughout their tournament run, and now they turn to face their hometown rivals. We may have been expecting a limping Astralis coming into what could potentially be their final tournament of 2022, but they have dazzled us all by making it straight through to the grand finals. A crown is also ready to be awarded to our American successors, or should I say Brazilian, as both MIBR and New Guns Fluxo have clawed their way all the way to our second grand final of the night. The race to the Royal Arena is well and truly on, and this is exactly what all teams are battling for: a spot at the full finals on the line and a chance to play in front of a coveted Copenhagen crowd. My name is Freya. Joining me up here on this beautiful desk, Pimp, Matthew. I'm so excited to be diving into our grand finals today. We've had a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike, but this is what we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. That's why we've seen Counter-Strike for about 5 days now, just for today, for Championship Sunday. And sometimes history doesn't go down as we expected. We thought Astralis were a limping, a wounded animal, I believe we called them, and now they are actually 1 game away from full finals. And on the side of Americas, we were just completely wrong, just straight out wrong. absolutely wrong.
That's what I love about today. You know, we have 2 final games, we have 2 winners, and we have 2 teams who's fought all the way to the final, and they got nothing, absolutely nothing to show for it if they're not winning today. Either you go to the finals or you don't. That's simple. You have to win today, otherwise it's been 4 days of wasted time almost.
I think weirdly, yesterday was the least chaotic and crazy day that we've had here, which is saying something because we stole the upset at the very end, but Heroic taking on Sangor. Order was restored coming into that one. Heroic looking at pretty clinical dismantling of Sangor.
Yeah, this time around, it followed logic. Heroic made mincemeat of Sangor. On the side of MIBR, they were able to overcome Sharks, but I think the slight surprise was how easily Fluxo could beat 0-0 Nation. I know James Bank's been a firm believer since the very beginning of this tournament, but I for one expected 0-0 Nation or at least a 3-mapper series. Fluxo were just dominant, superior.
It was the fashion they won in. I fully agree with you. You could argue that Fluxo coming into it, you know, had shown so good Counter-Strike that you could back them to win as James did, but the fact that they were able to manhandle 0-0 Nation by far looking like the better team, that was a bit surprising.
So what you're saying is Pimp and Machu, for that matter, we should listen more to James Banks.
That would be a big no.
You know what you kind of unlock when you say that kind of thing. It's like a Pandora box. Once you open it, it's over. So be very careful.
Well,
If he hears that, it's over. It's too late. I can hear him. He's laughing in the
doing some interviews at this time. But we do need to recap our CS Money Player of the Day for day number 4 going down here in Copenhagen. Who have we got crowned as our 3rd best player, Jacob?
We got Lukausi, who yesterday played a fantastic game against 0-0 Nation. In a 1v3, he's doing the dirty stuff right here, finishing it all off by taking down coldzera, a legend of the game. This guy on your screen is the future.
Man to keep an eye on. Second, we have Stone from Heroic, who we're going to talk about today. And in this game against Sangor showed us his clutching ability. Repositioning, keep an eye on how he maneuvers that, goes for the duel, knows he has to, and then from this moment on, fakes the jump, goes back on the box, and plays the patience. Beautiful cross placement, beautiful job.
I want to give it up for Che. I want to give it up for the Sharks, who played much better throughout this tournament than anyone would have believed. With the USP, he did the dirty stuff to MIBR in a very close game yesterday. The stylistically well-played situation right here coming in from Che shows us that there's still a lot of skill within the second ranks in Brazilian Counter-Strike in the form of Sharks, who played a good tournament overall.
Yeah, they did. Heartbreaking, obviously, not to make it forwards to the grand final. But we can look at what all of these remaining teams are going to be playing for going forward. Of course, we've been saying the name time and time again. The Royal Arena, the 4 finals. This is going to be an absolutely huge event, not least because there are some big dogs already waiting in the Realms, Maniac.
Obviously, some huge names to be waiting here at the 4 finals. There's not any question about it. I'm just wondering, how the hell is the landscape of Counter-Strike going to look like once we get to 4 finals?
Yeah.
We have to realize there's a major in between. Obviously, these names are crazy names, but how will the horizon look like in about a month?
It's a different competition, right? It's a complete different field of teams going into the Royal Arena. It's a majestic place. It's a place that all Counter-Strike players want to play. We even heard Apex saying that it's very important for him and the rest of Vitality to make it inside the Royal Arena. Woohoo, Maniac, they didn't do it. They couldn't win against Astralis.
Mean.
All I'm saying is,
right?
All I'm saying is there's few events out there like the Katowices of the world, like the Colognes of the world, like the Royal Arena, where the players look at the arena, they feel the environment and say to themselves, that is a place that we want to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, one thing I've learned about you, Jacob, you love making Machu cry. You seem to bring that result up
we just brings it up time and time again.
This has happened. But what we have got to bring up is the schedule going into the 4 final as well. Obviously, the group stage been going on for the first 2 days. Then moving into the quarterfinals on Friday. It's just a Saturday and Sunday, though, that teams are going to be playing in front of a crowd. A huge achievement if they make it there.
And also very important to remind the people out there, sure, you can play IM Cologne, doesn't mean you're going to play on at.CEST. You have to be in the playoffs. Same with Katowice. Spodek isn't for everybody. Royal Arena is the same principle. You can play at the 4 finals, but you have to be top 4 if you want to experience that
Gives me chills just thinking about it. You really do have to be the creme de la creme if you want to be making it.
It's a dream come through. You know, ask some of the players who was risen up through the floor last time around. There's a full arena in front of you with 10,000 people screaming and cheering for you. It's something that all players will be careful with taking for given. It's something that you really want to play for, and it's when you're playing Counter-Strike 24/7, you're practicing 24/7, it's for those moments you do it.
Well, the Showdown is certainly cutthroat, and today is no exception. The remaining teams are going to be sliced in half by the end of the day. Fluxo taking on MIBR and our America's Grand Final going on later on. But first, a Danish derby as Astralis take on Heroic.
Teams of 2 will guess which pro player is behind the skins. They will be given 3 clues. The first clue is the country, the second is the team, and the third is an iconic moment. The less clues they need, the more points they earn. The team with the highest score wins.
Hello guys, this is Kadian from Heroic.
It's a brief from Vitality.
This is Floppy, and today we'll be playing CS Money Tailored Collections.
Blue and yellow.
Ukraine, maybe?
Sweden. Yeah, I'd say Sweden as well.
It's Bosnia, yellow and blue, right?
We just go simple.
This is G2. And before that was Bosnia, so I'm pretty sure this is gonna be Nico.
I feel like it's Nico. It's just instantly off the top of my head.
I'm clueless here.
We're gambling Nico then.
Is it Nico? I'm not sure.
He's using his Steal a lot, right?
Of course, it was so
Peter. We take this one, friend. It's Nico.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Red and blue, you know, if we think about the Scandinavian colors, could maybe be Norway.
Could it be Norway? Dude, I feel so dumb.
Yeah, I think we should go Norway because there's so little white, so let's go. I think let's go Norway.
If it's Norway, it can only be rain.
Alright, I'm just gonna say rain then.
Rain, yes.
Rain, yeah. I guess we just guess rain.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I'm like, it has to be Norway, red and blue.
Hey. Oh, it's no, yeah. Well, obviously Denmark, maybe.
Could be Denmark then, maybe. Red and white.
I mean, I think that's Danish.
Yeah, definitely Danish.
His nationality was wrong.
Oh, it's Eternal Fire.
This is Eternal Fire. You're right. Yeah. True. I guess I think we should go for Santaris then.
For some reason, I'm thinking about complexity with this Galeo. I don't know why.
Cloud9, or who could it be other than Cloud9?
Oh, Liquid. It's Yikinda.
Maybe it could be Yikinda.
I don't know who this is, honestly.
I don't know either.
This is good.
Perfect.
Latvia, dude, it's Latvian flag, dude.
Blue and yellow. This could also be Ukraine, then, right? That's what you said.
Ukraine, I think.
Another Bosnian, yellow and blue.
Did we have someone from Ukraine yet?
Might just be Hunter. It's the only other Bosnian I can think of.
Maybe simple. Yeah.
I think we should go Ukraine. This is gonna be simple, 100%. This is simple already. Let's go.
Yeah, it's Navi, dude. All right, it's simple.
Oh, Navi. Yeah, it's some. Yeah.
Oh, it's simple.
Oh, it's simple. Oh, it's so good.
Astralis has defied the odds in the showdown with BlameF crushing Vitality single-handedly.
Set up for the headshot though, Cyber walks right into it. BlameF already with the double and Apex trying to hunt him down. Endless clutches coming out from BlameF.
Can they keep their Danish crown, or will Heroic steal it away? Heroic have kept it clean after moving past Sangal, with Cadian leading his men to the final.
Cadian running up close to take down Q. He is a monster right now. And Cadian is off the leash right here. He's just gunning for them.
Now we will find out for sure which of the Danish sides are truly the kings of the Royal Arena.
Get your Smurfler and squash, because it's time to serve up a truly Danish derby. And this grand final is not a match to be scoffed at. Heroic and Astralis fighting tooth and nail for not only a spot at the full finals, Pimp, but a spot on home soil.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw the bracket the very first time, I was thinking inside myself, it would be fun. It would be hilarious if somehow, some way, Astralis will find their way all the way to the final. I expected Heroic to be here. I didn't expect Astralis to be here, but now that we have them, it makes me super, super happy that it's Astralis instead of Vitality.
It's actually crazy. There's so much history between these two squads, of course. If you are brand new to Counter-Strike, if you watch only this year, you might say, I don't know what he's talking about. Heroic is obviously better than Astralis. But let me get you back down history lane. Astralis is the most established name we have in Danish Counter-Strike. Heroic have been fighting the last few months to try and get that spot, try to win the hearts of the fan in Denmark. They've beaten Astralis a couple of times. In fact, Astralis hasn't beaten Heroic this entire year. But still, somehow, the fans are still fully for Astralis. Isn't that a shame? Is that mean for Heroic?
I think that's what makes this matchup extra tantalizing, if you ask me, is just the depth of history that you've got between these two rosters going head-to-head. And yeah, unfortunately, not really siding with Astralis this year.
No, it hasn't been going too well for them, to be completely honest. Astralis are dealing with their own problems right now. We discussed it a couple of times, me and Matthew up here on the desk. regardless of what happens tonight against Heroic, it's still an Astralis roster that are in a crisis. It's still an Astralis roster where the future is unknown. Whereas for Heroic, they seem to be a unit. They seem to be a team right now pulling in the same direction, which is something you can't say about Astralis. So you can argue that Heroic right now is the best Danish team, and even with an Astralis victory tonight, it probably wouldn't change that outcome.
What is very exciting about this game, though, is that Astralis have already proven here at the Showdown that we cannot count them out. In fact, they were not even supposed to pass the first round, the first match of this Showdown. We said, oh, EF, they really have a good shout.
Yeah.
And then, fine, they beat EF, but against Vitality, there's no chance. Boom, they beat Vitality again. And just with the power of individuals and the power of the will, the power of the ego, which forces us today to respect this matchup.
You know what Astralis do have a heads up on, though? The amount of times they've actually been in the Royal Arena. I know, Jacob, you're already shouting at me. Different roster, different context, but for Heroic, they really want to make it there.
No, I'm not shouting at you at all. Astralis kind of built their legacy in Denmark inside Royal Arena. I've never experienced such a good atmosphere when I was inside Royal Arena last year when Astralis made a sick comeback against Heroic and knocked them out of the tournament. Heroic has only been there once, and that was, in fact, last year in the game I'm talking about, which was a heartbreak for KDN and the boys, because back then, they were also supposed to win. BlameF Config just got into Astralis back then. It was a new roster, honeymoon phase perhaps, but Heroic were the favorites back then, and in the most important game ever in front of a big Danish crowd, Heroic faltered.
I know, and it's the symbolism of that really hurts me. Not that it hurts me, but I have to empathize for the guys at Heroic, right? By the results, by the scores, in Counter-Strike, they've always been a better team than Astralis this year. But still, right now, they're fighting to be at the fall finals at the expense of Astralis. What else do they need to do? What else do they need to do to win the hearts of the fan if they show up in Royal Arena? Or will people even hold against them that they eliminate Astralis?
True.
Ooh.
Well, we have been prefacing this matchup with the fact that Astralis, we're surprised to see them in this very position. So let's roll back time a little bit and take a look at a moment from that game versus Vitality with Danny.
Reasons why Astralis was able to beat Vitality was just some of their game plans, and one of them revolved around disrupting their default. So I have a round that kind of illustrates this to show why this is so effective. So first thing you're going to see here is that BlameF, he's going to play in this corner right here. And when he's playing in this corner, as soon as Glaive finishes securing towards the B side, he's going to have this little setup here with BlameF. He's going to line up a flash for him towards that lower B side. And really the power of this setup here is the fact that because BlameF is close to the door, he can actually hear everything that's happening in lower, whether it's footsteps, utility being thrown, all those kind of things. So the fact that BlameF is here up close, he's looking to disrupt this lower B defaulting player. As soon as he hears Dupree throwing these flashes here, that's when he calls for this flash from Glaive to come through. The flash comes through just in front of Xbox to catch Dupree off guard. And on top of that, Glaive does an excellent job here of throwing a smoke to cover the fallback so that BlameF ensures that he is not traded by Spinks here right away. So a great setup here to allow BlameF to both get the kill and to also fall back. Now, the other thing here I want to talk about is obviously the flash. Now, this flash is obviously very good at blinding anybody here towards lower B, but it also blinds people who are here towards this top mid area. So even these players, especially Apex, he can't cover this aggression either. And on top of that, ever since the new update on Dust 2 with the T-spawn being covered off, this flash gets most of middle now. You don't have to worry about an AWPer at T-spawn anymore, and that's why this setup is so good. And just off of that, you see that from everybody's point of view here, Dupree gets completely blinded. He has no chance. Spinks, who's in lower B with them, he doesn't have a chance to trade. And Apex here, top middle, he doesn't have a chance to trade either. It doesn't even look like he realized that BlameF came out. So that's why Astralis, if they want to have a good chance against Heroic, I think these game plans are going to be a key reason why.
Yeah, I think we were all kind of surprised to see the really intricate game plans that were coming out in that Vitality matchup, especially, you know, if you're looking at Astralis this year, Pimp, it's been a tumultuous road for them, to say the least.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin, so I don't think we should dive into that one. That's going to take way too much time to dissect. There's no doubt right now that Astralis is in a crisis. Even if they were to win, even if they were to go to the Royal Arena and, you know, play the finals where they have a chance of going all the way inside the arena and play as well in front of the Danish crowd, they are still in a crisis right now. Of course, a win here would solve some of those issues. It would make us believe in certain parts of the lineup, but there's no doubt that the roster you saw on the screen right here, it could be, regardless of them winning or losing, the last time you see those 5 players play together.
I don't think winning here would erase or remove the issues that are underlying the Astralis team. I mean, they would still be here, notwithstanding. But I think, and that's something that Mahone right here just underlined, is that Glaive's quality as an IGL is once again shining through in situations that are more than dire, more than complicated. And yet he's been able to come up with very efficient T-sided game plan where we know the meta at the moment is extremely CT-sided. It's really hard to get good T-sides going. They have the second best T-side of the event and a couple of very well thought out strategies, where to use timings. He's taken leaders here for a spin on their T side, and I think he deserves respect for that.
Well, let's get some words from the horse's mouth. It's Glaive with Banks ahead of the series.
I also want to look at the fact that the Royal Arena obviously is a very special place for Astralis. Obviously, it's in Denmark, but you guys have also never missed it. Every event there, you have been inside of it. How important is the Royal Arena and this event to you?
It's really important to us, and I think it's even more important now that we were able to qualify for the major, because that was a big hit for us. So it's really important, and it's also just important because it is in Copenhagen. It's my hometown. Yeah, it's the best feeling ever playing in front of that crowd, because all of them are cheering for us. So yeah, hopefully we can be there once again. I'm crossing my fingers, and we have been doing everything we can to be there.
And the rivalry between you and Heroic, right? You last beat them at the full finals in this Royal Arena with that crazy crowd that you've just been speaking about. But does this game, in your eyes, define who the Kings of Denmark are right now?
I mean, yeah, I guess so. But I mean, it would be pretty sad if they lost to us with a stand-in that wasn't even able to qualify for the major and went out of groups in Pro League. And yeah, you know the history, right? So yeah, hopefully for them, they don't lose to us.
Hopefully for them, but hopefully you want to win, right? You want to come through and prove that you can still do this all. Is there something that you've told the guys or told the rest of the team before going into this matchup in terms of like preparing mentally outside the game stuff?
I mean, we have nothing to lose. We have been looking pretty bad recently, and we just want to play a bit like we did against Vitality and hope it is enough. And if it is enough, then we still have a chance to go to a Royal Arena, and that's what I'm hoping for.
Honesty coming out there from Glaive. You know what? It's kind of weird if you've been asleep maybe for, a year and a half, 2 years, and then you hear that coming out of Glaive's mouth. They are the clear underdog coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the way he was saying it right here. I hope for them that they won't lose, because we got nothing to lose in this matchup. Glaive is the master of this, whole game of downplaying his own abilities, downplaying his own chances in a game like this. But once you look at it from an outside perspective as well, I guess we all agree that on paper there should be no way that Astralis would be able to take down Heroic. But we said the same thing about Vitality.
No, I think he's putting himself in the best situation possible. He's basically looking at Cadian's eye and said, listen, I know I have the losing cards, but I'm coming for you, and I'm going to get you. And if you let me get you, you're going to look like an absolute fool. And this is the worst position you can be in Counter-Strike. And he's playing that to the fullest. And you know what? Why not? Kerrigan's also extremely good at this. You might as well. It's one of the assets you can use as an IGL, of course.
Yeah, I love the comparison that we can draw between the two in-game leaders coming into this as well. Just when we're looking at, their accolades throughout the years of, being in the Counter-Strike sphere. So many damn LAN wins for Glaive.
I love this graphic, and I love it for a reason. And this is not to take a hit at Cadian, because I think Cadian has developed into a world-class in-game leader, a world-class Counter-Strike player. Let's be completely honest, no one saw that coming a couple of years ago. But once I see people online, on Twitter, etc., comparing these two guys, saying that Cadian is by far the better in-game leader, he's by far the guy who's achieved the most, I can't help to laugh. Glaive is, without a doubt, one of the best in-game leaders the game have ever seen. Whereas he's there right now, not sure. I think we agree that so far this tournament, it's been looking good. But look at the tools Glaive have to work with. Look at the period Astralis have been in the last couple of years. They've still somehow stayed relevant. It's only a couple of weeks ago they were number 4 on the world ranking list with the current roster they're playing with right now. So I still think there's a case to be made that Glaive is one of the best of all time. And Cadian, he's only won one tournament.
We should not even compare them. I'm so sorry. If you're looking at notoriety and what they have established, Cadian is nowhere near Glaive. There is no comparison. There is no discussion. The fact that today Cadian might have the better team and might play the better Counter-Strike with his team, sure, absolutely, I would agree to that. But if you compare these two and what they have established in the game, there's no conversation. Don't fool yourself. There is none.
Well, I'm sure Cadian still has some spicy words coming into this crucial grand final series. So let's hear from him with Banks.
You also have a chance here to end the streak for Astralis. Is there some extra motivation? Because they have never missed a Royal Arena, and you guys right now are the only ones in their way.
I mean, I don't think we need any motivation specifically to beat Astralis. You always want to beat them. You always want to show that you're the best Danish team. And whether that's making them exit the Pro League group stage or whether that's making them not go to Royal Arena, I don't need any reason. I just need to have them in front of me.
Okay, I like it. Now, in terms of this, right, does this define who the Kings of Denmark are? Is this the matchup? Because I go back to look at the last full finals where we had you guys. They managed to win that one. But since then, every single game has been Heroic winning, right? They may take a map off you, but you guys, in my eyes, are the number one in Denmark. But is a game like this the one that defines it?
I think maybe right now they are in a tough position where they don't really have their full lineup, and there's some rumors going back and forth. But so maybe it's kind of hard to judge off this one. But like I think more like you said, maybe just we can look at the history and see how it's panned out for the last 1 year, 2 years, where we've really had their number, and I hope we have that again today. But as you said, they're on a streak. They won 2 good games on their way here, and they probably played tougher opposition than we did. So they're looking good.
Oh, okay. So they're looking good is what you're saying, right? But I would say off the back of that Vitality game, there was a lot of Blame F moments in there. You guys still perform collectively as 5 players at any point that can pop off. I think that's one of your greatest strengths, that we can have CESGO do well, we can have you do well, we can have Stown do well, Yabby, it doesn't matter, Shush in there as well. So right now, would you say, okay, you're the clear favourites in this matchup, but also would you say the pressure's more on you or still more on them?
I think we're the favourites in the matchup. And the pressure, I think, is on both teams. I think maybe also now they played, the first 2 games coming into it, just a little la, and yeah, beat Eternal Fire, that's nice. Not expecting anything against Vitality, but now it's a real deal, Now they'll understand as well that they're 1 game away from doing something great for them, which would change a bit of their season as well. So I think that the nerves is going to hit them as well today. Mm-hmm. And as always, it's a high pressure game. That counts for both teams, and that's how it should be.
So you said something interesting there, the nerves will hit them. Will it hit you guys? How do you feel?
Yeah, of course, we'll also be a little bit affected by it. It's a special game, but I think we've managed really well to handle the pressure of playing against them before and, stay true to the things we do, the preparation we do, the way we want to play, communicate slowly, communicate clearly, and we'll be fine.
And is there any excuse here when they maybe come into this and they say, oh, it's online compared to being on LAN? Any factors like that?
Nah. I don't think there should be any excuse for any of the teams, Let's just have the best team win.
I want to bounce off something said in that interview, talking about a well-oiled machine, well-rounded machine for the side of Heroic. That is reflected hugely in the stats. They're topping almost every single statistical metric as a team.
Very well distributed across the board, and if I had to tip my hat to Kaden, I will admit that he has created a unity with his team. They have a single identity. They play a brand of Counter-Strike that is proper to them, and then you can see that as a team, they really are in this together. And I think this can be attributed to the IGL. He's playing his brand of Counter-Strike, they do, and it's one that, of course, relies on a very distributed roster.
You guys want to see a trick? Because I agree with you. If we change this graphic and put up a graphic for Astralis, it's going to look a little bit different, because I agree with you. You look towards Heroic, it's a very well-rounded roster, whereas Astralis, this has been the issue from ever since BlameF and Config back in the days joined the lineup. Right now, it's only BlameF left, and he's been absolutely stellar. He's right now currently having the 2nd best year of his entire career and the most turmoil period he's ever had. The problem for Astralis is the support cast is nowhere near the support cast of Heroic.
It's actually mind-blowing. This graphic is mind-blowing. Listen, we're looking at the 2022 numbers, but I'm going to tell you, if you look at these events, this is the same shape you're about to see. Astralis have 3 players moving into the grand final below 1.0 rating, under 1.0 rating, and still in the grand finals. How much more do we need to admit that BlameF is one of the most exceptional players we have in the world? Yeah. Holy hell! These are like simple Zaiwu-esque structures of stats. These are the kind of players that have these stats and yet still in playing grand final. And once again, in his big ass shoulders, he is carrying the head out of Astralis. It's crazy.
Yeah, huge win condition for the side of Astralis coming into this, particularly. This is really interesting graph of statistics. Just his stats versus Heroic, the times he's played him in Astralis.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing I wanted to highlight, especially with this graph, is that BlameF is still delivering when he's up against good teams. An average rating of 1.14 against Heroic in matchups where, don't forget, as Kaden said, Heroic have been winning the vast majority of those games. So even when BlameF is losing, even when he's not winning with his team, he still produces every single time. He's one of the most stable players in the world, and sure, there's some critique that can be aimed towards BlameF sometimes. Maybe he does play a little bit too defensively. Maybe he does bait once in a while, but overall, you cannot take anything away from BlameF. He is, as Maniac said, one of the best players in the entire world as of right now.
You compare his numbers to the success or lack thereof that Astralis has had throughout the year, and you just understand he's one of a kind. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. How can you so consistently put up these numbers when your team is in shambles? When we've been talking desk after desk how Astralis is going to rebuild, they're going to make changes, that's going to be working. Blayfist just doesn't care. He just brings up the frag all the time.
We have to talk about the supporting cast as well for Astralis coming into things and just putting Farley into the equation coming into what is going to be an incredibly tough matchup him when we're comparing him on Heroic side to Cadian, Orping in-game leader.
Listen, the Farley is like a bottle of perfume you don't like, but the smell remains. I can talk about it 20 times, but it's still the same perfume. It's been an issue, of course. We know how troublesome it has been for him in this Astralis roster, and I think there is no question that the future does not have Falik in that jersey, at least for my money. Now, he's got an opportunity once again to, shine under the spotlight, but I think the story is written at this point, and it's probably one of the saddest stories we've had in recent modern time Counter-Strike.
What makes it even more sad is that we've seen the exact same story unfold before. We had Lucky and Astralis as well, and it feels like they're going down the same path, right? And some want to argue that maybe it's Glaive not inviting the new AWP players, maybe he's not setting them up, but at some point you gotta take responsibility. You have the most expensive gun in the game. You have one of the roles where you're allowed to move around constantly, like Cadian is doing in these clips right here. So there's no excuse for Farley not to find more impact. I'm almost willing to say that going up against Cadian today, the only way Astralis are winning against Heroic is if Farley is not a human decoy walking around with the AWP.
Let's talk about another one of the strings that Heroic can potentially pull coming into things. You brought this up as a potential idea.
Yes.
You were theory crafting this, Matthew.
Yes, I think there is a way Cadian can approach this game is by judging on Mr.'s participation on maps and performances. I think if you're Cadian, you have such an opportunity here to make sure that you put Astralis in a virtual 4v5. I have to remind the people at home, Mr. is in a very tricky situation. He's been filling in for config, of course, now is gone. He's not comfortable in all the maps. And there are maps like Nuke, for example, where he's in a bit of a liability. We'll see if Heroic decide to go this way. There's an Inferno that could be. There you have it.
There we go.
Right there. The proof is right in the pudding. They go for Nuke because Mr. has been playing it and he's been struggling. Now, maybe I'm just seeing a logic where there isn't one. But if I'm Cadian, I was going to push on that weakness all day long.
I'm curious at Ancient pick for Astralis. That's also a bit of a gamble, right? They know that no matter where they go in this map pool, there's no punish towards Heroic. They're going against a very well-structured unit, so Ancient could be a bit of a surprise, and maybe Astralis have prepared something, but even though Heroic don't play Ancient often, which is the reason why they're not picking it themselves, but no one else wants to play it against them either, I sincerely feel right now that Astralis is in deep, deep trouble just looking by the map.
All right, they're going to start on the T side of Ancient. They don't have config anymore to create the space towards the middle, and we know that Heroic strength is usually more often than not their CT side, so it feels like this could be recipe for disaster. You start this game, you let Heroic get away with the score, with the finances having a good time. This could be complicated for him.
Hopefully no disasters for you, Pimp, but Banks and Launders actually went for the 300 IQ picks to potentially take you down. Any words for them?
Launders cannot take him down.
Yeah, there's just no way. There's just absolutely no way.
No way.
I will be the king of the predictions for you, and that's how it is.
Well, let's see if that's exactly how it is going to be going down. Ancient up first on the cards is Astralis pick coming into things, but we have seen struggle some time since Config departed the roster. They're going to have to bring the pain to their regional rivals. It's Heroic taking on Astralis in the grand final after this.
Here we go. The Battle of Denmark is about to begin. We've got Astralis versus Heroic in a best of 3. I can't believe it. How did we end up here? This is crazy. Heroic are going to be favored. It makes sense.
This is one of those games where you know who should win, but you don't know who is going to win.
No.
There's so much history between these two teams. And when you look at that bracket to begin, people would have thought this would have been Vitality versus Heroic. It was Astralis that found that upset against Vitality to put themselves in this position, to give themselves a chance to do the unthinkable. And with a beaten, battered, and bruised roster, they have an opportunity today to make it to the Blast Fall Finals.
Oh, this is definitely going to be interesting, isn't it? There is a clear level difference between these two teams, but then again, it's the domestic matchup, it's the personal histories, it's everything all wrapped into one. Astralis, they're going to be starting on the CT side and Heroic on the CT side, and already run and gun, Sip and Glaive with 2 opening kills here to start with. Heroic reeling from that and trying to fall back from the middle. Shush, can he catch any headshots here? He's got so many opportunities. Might get another one, might be right back into a 3-on-3. That is real close.
Great pace to start from Astralis, but they know how to capture the moment. They won't go without checking. Oh no, wait, I spoke too soon. They didn't look at TeSys. He's here, but he doesn't find anything. Oh man.
Almost a big oversight there, but just giving it away. Yabi's now on his own 1 versus 4, and obviously with the bomb down and everything else, you could look for exits. Could try and save the defuse kit and whatever else into the next round. That might be a good idea if you could find something on the ground. But ultimately, it'll be Astralis to win the pistol. Great start.
Felt like there were still chances for Heroic in that one. But Astralis, with some misdirection to come out on the pistol. Early lane play. They send some aggression towards A, towards mid. They make sure that they keep Heroic in the dark. And then they finish things off at B. If they're going to throw strats like that out there, then you might have to begin to believe this Heroic team, they've been shaping up. The Yabi edition, it didn't work out for them immediately out the gates, but they're picking up steam. They're looking like one of those teams that everybody in the top 5 needs to keep their eye on. But this would be heartbreak if
they can't make it through here.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, no doubt. I'm really, really curious how this is going to be playing out. I feel like, obviously, we saw Heroic on some pretty slow starts yesterday, but they managed to turn it around. They managed to make up for it. They came back in both those maps that we saw, and that's what you kind of want to see out of them here as well, even if it does become a slow start. Astralis, though, their path to get here, a lot of it is just Blamef playing out of his mind, which is so crazy. Surely he can't keep doing this, but I mean, I would have said the same thing yesterday or when they were playing up against Vitality, and that's obviously turned out to be true. Glaive is going to be going down. It's a great shot from TeSys with the deagle, and look at how he's waiting for it. Flashbang coming in from Stout, who got a kill as well with the 5-7, and they've locked him out of this bomb site. Great mechanics, but probably even better on the utility usage. The fact that TeSys managed to minimize his position and make sure that he was waiting for the flashbang for the re-engagement is absolutely brilliantly played.
Yes. Good counter utility from Heroic to set TeSys up in that one. But that's not something you usually see. 3 players dead right around default on the B site. Mister will try to find a way back into this round, but the jig is up. Heroic should be aware of both positions of the remaining Ts. And they're all over this. They have swarmed in. They're dug in like an Alabama tick.
Yep, and they picked up those Galils as well. They'll clean up the round. They didn't lose a single player. TeSys with a quad kill. That's great. He did perhaps misstep a little bit in the pistol round, but he's right back into it. Yeah, so this opening kill right here, but it's the look at how hard they have to go so deep. They want to find him, and that also means they're looking straight into the pop flash that's coming right around the corner.
And we see that Astralis may be cutting some corners there, not using all the smokes that everybody would normally like to see for a B-side hit on the long side there. TeSys is able to reap the rewards. Now, Astralis, they still have some weaponry to work with, so Heroic, they're not out of the woods just yet. And there's a flash actually towards mid. They pounce Cadian with the Galil spray. Great transfer, and Zipnix tries to push on through too. Can't find anything, and Farlig almost able to take down Stown, but it just leaves Blamef.
That's a real moment of panic there for Cadian. All right, emptying the Galil is fine, and obviously he did a good job on that. But then the turnaround and the panic spray with the USP while still flashed, you could tell he had lost control of himself for just a moment. BlameF, though, we talked about it so many times in their last game. He is a player that loves playing these high pressure, late in the round, really no shot at all of winning it kind of rounds, and he's doing it again. He's making the absolute most of it. If he could find someone in the A-bomb side or in Donut that's looking the wrong way, he's going to spend the extra 40 seconds to do that.
He'll always look for the most damage. He's so frustrating in these moments because, you know, Heroic think we've got this round, but you can't take your foot even off the gas with a single player with a deagle left. They have to play this tightly, and Shush, swiveling between two angles, is able to get the headshot to close it out. Cool idea from Astralis there. They actually did catch Heroic off guard a bit. We see that Cadian had to swivel to recover this one, and if his Galil spray were even just a little worse, this could have gotten completely out of hand.
Yeah, there was a moment there, especially with the layered flashbangs, that looked like it was going to be dangerous. Fourth round is coming up, though. Astralis, no bomb plan in that one. They're going to be saving into this one, so just a couple of Glocks to mess around with. Single flashbang on Glaive, I guess. Always worth it. The utility coming out from that CT side is pretty devastating.
We see Heroic is going for a lot of control early. Nice flash. Oh, but Cadian's still able to get those kills. He's probably rubbing in his eyes after that one and saying, whoa, I'm on the kill feed.
Yeah, you're probably asking your teammate at that point in time instead, am I hitting anything? Yeah. Are they dying? Am I still alive?
Yeah, can I get a kill count?
3-1. It's a good start for Heroic, given the fact that they lost the pistol round. So they'll be excited about it, but the real game starts now. We'll see what Astralis have.
Yeah, and Maniac mentioned this on the desk, that Astralis, they're going to be hindered in their mid takes because they do not have config. He was a specialist towards that side of the map, so it looks like they're opting for a quicker A play.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They're making a lot of noise getting here. Shush, he's surely calling in the backup, but it's going to be too late. Great opening from Mr. Cadian realizing, if I go down, the round is over. Yabby on a lightning fast flank. They were not expecting it. He nearly gets the triple. Look at BlameF. He's down to 30 health. How did he get there that quickly? He just walked through middle and banked on the idea that it wasn't going to be contested. That is bold, but the result is definitely there.
Yeah, now the round slows down. Mr. He has to try to find an angle to plant this, but he can be easily spammed from that side. But, okay, wait a second. Glaive's opening things up for Astralis here.
They don't have any more smokes, so the problem is they can't really smoke off Donut easily. And that does become a little bit of an issue. Also, there's an HE and a Molotov on the CT side, so if they're not careful, especially if Mr. really is going to be planting the bomb, he could be destroyed just by an HE. And they're waiting it out, Astralis. They're giving a chance here for Heroic to make a mistake, or at least come look for them. And look at the Cadian. He wants to know, is anyone still on this bomb site? Truth is, Mr. was there, and he's going to be found. Molotov gets thrown out. Glaive has to push in front of it. Attempted pre-fire from Cadian. It's a great play, and they'll find BlameF at the end. Well done. That pre-fire behind the Molotov, he read that situation so well.
He knew exactly how Glaive was going to respond to that, and it looked like Astralis were creating a great hold state for themselves, but Cadian finding the perfect peek on a Mr. to get back into that bomb site is everything. Opens the door for them, and on top of that, this push from Yabby early on, this is what happens. When you don't have someone that's contesting for mid early on the T side, the CT flank is so potent. Might see more of that, because, yeah, once again, I mean, there's just no one on Astralis that's really now known for their mid contests.
Yeah, they lost a real specialist to that. You're definitely right. Not that many players in the world that are capable or that are willing to try and do that right now. Let's see if they can make up for it. 4-1. Good start. Good lead here for the TT side. And Down's going to be walking out. Actually does connect with some of those shots. Meanwhile, all the way in middle, there is an attempt to try and run through into CT spawn. So pretty aggressive stuff here. Flashes around the corner and they'll find Jabby. That was such a good setup. I'd love to see them try that a little bit more. They almost catch Farley. He was very busy trying to get into the middle. It's a 2-on-3 still with the bomb down, and Shush is kind of covering it, but some of that play towards CT spawn, that's actually really nice. I'd love to see Astralis try that one more time.
Yeah, they segmented the map so well there. Throwing those flashes in, they were able to find that space. It felt like that was going to open the door for something so much more, but Heroic did a great job re-aggressing from Donut there as a pack, making sure that the deaths were not going untraded. We've seen some signs from Astralis. I mean, they've had some good ideas in these. They've even found some nice entries too, but it's about finding an actual round victory. Can't really go down this much in the hole. We know Ancient CT-sided, but it's not quite as CT-sided as it was when this map first came out.
No, that's true. The small changes over on that A side have definitely... They've done a lot to how the map plays out, which is probably what they wanted. Oh, nice! One click from Fall again. They enter the B-bomb, or the A-bomb side. That's really well done. Instantly taken down. Just clicking away. TeSS down on the return, so surely the bomb. It's going to be our Enclave, so it should be a B plant coming in just a second. Mr. is hanging out over at the A side of the map. Could be a flank. Obviously, timing that could be very tricky. Farley's going to be going down, and that bomb plant is so delayed. Oh. They're starting to lose the fight behind it. They could have planted this bomb maybe 10 seconds ago if they would have actually banked on that entry, but instead they're slowed down, and now they've lost the entire grip of the map. That is really disappointing.
This really felt promising for Astralis, but Stown holding on to that position towards Cave took away so many angles from Astralis. It never really seemed completely sure if it were vacated or not. But now Mr. just 11 health, can't really see a good case for going for this. This felt like one of the better opportunities for Astralis. Once again, they can't close it out, whether it's a lack of utility or lack of spacing when they're trying to get onto that site. But mostly it's actually just Heroic with great positioning in the early mid-round, making sure that even when they are able to, when they lose a player, they have a way back in, or at least they're holding on to some space that makes the T's uncomfortable.
Do you think on some level also, you get an entry like that, it feels like the game is asking you to go to the B-bomb side and put the bomb down and just win it in a default kind of way. But in fact, because you already had Mr. on the other side, you could have spent an extra 20 seconds leaving them guessing, saying, well, actually, let's go back and throw some nades into the A-bomb side, and then maybe we'll come back a little bit later. It felt like they just played the most direct and obvious route into the B-bomb side that they could, and Heroic were like, oh, great, we'll just get everyone over here and beat you.
Right. In some ways, it feels almost un-Astralis, but when you're down 5-1 in the hole, sometimes even then the pressure can get to Glaive, knowing that you just really want to put that bomb down on this site, even if it might not necessarily be the best option. And I don't think he suspected that Mr. was going to find that kill on the other side of the map.
Yeah.
If he knew that 2 seconds earlier, he could have easily backed out, could have easily gone to A. But Heroic, a bit lucky to survive that, even after losing in the opener.
There's a poker analogy in here somewhere. If I was better at poker, I'd something about folding on an ace king or something like that. You know, sometimes you just have to, you have to not play those hands, even if you feel like, it looks good.
The analogy is that Stown was the 3-bet, the re-raise in the pre-flop. That's when you know you're up against aces, kings, or queens.
Damn, boom.
That's how it feels.
Got a real poker player, not. We should be playing more. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Oh. Stown started to make his way back. TeSS, though, I mean, that's just faking the audio, obviously. Trying to run back, hope that someone's going to bite. Gonna have to be up real early to catch Sip with something like that. Oh, but the headshot will do it. No fakes needed. Just an AK straight up. Stown doing all the work. And Mister, you will never suspect that. You've already taken that side. You're not going to expect for there to be a second player. Farley trying to take the battle. And you know what? He had the right read. He knew TeSS was going to re-peek him. He just couldn't adjust in time.
This has been looking dire for Astralis, but on the other foot, Heroic have been looking great. They're always on top of each other. It is so rare already in the first 8 rounds to see a death go completely untraded. And they're finding ways to connect that aren't necessarily typical, where they're swinging from this top area outside cave when there's a player in mid. It's all just working out so well for them constantly. It really feels like Heroic, they're not winning off of individual play, even though their individuals are shining.
Yeah, Stown and TeSS both 10-3 and 9-2. So
yeah,
that's a bad sign if you're on the Astralis side here.
It's tough to deal with because everybody else is chiming in too for Heroic. I mean, no one's fallen off or anything. The pressure on this game, I mean, we heard it. These players want it so bad, and Glaive, he almost made it be embarrassing for Heroic if they were to lose this.
I don't know if that's not the most encouraging thing to hear, but maybe he is partly right.
Oh,
Sip's going to be going down Glaive?
Yeah.
That's awkward. managed to find it, but he's got a Mac 10. Obviously, in some sense, this should be a really powerful position, but it's not at all clear how you play this to perfection from here on out.
It's tough to piece this one together, but he's starting to recognize what's available to him. There's a chance for a strong pinch onto these lane players in Stown and Tessis. It's really up to Glaive, though. He needs a multi-frag here. If Astralis want to get into this half, it has to be the leader of the team to bring him in.
Yeah, but how do you get the multi-frag from here on out? Well, his hand is going to be forced at that moment, obviously. Stown turning around probably had a slight heart attack there. That's a surprise. Inside of the bomb site, though, and that's the problem. With just one kill, it's not enough. They're still now in a 2 versus 4. Footsteps being made from Tessis. Look at the smart play. Instead of fighting, he just escapes. You know they can keep the 2-man advantage. Yeah, let him have the bomb plant. We'll retake it. We've done it every single other time. Now, this Molotov, though, could be interesting. It's going to force Yabi at least out into the open. It could have got him killed as well. Mr. though, he is way too low on health, and he is going to go down to Shush. So good round here. Heroic now up 8-1, and I love Tessis walking away from that fight. That is so smart.
Tessis made 2 great moves in that one. When he pushed down into lane, he actually went all the way back to find himself in the pocket on the B site. That was a little bit fortunate. I don't even think he knew how strong of a play that was when he made it, because he didn't know about Glaive and Cave. But then, like you mentioned, when he just dodged that fight, knew when to disengage, that's always one of the tougher things for players. Even if you think you have the superior weaponry, the superior positioning, sometimes it's just better to secure the round by making sure your teammates can rotate in, and that's exactly what happened. Heroic winning once again with just numbers.
It also kind of flies a little bit in the face of what we otherwise love to talk about, which is confidence, right? How are you confident, but also you decide, I'm going to give up on this fight? Because those things seem like they are at odds with each other.
Yeah.
But obviously, in this situation, if he goes for the fight, he probably could still win it against Glaive. But if he loses it, it's a 2-on-3, and now it's actually a much more winnable round for Astralis, where it's obviously that 2-on-4 was probably never going to work out for them.
I'll put it like this, it was some growth.
Yeah.
Tessis from 3 years ago might not have made that play.
Yeah, really good. All right, back to the A pressure. I mean, they got really close the last time, right? Gonna try and do it again. Glaive, even though completely behind and through the smoke. A double entry. That is amazing. They need that more. 3 versus 4 now. Katie, and he can't see a thing. Yabi's gonna be a kill, and somehow it's still a 2-on-2. I can't believe it. Tessis is here to take down Glaive, and now it's all on Farlig out in the open. He's gonna be found. Triple kill for Yabi, defending the bomb site. And it will be a 1 more round for Heroic, 9-1.
I can't believe they brought it back seemingly that easily. Every duel after the initial 2 that Glaive won felt like Heroic was just nailing those Astralis players. I need to see some of these kills back, because this felt almost too easy. After Glaive gets these ones, this is a 3v5.
Yeah.
And yet Yabi just playing right around the smoke and just nailing them. That's it. That felt like a kick in the teeth for Astralis. That felt like easily their best opportunity.
Yeah.
And now they're getting picked apart. Yabi, he's taking duels. He's finding confidence.
Yeah, he is so ready right now. He's got so much backup out here. Even nades being thrown from inside of the B-bomb site. So he's feeling like he's in a good position right now. We didn't see it on the replay, but that was also one of the more Cadian plays that we saw with him running into the bomb site with, you know, an AWP on his back, but actually the 5-7 outlaw flash just shooting at people. That's the kind of madness I expect out of Cadian.
Oh, that's just so favorable for Stown. Yeah, it'll be a 10th on the board for Heroic now.
Damn, they are getting absolutely blown up. I wasn't expecting this at all, Maui. What's going on?
I think we see the repercussions of the config departure here for Astralis. They've lost a lot of their playbook towards middle, and usually they would have some easy setup, a donut, Molotov, a top mid smoke, and then they usually just send config out with a flash or 2, and he is so ready to take those kinds of fights. But we find Astralis now in a position that they haven't had to call around before on this map. They have to work with the extremities. We've seen a couple initial, just immediate A takes or attempts at it, and then we see this heavy lane presence. But the middle of the map is almost completely vacated by Astralis. They're not even really dancing with it. Mister's the guy that's playing Config's old spot, and he doesn't have a chance. He's not even giving himself a chance in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you would want to see BlameF enter mid the way that he does on Banana Inferno.
Yeah.
That would be the logical upgrade if he felt confident in doing that. If you missed some of that, the game against Vitality, you should go check that out.
Yeah, it's one of those moments for BlameF and the rest of Astralis. Like, do you take BlameF away from a position like lane, where even though in this game he's not doing too well, but historically been very comfortable taking this spot away, and move him to mid? His skill set says he should be able to do it, but he does have such mastery over lane that you're probably actually just creating a new problem for yourself on another part of the map, and you're actually inserting himself into a spot where he's actually just weaker too, so he's going to be learning it. And there's just no great answer.
No, there really isn't. And we can already tell. We know that because they haven't found the answer, right? 10-1. We're down to about 35 seconds, and this is going to be a B hit eventually. And looking at the other side, not a lot of nades left. In fact, what, 2 flashes left on the heroic side? So that's kind of the benefit that Astralis have derived from leaving the clock down this low. They're going to get some clean fights at least. Mister will start it off taking down Yabi, but it's a quick return as well. Like you pointed out earlier, they're really good at trading those kills back, heroic. There's always something else coming. And now the smoke. Look at us walking into it. Tessus comes flying through. He's going to go down, though. Glaive and Farley still doing a good job. 8 seconds here. Oh, if they stop that bomb, it's probably round over, but it will go through. Bomb plant for Astralis, and finally maybe a shot here at a second round. They should be able to win this one, even if Sip is a little bit low on health here. Stown and Shush, they'll have to take a couple of risks trying to get back onto the bomb site. Oh, Farley, how does he get tagged there? I don't even know, but he's going to find a headshot. Stown, I don't think he was aware of how much he was exposed, and now it's all on Shush, and overpowered by BlameF. Good confidence, 2-10. Astralis, after winning the pistol, they take a 10-round break, and now they're back.
Yeah, it's been a while, but they're happy to see another one on the board, and that does instill some confidence. Ancient, still one of those maps where you have to believe until the very end of the half, because if Astralis are able to collect the final 3 on top of this, total possibility that they make the comeback happen. But this was a round that played out very different than what we've seen before, where Heroic just played back. They did make that re-aggress at Donut, but the rest of the players are playing in such deep angles that they weren't able to contest that initial site take, where Heroic has generally been very strong, whether it's a cave fight, lane fight, and you see that they're back to their old ways. They're fighting already towards lane. Glaive is able to pick up Stown. But Tessus, they might overlook this. They might not know he's here.
I don't even know how Glaive won that fight. It looked like he had his back turned when the fight started. That was so awkward.
This is so sneaky. I wonder if Glaive wants to continue this fight from cave.
It looks like it. He's a very, very good position for him. Smoke's going to be fading, and he finds the headshot. Double opening from Glaive. He was first in middle. He ran through the Molotovs to get in there to fight. It just looked like he was so preoccupied with the smoke at top mid that he wasn't even ready for the fight versus Tessus, but he won it anyway. A little bit of re-aggression coming out. Shush going to be finally taking him down, but where do they put these players? 3 left on Heroic, and they are stretched out across the whole map right now.
Yeah, just 1 player A, 1 B, and Cadian on the rotate. So now, Shush, considering his options, staying on the site is rather worrisome if you're a solo player. And so he backs on up. This is another opportunity for Astralis. This is shaping up like the last round they won, where the defense from Heroic was pushed all the way back. And so it should be a free bomb plant. 4v3 post plant. You gotta favor Astralis in this one.
Shush. It looks like he's almost ready to engage before any teammates even show up. The flashbang is godlike. Look at the damage that he did. He almost got the double kill, but they need to back on out of here. I don't think it's really worth it. 2 versus 4. Yeah, he got a flashbang from, obviously, I think that was Cadian throwing that from all the way back. So great job on that flashbang, but just too many targets on the other side. 3rd round for Astralis. There is a chance if they can get up to 5.
Yeah, it's starting to work out for Astralis. They're slowing the game down. When they found the initial picks in some of the earlier rounds, they just kind of kept going with that plan. But this time around, they're breaking it down. They're making sure that they keep the numbers thin for Heroic, because we have seen that Heroic have had an affinity for rotating very quickly and heavily. So if Astralis actually lets the round marinate a little bit, then Heroic, they spread out. They don't actually just full stack so far in this game.
Ooh, can they get that AWP away? It's close, but he couldn't find the bullet. He was out hunting. All right.
This performance from Glaive, though, is already so admirable. The way that he's able to find away, it's almost a bit reminiscent of the fall finals last year too, where he just took the op and just said, I'm gonna do this.
Also makes you a little bit excited looking at sort of the future of whatever this Astralis lineup will end up being. You look at Glaive with this kind of focus, you think, okay, there's actually something to build around. Because there's points in Glaive's career as well in you know, the last 2 years where you think, I'm not sure, like this seems really dodgy from sort of an individual performance level, but this version of Glaive with the other version of BlameF, he's had a hard time on this map, but obviously the one that we saw against Vitality, I mean, there are some core elements where you think, man, they could build a team around this.
If you gave me Glaive and BlameF as 2 starting pillars for any roster, you would think that that has some legs. Just that this one hasn't come together. It's been a series of unfortunate events for them. But this is another round that Astralis, they're going for a very heavy B lane early.
Yeah, they are. Look at that running through the Molotov. They want to put the pressure on. Tessus realizing, decides not to throw the nades, thinks the rifle might be a better choice, but he's going to get down. Glenn Glaive with the opening. He's just done it time and time again here. This first half has been all Glaive for the Astralis team. They're going to be losing Mister. The bomb is lost over there, and how did it even end up here? They have to swing to pick it up, and that will be the end of the round for Astralis. Nothing they could do. I don't know how the bomb got lost over on that side, but otherwise, the sort of theory behind this round for the T side makes sense.
I don't think Xyp9x necessarily wanted to commit to that side, but he did not expect that gap in the smoke to work out in the favor of Heroic. Oh, it's so disappointing for a round to end like this. Sound just finding Xyp9x, and that's the bomb right there. It falls onto the long side, and it's irretrievable at this point. This is again kind of reminiscent of some of those early rounds where Heroic, they lose the opening pick, but then they just wait for, they rotate quickly, and Astralis just keeps the pressure on to almost their own detriment.
Last round of the half coming up. Not really rushing the B bomb side, but certainly they were in a position where if they would have found a kill at that corner, they could have. Cadian going to be showing up with the M4. There's so much firepower here. Finally going to be taken down, but still. Look at how low they all are on that T side. And Yabby's in there ready and waiting, and that's an easy shot for him to hit, so this is kind of falling apart. Farley has the bomb, but he's really on his own. Mister is hanging around with a Mac-10 on the other side of middle.
This is looking incredibly promising to put Heroic onto a 12th. Mister, he'll try to round the angle. Yabby, usually call this the Sphinx angle. It's a very strong off angle, and it does net them a 12th. Heroic up majorly at the half on Astralis' map pick. We're going to see if they're able to steal this one away from them, but after a break.
In front of you, in the middle.
He's close to the boxes, left. Going to spawn now.
Went back to spawn?
Yeah, he's left side spawn.
He's shifting?
Yeah, I think he's in to the right. I'll check.
Oh no.
It's right side now.
Maybe you see him with the bollock.
Some more lag. Boy, is hiding or what? Ah, he's on the right. He's running on the right. He pushed where I came.
Nice.
Wait, both of them are Danish. They have better comps than us.
In the middle, holding left side. Holding right side now.
Pushing right. Yeah, he should.
Yeah, I see him.
I'm gonna throw another one. He's in the middle now.
In the middle of mid.
I saw him.
I throw bollock.
Oh my god.
Right side now, right side.
You have Warlock, so I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Where is he? He's holding me?
He's, yeah, no, maybe. Just stay there. He's close to you. Like middle, but our side middle, if you understand.
Okay.
Wait, I can flash close. Wait. I'm flashing now.
He went back to spawn again.
Can't see him. Yeah, spawn. I throw Warlock for you.
Being on the left, he went back to spawn again.
You got Warlock now?
What?
Don't have to do anything.
Whoa, I'm booting them.
Middle?
No, correct me.
Middle again, same position.
It's close right.
No, it won't let me.
Each one, Middle still.
On the left.
Pushing you. I got to play one.
I'm sorry for it.
Ja, Glebested.
Alle har været her. Alle har været her nu.
Han har ruin.
Ind frem CT.
Backside.
Backside.
Så har vi ruin.
Nej!
Sådan, Møller!
Kom nu, nej. Fucking
In the name of Ali! Sindssygt, Møller.
All right.
Is that an homage to Refresh?
It is, yep.
Yeah. Wow.
The King of Galils. That's interesting. All right. Well, I mean, there was some good communication there from Heroic. I believe in the interview he said calm and precise communication. None of those words that I associate with Cadian, but
never.
It was good communication. They did call out all the positions, and now a fight in the middle. Heroic now on the T side, a good flash to set it up, and that absolutely wrecks. That's a 5-man stack in the middle for Astralis, which I actually think is, this may sound stupid, I actually think is a really cool idea for a pistol round on this map, because you can go anywhere from here.
The rotations are quick.
Yeah.
And if you just get that initial fight in your favor, then you honestly just open up the entire map. But not the case, as Heroic had the supporting flashes necessary in order to take that fight with an advantage. So Astralis, despite starting the round with all 5 of their players together, have now spread quite thin. And so have Heroic. We see a 2-man play towards A now as they try to clear this space out. TeSeS will be contesting Blame F. It's a tough fight to win, but he's able to accomplish that. Now it gets a little bit interesting, though.
Still a chance for Glaive to win it with 2 strong headshots. Maybe just a 1, because second player in Cadian was already trying to plant the bomb. That's really awkward. Now we've got in-game leader versus in-game leader picking up that USP and looking for it. Oh, man. Still got 12 bullets. He's getting completely surrounded. They're everywhere, and the backup can't be found. Farley gets too far away. Oh, that is real unfortunate.
Oh, and they're getting out of there.
Yeah, they are. They're saying, you know what? Because they came through middle, so they kind of know that he's not going to be there. They can actually almost certainly triangulate his position just from where they ran. Instant bomb plant here, and Farley, his chances of winning were already very low, but basically 0 once they chose the other bomb site. TeSeS with a nice triple. He's up to 18 kills right now, and Heroic almost surely winning Ancient in this round.
Yeah, that pistol round felt essential for Astralis.
Zip has 1 kill.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Someone had to say it. Someone had to say it. It's there. It's 1. 1 and 13 for Zipnix.
I'll take 1 for the team.
Yeah. Gotta be honest to the viewers. This was an interesting idea from Heroic, though, in the mid-round, to actually just send the 2-2 out. I love more so than anything the way that they decided to convert it by making their way back through CT spawn.
Yeah.
That felt like the wisest decision, because Cadian had a real chance of dying there, and then things would have gotten incredibly awkward. But there's another interesting play from Astralis, as 4 of them are in Donut. That is a flash to support them. Beautiful, in fact.
Yeah, wow.
Oh no, this is getting awkward for Heroic. They're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, fall back. You know that there are so many people in there. It's not worth it, even if they only have USPs. Now they have an AK as well. Sure should be... Wait a minute. That's a good peek. They actually slowed it down. Oh, they're going to get the kill. Glaive able to do that. Bomb is planted, and there obviously is no defuse kit on the CT side. Nice shots coming up. TeSeS is on today. 20 kills. And it is a 2-on-3, and again, because they don't have the smokes or the kits, if they want to win this round, I don't even think they should. I think it actually might make more sense to save the guns here, but they're going to try and go for it. Mr. will pick up Tess's, but they're almost already out of time here, and the problem is they can't isolate that defuse, so Mr. is going to be on his own, sandwiched in. He's going to get a good headshot, but will still go down, able to pick up the last one, and it's 14-3.
This was great damage, and if the scoreline were a little bit closer, there would be something to get excited about for Astralis, but given this current circumstance, it's hard to think that this is going to be anything more than a little bit of a cosmetic boost to some of the kill counts.
It does sound like someone's attacking you with just stablers when they come at you with the USPs. Like this, it's such a soft click, you know?
Yeah, it's just office workers, actually.
Furious.
Right. Just gotta get those papers in order. Glaive, though, already contested along with Mr. This has to be a stronghold if Astralis want a chance back into this game.
Yeah, they need this round. Preferably a really smooth one where they can start to build a tiny bit of confidence. Glaive obviously has plenty of it. He's got 16 kills in spite of the fact that they are so far behind in this game. 3 versus 4, but Shush is going to be found. Sip picking up a couple of kills. Look at him now. Double in this round, and Tessis is entirely on his own, and he's going to be found. That's good. They have 1 casualty in that round, and it is 14-4.
Something that has slightly changed in the ancient CT meta is just the starting defaults. We kind of see a lot more of a heavier A lean here.
Sure.
Bit of like a 2-1-2, as a matter of fact, coming out from Astralis. In the first iteration, or earlier iterations, it was almost always 1-1-3 with a heavy B lean. But you see why it's actually just completely necessary to have 2 at the start. Teams love to just run these A execs out of spawn. That's just a prime example of it. And you actually kind of need to stop them because the retake can be pretty scary on that site now, too.
Oh, this could be a problem here. If Glaive gets found, now, again, he's got so much confidence, but he's going to get traded right away. Runs into Tessis with the Tech 9. And it's a 1-for-1 trade out there. Now, they did decide to slow it down on the heroic side. They didn't want to go straight for the A-bomb side, but for a moment, it looked like Glaive was just on his own out there.
Yeah, probably didn't expect to see every single player from Heroic when he rounded that corner in A main. But this is a good look for Heroic. Not forcing the issue too early on. It felt like that was what led Astralis to so many round defeats, despite the fact that they were able to get some kills. And so Heroic, it's almost like they learned the lesson based off of Astralis' follies. Now, you just have that one defender in Mr. towards A. This guy, he's done a solid job so far in the showdown, but he's going to have to come up big here.
Has to not get flashed to begin with. That's going to be a big problem. Yeah, hugging the box. That's going to help out a lot. Flashes go way behind him, and he's just listening in. Great stuff. Slow pace there for Mr. Not trying to do anything fancy, but it gets him the double kill. Good defense. And Astralis will be up to 5 rounds.
I love how Kami looked around that box.
Yeah.
Never swung too early, waited for the initial contact to come elsewhere, making sure that he plays off of his teammate.
I think he was also listening almost exclusively for what's happening on his right-hand side, because it's so unlikely that the T that's running into the bomb site is going to turn his back on Donut to check that box.
Right.
If the check is going to come, it's going to come on the other side. So I think he was just listening for that alone, and once he heard like one footstep, maybe a little bit closer, he was like, all right, I'm going now.
Yeah, we see just Glocks now, so Astralis, another opportunity to pad the stats, make it look a little bit more respectable. Yeah, that first half, though, for Astralis, so many chances. Can count at least 2 or 3 where they're able to either get a 1-for-1 kill or even find just a flat-out man advantage. And we saw just, it was usually the overcommitment towards the site where they found the frags that led them to finding some just really untimely losses. Because this easily could have been a 9-6 sort of game. And with a team like Astralis, you wouldn't expect them to just rush in after the first sign of blood. Usually they're so methodical. They take their time with things. But that's probably Glaive being a little bit pragmatic. Just saying that he doesn't think that they're going to always outplay in the mid-round as they used to.
6-14. I mean, here's another way to think about it. if somehow Astralis make it back and even just get into overtime on this one, then the destruction of Heroic's confidence is going to be just overwhelming, surely. So, I mean, I'm not saying, obviously, nobody ever plans to go down this hard just to make the comeback, but it is really fun to think about what would happen if they really did.
Oh, the mental game would be unbelievable. The players from Heroic, even though it's an online match, they'd be sweating like it's a playoff of a major.
Yeah.
They would feel everything.
Yeah, because it's probably hard not to feel like you're already going to be celebrating when you get the first half result here. Just that 12-3 result, you think that's it. We've done it. It's game over. We're already get this one. And Astralis picked this map, so you would be so confident in how the best of 3 is going at that point in time. We'll see what Heroic could do. Rifles out on the T side, and they're going to be smoking off, going straight for a good entry for Shush. Even if he gets traded, Sip has to fall back, and that leaves Farlig in this really unenviable position. Kind of weirdly sandwiched in between the bomb side and the hallways up here. Although there is some backup on the other side. Gabby out looking for him, and he's going to be rewarded. And again, the rest of his team can't find him. And look at him sneaking through CT spawn. Cadian, he's so deep in there. There is a chance that Mister could screw this up, but it's a really slim one, and they're not ready. Glaive, he was kind of looking, but still he was very quick to get in there. And Mister revealing his hand as well, playing Donut. That was the one thing that maybe could have brought it back, is if they ran onto that A side just to plant the bomb immediately and forgot about checking Donut, but they're going to be really thorough on this one. What a great execute, and just they had the entire map, it looked like.
This is exactly what you want to see from a T side in that round from Heroic. The fact that they get the kill, they're on the site, they don't overcommit anywhere, they give themselves a chance to use their lurkers to the fullest extent, and then they're able to pick off these rotating Astralis players.
It is literally what we asked for when Astralis had the same position and just kind of went all in on planning at B bomb side.
Exactly. We almost saw that exact same round when Mister was lurking towards A and he found a kill last half. But Heroic, they just look like the more polished team on Ancient here today. Astralis had some nice openers, they had some good ideas, but converting was where they fell short. So frequently falling at the final hurdle in their rounds. But Glaive actually busted out the double op here. He wants to put up one last fight with the sniper.
Could we come up with like a really insightful saying? Could we say something like sometimes in Counter-Strike you have to not play the hand that you're dealt? Does that make sense?
How so?
As in, even if you get that entry on the B bomb side, you have to not just go straight for it. You have to be a little bit smarter than that to find something else. There must be a saying like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I need to know more about poker, but I feel like we've seen like a really great mirroring effect of these two different rounds. That'd be worth breakdown, sort of like how Heroic did it and how Astralis did it. Because going back to the A bomb side in that previous round that's hard to deal with if you're on you can see the confusion, right? As they started to run back from B. Really well done. Tessus and Shush here, 2 versus 4. Astralis have managed to get themselves into a slightly favorable position. Some smokes are going to be going up, and there's a Molotov as well on Tessus. They only have 25 seconds though.
It'll be tough, but no one's here to hold this position. So there's an opportunity for a bomb plan at the very least. Unless Mister or Glaive find the spam right now. Close, you can hear that whizzing by Tessus, but doesn't quite hit the mark. And now, this post plan is on. 2 versus 3, and not much utility on the Astralis side. Heroic could end this here.
Oh, they definitely could. Shush is going to go back and feel comfortable that nobody is flanking at the moment. Molotov goes pretty deep, and it's going to keep Shush out of the fight for the minute, but not Tessus. He's ready to battle it out. They don't have a kit currently picked up. That's a 10-second defuse. That Molotov is going to be gone if Mister doesn't hold up on this, and he will. Good headshot. If he goes down, then Sip will surely follow, and that would have been the end of the map. But now instead, 15-7 Astralis. They get away with one here.
Yeah, great openers from Glaive. Found 2 with the op, and this was the mix-up that it looked like Astralis needed to try to keep this game in control. It felt like it's all slipping away, but it is a round-by-round affair. It's exactly what Glaive is saying to his team, and that's what Heroic know too, that it's not over just yet. So they call a timeout and try to recognize where things have been going wrong for them and how to even deal with that op from Glaive. Little do they know, they didn't keep the double op. on Astralis. They actually opted for an AK instead. I'm not sure where that op actually even went, but they've only got it on Farlig now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it can be risky playing double op on this map if you're going to be retaking.
Oh yeah, it's rough. It's so rough to retake B with an op. A, it's a little better, but not by much.
They need 8 rounds in a row from here on out to get into double OT. Seems really unlikely at the moment. Although Glaive is making an incredible effort. 20 kills on him with them being 8 rounds behind. That's pretty nuts.
Glaive he refuses to lose easily. It's not in his DNA. He is always trying to find that edge, and sometimes he recognizes that it's himself that needs to step up, and he does that. He's already done that a couple times here at the Showdown to push Astralis forward. It has been mostly the Blame F show, but Glaive's had his moments, that's for sure.
Speaking of which, he's at 5 kills at the moment. It'd be nice if this buffer zone that Glaive has kind of managed to carve out for his team, if they could use that to get Blame F into this game. No doubt that's going to make a big difference. Especially because if he can get himself super warmed up and feeling his mechanics a little bit more, I mean, Nuke is going to be coming up. You know what an important role he's going to be playing on that CT side of Nuke, so I hope that we're going to see some of that. 40 seconds and a lot of donut control being taken from Heroic. In fact, they're pushing everyone in here. Farlig missing the shot, and that might almost be the end of the map here. Mr. is on his own. He does line up a pick double. That's more than you could have expected. They didn't quite check it. Tess is going to be out-dueled in the end, and it will be now 2-on-3. A little bit delayed on that bomb plant. They're just not feeling safe about it. Katie missing a shot, and there's nothing more to be saved here. Good double for Glaive and a good retake. They just missed Mr.
He was just slinking around that box right there. They overlooked it. He's now found multi-frags twice from that position. So it's something that Heroic have to keep in the back of their mind. But another important...
He loves that box.
Yeah.
His little companion cube.
That's a great reference. And I wonder what it says to him if he has a GLaDOS voice next to it.
That'd be one of the more disturbing mic'd up moments if we tune in and he's just talking to the cube.
It's like, thank you. Thank you again.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Yabby's the first to go down in the round. And Cadian will be next. Of course, they only have pistols. But we're getting within that distance where I don't think Heroic got really worried yet. But last time you said 10 rounds on the comeback.
This one's more like 12 or 13.
That's your limit for...
Yeah.
Where you're really going to wake up and pay attention again and be like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
I don't know what Shush is doing.
I think he's looking for some kind of pistol there.
Okay. Either that or he was breakdancing. Unclear.
Yeah. Never really a bad time to get your boogie on. So...
Yeah, the other option was running into Mr. He's got 3 kills in this round, up to 18 himself.
Yeah, this is a great showing for Mr. He's held on in this game for Astralis. He's done a great job on that A site. Had a solid first half. This is a game now that feels like Astralis is getting warmed up into it. This is actually, in some ways, just a very bad sign moving forward for Heroic. Just the fact that they had such a great start. I think they were up 10-1 at least at one point.
Sure.
And then for this to come back in this fashion, it's a little bit of just how Ancient plays. But also, now you know that Astralis going into Nuke, they're going to start believing that they can be competitive in this series. And that's one of the worst things to give to a team like Astralis is belief or hope.
Yeah, now you've given them an excuse, basically, which is something like, okay, we had a really bad start to the map, but if on a different day we start better, we win Ancient, you know? Whereas if you just close it out and win it, 16-6, then boom, it's done. And they have to walk in a little bit slow on Nuke.
And think about how Astralis beat Vitality earlier in the Showdown. It was with a fumble on their own map pick, and then they bring it back on Dust 2. They close it out on Inferno.
Yep.
We could see a similar sight here today if Astralis do get warmed up enough into this game. So there are greater implications than just the map victory here for Oak. It's how it's not happening yet. It's taking a while, and it's giving players like Zip a chance to warm up.
Nice return, though. Mr. catching Cadian sleeping just a bit on the corner. Probably was a chance there that he could have won that fight. At least they're going to get a 1 pound here on the heroic side, you have to assume. And they're going to find Playmef as well. They're actually not even fighting just to get the money. They're fighting to try and win the round here. 3 on 3. And they've picked up some rifles. Mr. started to sneak around the corner. This is dangerous, but he's going to win the fight against Town. That's great news. And now it's just Gabby and Shush left. Shush playing this real tight, and he's going to be taking down Glaive. Still have kits on the other side, so plenty of time for the defuse. Shush is kind of trying to jiggle it up. He comes running in. That's a nice read from Shush. That's actually really cool, but Mr. even better foresight to see it coming. That's a quad kill in the round for Mr. He's up to 22 now, tied with Glaive on that team.
Mr. is saving Astralis.
He is.
I don't think people saw this coming. This guy is really stepping up in this game. As soon as Playmef fell in cave, it felt like things were falling all apart for them. But Mr. on this retake, every fight he takes, it worked out in his favor. To even get off the bomb right there after that missed op shot rang out, he knew what he needed to do in that moment. And if he lost that fight, it also might have been lights out for Astralis right there. Every kill, so impactful. This guy is doing so much to keep his team in this game, despite being a stand-in.
Okay, and it's so crazy. Runs up through the Molotov. He did the boost initially. Sip, though, going to take 2 in return. And now swing around. 3rd kill found from Sip, and it's all on Shush now. 1 versus 3. Yeah, he knows where Sip is, but what does that matter when he's just hiding in the corner? Again, a good time to not try and fight anybody. And Shush going to be walking in. Mister's there, and the timing just not working out for Shush at all. 11 to 15. Taking some big steps closer. Do you think, Alex, that last round is just a question of Heroic saying, hey, we almost won the round on B with nothing at all. Let's just try with rifles?
Yeah, that's the easy call for Cadian right there. You can say that to your team, and they're going to believe. Say how close we were last time. Let's just do it again with better weapons. But it doesn't. It doesn't work in their favor. And Astralis are on fire now. Timeout from Heroic. This is something that now they have to think about. It feels like the early parts of this half, they worked out when they were going for the slower, more methodical defaults. In fact, I'd say both teams did better when they went for slower T-side defaults. So we'll see if Heroic goes back to that sort of plan.
Four-round gap. Heroic hitting the wall a little bit here. But I feel like this is a classic Counter-Strike scenario where you get really close and then you fumble 1 round if you're on Astralis. That happens to so many teams, right?
Yeah.
All it takes is 1 mistake and all that you've worked for is kind of washed away. Oh, but Fike taking out Cadian in the middle. That's a good start.
Yeah. Really giving his team a chance, Glaive. Farlig. The double op is actually still out for them. This is going to be pretty tough. If these B-side defenders go down and zip in flame out, I will worry about Astralis. But Mister's pushing. Okay. They're getting some confidence.
Maybe too much. We're going to find out. He's going to round the corner. Oh my god! He just deleted Shush. That is crazy. He's up to 24 kills.
Okay, this guy's playing out of his mind right now. Mister is having what I think has to be his best game of the Showdown at the most important time possible. Imagine that.
What an interesting gift. This looked like it was going to be a really boring Ancient with that first half victory for Heroic. It just looked like there was not going to be much to really think about, but what an incredible gift. 3 versus 5 now. In about 30 seconds, it looks like Heroic are they're not going to do anything here. They're just going to wait it out with the rifles.
Farlig might have spotted Stown there. I mean, at least you wouldn't normally have this kind of crosshair placement if you didn't think someone was on the left side. So...
Can I pitch an idea?
Yeah.
I'd give it, there's a 99.9% chance that Mister has, his nickname is sort of, have you had a nice evening, Mister? That kind of thing. But there's a much cooler variation that I hope the last percent...
What?
Oh my god, he's just...
Okay.
He's so aggressive now. That he's instead, that it's mist, so he's just like, a creature living in the mist kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yes, yeah. Then where's the R?
That's just like a fancy way of writing, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes you just put that there.
Like the Stephen King novel, you know.
Like The Mist, yeah.
Yeah.
Mist. Yeah. It's like maybe he played Silent Hill too.
Yeah, he just has to shoot more people through the smoke.
He's too young. He's too young.
He is probably. That's a good point. Okay. All right, here we go. 15 to 12. Astralis, I mean, the comeback, it's already an amazing comeback, but it's not going to count unless they bring it all the way home.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice nade. It slows them down, and it basically blows them up as well. Stown is going to be traded in there. And no opening on the bomb site. Even a deep nade. Dunking on Shush now.
There's 2 players left, Yabby and Katie, and this is not looking good for Heroic. This is where you had to get worried for them. But what's even more worrying is the fact that, beyond the fact that they probably won't win this round, unless a miracle happens, Stown or Tessis, I think it was Stown, died after time last round. And so we see right now he's on 150. He didn't even really buy in this one.
Yeah.
So the money is all out of sorts for Heroic. They will... I don't even know if they're really going to have a strong gun round here. They're going to... I'm not sure how they want to purchase. And you really want to put a nice weapon on your star player in Stown. It would be a shame if they don't even give themselves another opportunity to have a full gun round, as Astralis truly make this comeback believable. 13 to 15, round 29. Astralis were down 10 to 1 in this game, but they have held on.
Yeah, they have. I can't even believe what we're seeing here. Tessis is dropping 30 kills, and they still can't really find a way to close it out.
And if you told me Blame F is going to have 7 kills this late, I'd just say the game's over.
Yeah, that looks like game over.
Yeah. This is supposed to be the guy that was going to do the heavy lifting for Astralis, but it's been his teammates who are finally lifting him up. That is so admirable for the rest of Astralis. It's so unlikely.
Yeah, it is. But as we know, this is where you got to keep the focus, right? 2 more rounds. And if you screw up even once, if you're a little bit slow to the party and they get the right opening, then Heroic are just going to shrug it off and go on to play nuke. 55 seconds here. Maybe they're expecting some kind of a play in middle. It looks like Heroic have kind of been waiting for Astralis to show up, but they are moving a little bit closer. They are kind of right. Glaive at least wanted to do it. He's now towards Donut with Mister, so they have a little bit of a duo set up here. 40 seconds on the clock, and this is going to be the battle that really matters. If Glaive goes down for nothing, it's a problem, but he's quick on that trigger. Going to be taking down Stown. 30 seconds, and they are putting the pressure on. Yabby will find Blame F. The bomb is making its way over. It's all on Farling, and he misses the shot. Jabby with the double opening, and that might well be the only 2 kills they need. Shush is having an isolated fight over on this side. They need to kill him right now and get back to the B bomb site. Sip will do that, and it's a 3-on-3 retake.
Oh, and Glaive has an op too. This will be tough. They're already holding the angle.
Oh my god. Tesses. Oh,
what?
Timed completely. Glaive with the 5-7 out. We'll take him down. Yabby and Cadian are still here. That bomb is ticking. Everyone has a kit, so that's not going to be a problem. But how do they even stop the defuse right now? They are really deep on that ramp, and there's 3 people left alive. There we go. Oh, they come off it for a second. Oh, and the wall bang! Mister is out of it. He needed 1 more shot here. A second left. He does leg somebody on the other side. It's not enough. It's 14 to 15, and we're going all 30 rounds. That is close, real close.
Oh, you see the pressure is on Heroic now. They're sweating, they are nervous. Glaive knows they're in their comfort zone, putting the pressure on. That frag that Glaive was able to find onto Tessis, who was second-guessing his position in Cave, that made that retake possible. This felt like a well-constructed round from Heroic. They were finding the kills that they needed. They were putting pressure on multiple sides of the map simultaneously.
It almost felt like it would have been better for Yabby at the end to go back and just wallbang it with Glaive.
Yeah.
Just with Acadian.
Yes, right.
Just say, you know what, that doesn't matter. Like, let's just try and win it with a little bit of a gimmick or cheesy way.
It definitely felt possible there. He hit the 1 shot on the Mister already. If you just spam that out, there was definitely a possibility. but I think the man that's under the most scrutiny or self-doubt right now has to be CESGO. Just inexplicable turning away from that angle. It's all he needed to hold. And to lose it to a 5-7 on top of that, Glaive was not supposed to have impact in that round. He was supposed to just be an entry fragger giving his life up for the cause. And yet he was able to get a clean 1-0. Oh, this puts so much pressure on Heroic, and you can see how they've just tightened up this offense. They don't want to move separately at this point. They want to just make one big play together so that everybody can rely on each other.
It's going to be up to Mr. again. So Glaive will take some of the attention away when they turn the corner. There's going to be that deep AWP. But Mr., yeah, he's first up in line. Gets the one, but gets traded right away. If they would have peeked a little bit deeper instead of up front, at least he would have had Glaive to rely upon. But now Glaive calling in some backup. Farley is behind him, so both the AWPs are at this bomb site. They take down Yabby and Heroic. Are they just going to push it all in? They will. Adian gets blown up. Glaive ready to defend the bomb site. And under a minute. Oh no, the bomb. They now have to boost up to try and pick it up. This is a bit of a nightmare.
Oh no.
And while this is happening, more people are showing up. Good shot from Down Farley. Nearly burns alive. Still 45 seconds here, and CESGO, he really wants to pick it up, but he can't. So they have to come back and try and do that 2-on-2 to try and hold on to the map here. Heroic, they don't want to play overtime, I guarantee that.
Yeah, they were afforded that possibility, but Zipnix, oh, he hears this. CESGO is trying to make a break for it. Oh, that might just freeze Zipnix now. He does not know when to push. That was a great sound cue given up by CESGO in order to make sure a flanker like Zipnix has to second guess this push. But Zipnix, he's found a good time. This isn't that bad. He's close behind them.
And there's only 10 seconds on the clock, so he knows eventually they have to move up. Farley, he's got the right idea. He's snuck out, still scoped up, not giving away any sound cues, and he's making damn sure to hit that shot. Stau now on his own, and Sip will come in. The timing couldn't have been better. It's overtime. 15-15. Astralis with an absolutely historic comeback.
They made it happen. They made it happen. We're playing extra time. That's what it takes to separate these two teams. Unreal.
12-3 in the first half.
I can't believe that. Heroic looked like they were going to run away with it. They won the pistol in the second half. The defaults looked good for them, but they couldn't get it over the finish line, at least not in regulation. Oh, wow. That was excellent play from Zipnix, though, to recognize exactly how CESGO was using that sound cue. It has been great performances coming out from the members of Astralis here in the second half. And they still have yet to even have a Blame F round. He's still on single-digit frags.
Yeah, he's not even really shown up in the server at the moment. If that happens, maybe that will make the difference. That's what it takes. Here we go. First to 19. And all the money in the world on both sides. All right, testing it out.
Yeah, almost. But cave control has been relinquished by Astralis. Cadian was able to find a kill there onto Farlig. Looks like he was trying to peek down the ramp, and he was punished. And that's a great return from Glaive. What was that? Is that a jump jiggle peek? What's going on? And now Mr., he's locking down mid, but he knows he needs to get out. There's no one to protect him. There's no one to find a trade. This is also an interesting circumstance. Is Yabby right on the other side?
Think how often Mr. has been playing just solo.
Yeah.
He's not even being set up by anyone, and he is playing such a sick game. I'm really surprised by this. Nice little boost. That's a good trick. Yabby looks like he could get timed here if he's not careful. Sip is on the other side, but not moving forward. He's kind of frozen and a little bit in place. 40 seconds now on the clock. Mr. They might try and see if they can test him one more time, and there's a lot of people out. He still gets the kill on Trish. That's pretty good. Glaive in the A-bomb side with the AWP. Flash comes over, but he's up against that trusty box. Missed opportunity, but we're down to 25 seconds, and there's a flank in middle. Sip, he might win this round right here. Cadian takes him down. I don't know how he lives.
Way.
If he dies, it's round over, and they catch Blamef on the retreat towards the B-bomb site. They've got away with so much in this round. And Yabby, one bullet here might just do it. Cadian on the bomb plant, and they know they've got Glaive locked in. Heroic had absolutely no business winning this round.
Oh, wow, and they get it done. That was some impressive mid-rounding from Cadian. Manipulating the rotations, moving around just enough to bait the players from Astralis to push. And it was well punished. This is the kind of calling that Heroic started the entire regulation, their offense with. And yet, it's been so long since we've seen something like that. A well-devised mid-round from them, and Astralis, they bite. They went so quickly. There was still time on the clock. They could have been a little bit slower, but Glaive, he wants to keep the speed up.
Glaive, what a catch. Taking down Tessus. And by the way, you play 3 rounds like this in a half in overtime. That's winning one of those rounds on the T side, because it's been so difficult in regulation, is huge, right? In both teams on the T side got 3 rounds total. So obviously, if you can win even 1 out of 3 like this, it goes a long way. Oh, chance here. Yeah, but he definitely saw just the helmet showing. Blame F. Turning his back to middle, trusting in Mr. It doesn't really matter. Yabby is also playing a really good game and has been all throughout. They're going to be attacking the B bomb site. A little bit of a crossfire, but I don't know. Glaive probably cannot help out Sip in this scenario. Sip actually is in a lot of trouble, and he definitely can't when he's dead. Sip on his own. He read it. He knew what was coming, and he just couldn't adjust in time. Shush, ready to catch Mr. Wants to be maybe a little bit of a hero. They got to be careful because 2 of their players don't have any real money here on the Astralis side, so can't be giving away too much either. If you think this round is lost, the rifles are more important.
Yeah, that op from Farley cannot be purchased into the next one. So, need to keep onto it. I suppose Mr. could, but he definitely wants to just drop something as much as he can to his teammates because it is looking dire. Heroic, they'll string 2 together. Oh, no. That is worst case scenario now for Astralis. It feels like as soon as this hit overtime, Heroic remembered the type of team that they were in that first half. This is brutal. This is brutal. It felt like Astralis had every reason to come back into this one. The pressure was on, but that's the power of overtime. It's the ultimate reset, and people begin to remember what they are made of.
That's got to be heartbreaking if Astralis can't win this, given the chance in overtime. Yeah, it's not a lot showing, but Cadian, like you said, it is a big reset. He's ready for it. Good shots with the AWP. 15-17. Heroic in a great position. That's the first time I'd use for Astralis.
They were down 10-1, and this is their first timeout. What?
Okay.
And then they made that comeback too.
They were planning. They were saving timeouts for overtime.
Yeah.
Genius.
Oof. Okay. Well, no op on the side of Astralis going into the final round here. I feel like Heroic have just been playing so well as soon as overtime hit. Mid-rounds, openers, it's all been pretty good for them. And now Astralis, they need this. You can't go into the T side.
Maybe we should give a little bit of a shout out. I think Sip had 1 kill in the first half. He's up to 17 now. Maybe it's worth pointing out. That's important, right?
It's a big reason that this comeback even happened for Astralis, but it'll all be forgot if they fall here. Even this performance from Mr. It'll be difficult to remember in a loss.
You definitely need to win this round if you're on the Astralis side. 1 out of 3, still not that great, but something to build on. If they lose this one as well, that's going to be tough.
Can't emphasize the importance enough of how badly Astralis do need it. But Heroic, this is just what's been working out for them. These slower defaults, finding space, and here's a curveball. It's down into Red Room. This'll break up that defense. You see that Blame F and Glaive, they're both keeping their eye on it. What is this from Mr.? He's trying to find a gap around the smoke. Cadian, he's trained in on it. This might be a dead player. Okay, that is a nice kill to find. Cadian, he won't be fooled that easily.
Yeah, that's obviously something that they've seen before.
Yep.
I like that attempt from Mr., but it backfires just a little bit. 4 versus 5. And Sip into the smoke. He goes. Oh, he's going to go back out again, but they're right on the other side. This is so dangerous. It's going to wipe out this defense, it looks like. Farlik trying to retreat, but he's under a lot of pressure. He handles it so well. A nice triple. Farlik, he's had a pretty tough game, I would say, but That absolutely makes up for it here. 2 versus 2 now. 10 seconds on the clock. He just has to stay alive for another 5 seconds. And that's going to be tough. He almost gets the ace. And the bomb's so far away. Stown can't win the round now. I think it's too late. It should surely be too late. Yes, it will be. 16-17. They get 1 out of 3 Astralis. They're still alive.
That was a beautiful hold from Farlig. It was much needed. A shot in the arm to give Astralis a chance going into the second half of overtime. That was so unusual. That felt like one of the unlikeliest heroes for the round. We've been waiting. We've been biding our time, hoping for a Blame F pop-off to get himself back activated into this game. But it's actually Farlig, and not with the op, to find Astralis 1. Just 1 on the defense. That's tough to say it's enough, though, because Heroic CT side, let's not forget how dominant they were.
Yeah, it looked so good, didn't it? And obviously starting with all of this money as well on top, you know this is going to be very, very difficult for the Astralis side. Glaive all the way now with 31 kills. Tess is at 32.
Man, Glaive has just been a machine in this one. Absolutely putting everybody in his satchel. Carrying them all along for the ride. And it's a slower play from Astralis here. Just Blame here at lane by himself. He's hearing a lot.
I think Cadian threw a grenade at Yabby down in the middle. It just kind of... It didn't do that much damage, but it's kind of funny.
See if there's any consequence to it.
Against the AKs and the AWP, surely not. Good angle here. As long as he's trusting that his backside is covered, that smoke stays up, but that Jabby's going to be holding the angle, this is hard to peek out against if you're Sip on the other side.
Yeah, this is a strong setup for a mid-hold, but it's also so brittle. And you see now Cadian, he's by his lonesome. If that smoke fades or if there's a push, he would have been dead to rights, but he knows the timing, as he should, but he might not expect this angle from Blame F. He's holding a line that's thin enough that he can cover both, but the timing there, beautiful from Astralis to find the opener.
Yeah.
The nades towards mid, they cause that reaction from Cadian. He knows that there's some pressure there. He wants that opening kill so badly, but it was actually in the other direction. And now Astralis, they can work.
They can. But they also have to... Ooh, look at this rotation.
Wow. They sent so many players towards B.
Yeah. I mean, Yabby's going to be showing up, but he's very, very late. And it actually must be a little bit confusing for Astralis. They might be wondering, where on earth is everybody? Gonna get a kill there, and 1 for the smoke from Shush, so kind of still a 3-on-3. Stown is quite far away from the action in the middle, so it might have to be the other 2 trying to open this up. Tessa's braving the fire, running through to try and open up the bomb site. They've lost Shush and Stown. Oh my god! I don't think he had any idea there was someone behind that. Farley just collateral damage, and Tess is testing it out. Peeking the bomb once. He's going to go for it again, but he's running out of time really swiftly. Mister is out there, and Tess is almost getting it. But Mister's playing this one like he is a veteran player, just baiting him out, landing the second kill and hitting 30.
30 bomb for the Astralis talent player. Mister holds on despite the fact that Tess is a bit fortunate there to find that lineup. And so Astralis are able to tie this up. It is so tough to separate these teams. That second kill on Farlig, he's probably looking at the kill feed like, how did that even happen? But this was beautiful from Mister. There were so many ways he could have been outplayed in that, but just jiggling enough to make that so difficult. If Mister were low HP, that would have been, oh no, okay, this guy's gained some confidence. We haven't seen much of that in the first half.
I could have totally forgiven Mister for screwing up that 1 versus 1. Again, an academy player into an absolutely intense game. It'd be very natural if he messed up that 1 versus 1, but he didn't. Sip gonna open it up, taking down Tess's. And now the B bomb side is feeling really fragile at the moment. It's down, forced back. There's gonna be a nade, but it's not gonna stop the plant. Oh my, Astralis. They can get really close to winning this in overtime. They need 19. They're about to get 18. Cadian doesn't even get close to the bomb side before he's blown up. Blamer finding his 10th kill, finally. Double digits.
Multi-frag for Blame F. That's got to be one of the first for him. Stown, gets the kill onto Mr., but this would be a great time for BlameF to show up to the party. A little late, but fashionably late. The party's still raging, and he's here. He came up with a keg.
Yeah. Just when everyone's running out, he's got more beer and pizza. He's the hero. He's that like 2 a.m. hero. Yes. Everyone's excited.
Blame's like, where were you, man? I kept everybody here with the music.
Yeah, he could probably carry like 4 or 5 kegs all on his own, so he's got the size for it. Here we go. Astralis, if they win this round, it's going to be one of the most impressive comebacks I've seen probably all year, maybe even going further back. It's so rare that you get these kind of comebacks, and they're actually doing it live in front of our very eyes. Yabi here. They're sneaking around. Shush. Oh, he's going to go down and Smith with another opening. Yabi, they're not quite ready for that. Oh, the panic is set in. And Yabi is wrecking their team with a little bit of help from the other side. Sip, the last one left. And it really looks and feels like double OT at this point. Sip to try and see if he can clutch it. 1 versus 3.
And he's trapped. Oh, they're all honed in on these angles. Oh, no. Astralis felt so doable, but that's it. It's down, holding the angle. We're going to bring ourselves to double OT. I need to see that flick that Glaive found to get that team kill. That was, in some ways, beautiful, but beautifully tragic.
Yeah, like the instincts betrayed him.
No. Mister's like, why? After all I've done.
I've tried. I mean, you almost have to. Hopefully that's something they can just laugh off, because that is just pure instinct.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man. This game, it's delivering. It felt like it was going to be a wash. It felt like we weren't going to get much of anything coming out of Astralis. But they've shown such a different face here, bringing it to double overtime, and both teams picking up 2 T-side rounds in the least expected fashion. This game is still raging on. Acadian already picking off BlameF.
Yeah, he wanted to try and see if he could get that entry. A very, very annoying peek through the Molotov like that, and especially when you have the low ground, it can be very hard to see anything through those flames, so pretty well done. Farlig scoped up, sneaking in. No mistakes here. If he misses a shot, he's probably going to be dead and outside of the range of the scope. If Yabi had taken a step to his right, he would have found the kill already. He's buying a little bit of time now, though. Putting up a smoke, flashing teammates. Is anyone going to throw a nade for him here? Nope, they're going to be using bullets instead, and I guess that'll get the job done. Yabi, this is, again, super veteran play in terms of buying time, and that's almost locked the Astralis team in. They can't really escape easily. Farlig very low behind that.
No true in for this round in terms of what Astralis can find. Yeah, this might be, or pretty much is a round for Heroic. Just good movement across the map from Heroic. They were very active. That position from Yabi, very hard to deal with. And, okay, well, this is looking possible. Not going to get too excited just yet, as it's a Zipnik's 1 versus 3 attempt. The bomb will be planted, but low health, it's tough to imagine a world.
Yeah. Just the caliber of players that he's up against. He'd have to go for an ace to try and win this one, and he's pushing out, and they're expecting it. Good read from Cadian, good triple. A little bit of chaos in the middle fighting. I think it was Farlig in there. But they're going to be able to win the round. 19-18 in favor of Heroic. Good understanding of the clock in that after plant once the bomb is down to kind of realize we can actually wait, and we still have plenty of time.
Yeah, they just make sure that they hold on to all the angles, the ones that Zipnik's could have pushed into. That's pretty tricky from Testis right there, though. Peeking right behind the Molotov. That is tough for the opponent to see. But
that's an easy trick, I feel like, people at home to steal. Especially, and throwing the Molotov is something that will get people's attention. So, you know, that if anyone is nearby, they're going to come look, and you might still have the advantage.
And it kind of works in a way that you win the mental battle, too. Okay, wait a second. We got Mr. peeking out once again. He's trying to do that config impersonation, which Astralis have so desperately needed. There's some space towards here. He's taking it on his own. Oh, okay, he's getting very deep. I don't know if Heroic are going to suspect this, but BlameF does fall on that early cave fight.
Oh my
Not
God,
going his way. This could be everything. Mr. No way.
If they're ready on the A-bomb site, Cadian is... Oh my God, he's playing it even deeper.
No way.
This kid is a genius.
Oh, what? Oh, this could be an A-side free for the taking.
Yeah, he's going to have to go for it there. He will get shot in the back. There's no way that he could realize that. But still, look at what it does. Yabi's immediately worried, has to spin away, and Glaive will take him down. 3 versus 3. And he's playing way, way beyond his years right now.
Top fragger for his team. Finding an in on this one. It's just a single kill, but look at how Heroic are just scattered right now. Shush is all the way at B. Heroic have no beat on where this play is coming from. They're going to hold the ground here. CESGO, this is not the man you want to face if you are Astralis. This first bullet, he has been delivering with those.
Yeah, he is on a different level right now. And Heroic got trusting in him to defend the bomb site. Cadian up here, they got so much health as well on the CT side. Glaive being low is a liability at the moment. Farlek trying to get the entry, and he will. Tess is also missing the early shot. That means the bomb, at a minimum, is going to be planted right now. Molotov, is he going to be finding anything? No, it's not far enough in. If he could have forced Sip out, that would have been really good. Then he could have taken the fight right away, and Sip will escape. Oh, dear. Shush has a smoke, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on the Astralis side, but they're looking to try and win this round. They actually don't put it on the bomb. Instead, they throw it into the donut hallway, and that's a little bit interesting. Farlek snuck all the way around. Surely a round-winning move right there. Shush goes down, and Tessis, he'll find one, but he has to get another 3, and he just has to go for it. Yeah, there's no point in faking it. Just try and stick it. They're going to come charging through. Glaive with a double, and Astralis with a very important round on the T side.
I love how Mr. has come up into this one. This is the kiss cam that we're getting. Yep. Oh, no, not a little shy on the kiss right there. And we're back.
Sick, isn't it? What a move.
Yeah, that is some, that's sneaky beaky like.
I'm actually, again, for a young player thrown into absolute chaos on this Astralis side, this is something that's really, really remarkable. Surely making a name for himself here today. Mister's going to be going down. Again, he's been trying to get that entry a couple of times here in overtime, and this time they just hard counter it.
That's great recognition from Heroic.
Yep.
To know that Mister is finding too much mileage towards middle. So stopping him right in his tracks. He still tries to force the issue, and that's probably the moment getting the better of him. There's a smoke, you're flashed, you're running through a gray screen right there. Very little likelihood that you're going to come out on top of that one, especially with the delay, but still, this is already a round in favor for Astralis on this T side. Might just be enough, because these defenses, they have been fortresses for these teams.
It's been very hard to crack open a bomb site, that's for sure. Shush, he's been a little bit quiet. He's 12 kills. He's actually 1 kill on the blame F at the moment.
This is a little bit tricky from Astralis. I think they're smoking off Donut, but they're actually going to be pushing through mid at the same time. Cadian, he averts his gaze at the worst time, actually. He's going to get caught off. Yeah, this is a great play from Astralis. An excellent site execute that showed so much misdirection, but they're trapped behind their own smoke right now. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Blame F wins the fight against Shush. He's not had himself a good game either. Gabby, good flick to take down Blame F at the very least. He could have been dead already. 3 on 3, and the flash is decent to let him out. Gabby, he could have found that one. Tessa's trying to bring his way back, but he can't. It's down on his own now, 1 versus 1. And Farlek has got that line covered with the AWP. He wants to bait out that shot so badly. In fact, he'd rather run the other way around just to avoid getting immediately clocked by that AWP. And now he's out. Goes for the tap once. Not quite sure, but Farlek is right there ready and waiting, and that's an easy shot. 20-19, and we're looking for the first team to hit 22, so Astralis well on their way.
That was just such a beautiful call. That's what you needed from Glaive. You needed some strategy like that. Down in the 4 versus 5. These teams, I mean, they seem to know each other so well, but Glaive was 1 step ahead in this round. To call for the donut smoke on top of that CT smoke, and we see that Cadian, he was pivoting between the angles. We weren't really sure if he was going to catch him, and it worked. That's some guts right there. To smoke yourself off. To play with that, I can't believe it. I can't believe that Astralis were able to find a second, down a man. They really have a chance now to take Ancient away from Heroic. 2 rounds is what they're going to need.
Molotov on the other side there, from the T side, in fact, so it's down wedged up against the corner. Farlek has got some clue that something could be happening there, but I'm assuming if Down walks out of this corner, it's going to be behind a flash from a teammate. They are close to that B bomb site, but the bomb is quite far away. It's going to be making its way over now. Another pivotal moment in this game. Oh, and there's the opening with the flash. Cadian setting it up, and Farlig eats the entire flash and just gets outright killed. And they push down so far. What an opening. Oh, yeah, there's no coming back from this one. Save anything you can.
Yeah, just literally 5 separate fights won across the map. Heroic showing the caliber of players that are on their roster. Not even necessarily assisted plays either. Just some fights, just some duels. It feels like Heroic, this has kind of been their MO for the history of this core, that everybody can step up, and they just called everybody's number at the same time. It's like...
Should do that more, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they should. It's like you're at the deli, and usually it's one number at a time, but they just say, hey, you know what? We can handle 5 orders right now.
Right.
And then it works.
Not that kind of drunken McDonald's order at 3 in the morning. That's where it gets real rough.
Yeah, but those guys are heroes at the end of the night.
True.
Truly doing God's work.
Here we go. Tessa's trying to get the opening, but Gabby's stealing it from whatever. They'll be happy to get it anyway. Mister hitting the deck early on. Sip, what a lineup. It's nearly the triple spray down. Shush coming in. And again, he's had a tough game, but getting that 1 kill. It's all that matters right now. Forget everything else you've done. If you can get the next 2 rounds here, doesn't matter if you had a bad game. This is it. Shush coming alive at a good time. Double for him. And Blameff is now on his own 1 versus 3. And Heroic about to hit map point. And they're going to be finding that kill. Cadian there with the AWP, hitting 30 of his own. Heroic could do it. They could snatch it away here in double OT.
That round felt like it took 30 seconds. Heroic pounce, and with ferocity. Astralis have to be wondering, how did we lose everything in the blink of an eye like that? Shush even coming out by himself to take on Glaive.
And you see in the replay that Glaive had just put down a smoke. So
yeah.
Timing means Glaive does not have the AWP out. It's just really rough, isn't it? They still have timeouts in double OT now.
They have 2 more.
They're playing for 5 or 6 OTs at this point. They're like, well, wait, we'll keep the rest for later.
Yeah, when it's 31-32,
yeah,
they're gonna say, hey, we still got something left in our bag. But it might not come, because Heroic have an opportunity to close this map out, to find a 22nd round. Their buy is much better than Astralis's. It is ugly. It is simply ugly on the Astralis side. This is not what you want to try to keep yourself alive.
I wonder if Heroic are going to slow down this round just to be sure that they're not getting rushed by an MP9 or something like that. It makes sense to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for an A-lean default, just trying to clear out this space. And Cadian already taking down Glaive. That is the biggest weapon gone for Astralis. Glaive was the one with the AWP in that one.
Look at how sure Cadian is that no one is in there. He walked into middle, turned his back to throw that smoke towards top mid.
Yeah.
There could have been someone else there to assist him, but that's just his understanding of the setup.
Yep.
And they're going to go test it right now. My God, how do you hold this with an MP9? There's no backup for Sip. He is on his own. He has to basically get a triple kill for this to work out, and that's almost impossible, especially when you get knocked out like that. Shush with what could be the defining kill here. Opening up the A-bomb site. Blameff comes back to take down Yabi, but the bomb is planted already. Mr. charging through the flames, and he nearly had it on Tessus, who's now dropped 40 kills in this map. Farlig and Blameff 2 versus 4 for what looks like an impossible retake. It might be the end of the road here for Ancient. Astralis, they are so far behind in this retake. I don't think they can even get close. Down is going to be going down, but it doesn't matter. All on Farlig. Deagle's out, and through the smoke he goes. 22-20. Heroic winning Ancient in double overtime.
That was an excellent attempt from Astralis, but Heroic, the better team overall. They're able to find that first map, and that will give them the edge moving into Nuke. We're going to hear how that map broke down from the desk, but first, a break.
I've never bought weapons using the number system in my entire life.
I used to do that long time ago, not anymore.
I never think of the number at all.
I think we buy way too fast. We don't even see.
It's AK-47, yeah. B42 is AK-47.
AK?
It's AK, no?
Yeah, it's just rifle AK, yeah.
Yeah, just AK-47.
I just don't know the order.
What's right before the rifles? Because I swear rifles is 5.
Shotguns?
Okay, so shotguns. We'll say that. I think it's auto shotty then.
Auto shotty? Let's go. We're gonna go auto shotty. Final answer.
I think it's AK.
Yeah, I think it's AK too.
Yeah, final answer.
So B15 is Deagle?
It's decoy. It's decoy. I say decoy. I say decoy.
Deagle and Decoy.
The first one is Deagle.
Yeah, and 5-1 is like one of the heavy guns, right? I don't know what's called.
Yeah.
Is it like the ones with a lot of bullets?
I think M249, maybe?
I think it's Deagle because Glock, dualies, P250, Tech 9, Deagle. So
yeah. No, that's true.
So if this is heavy, then it's Nova.
Deagle, and then Nova. Final answer.
I think it's the Deagle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Kevlar 1.
That's it. Final answer.
So I would say Max 7.
Okay, Max 7.
Plus a kit.
Yeah, probably kit. And 6.5.
It's a smoke, no?
Yeah, that's smoke.
Okay, let's try that. Max 7 plus kit plus smoke grenade.
The first one is just like a shotgun.
Yeah, it's XM.
And 5-4.
I think it's Luth or a kit.
Yeah, probably one of those two.
I will go with kit.
And then 6-5.
I think it's a nade.
Okay, which one?
I would go with Molotov or incendiary.
The first one was the also shotgun, right?
Yeah, XM, kit, and incendiary.
I didn't even know there was a 6. I'm gonna keep it a $150, brother.
Man.
If muscle memory serve me right, I'm pretty sure this is Mag 7.
Mag 7, you want to say kit?
This gotta be kit, dude, surely.
What if this is a nade, bro?
Oh, I think you're right.
I feel like Molly's at the end, bro.
Alright, so Mag 7, kit, Molly.
Maybe the Mag 7?
And then 5-4, we got a diffuse.
6-5.
I smoke? Or no, Molotov?
Yeah, it can be Molotov.
So we have a Mag 7, a diffuse kit.
The Molotov.
That's a throw by.
An unbelievable comeback that almost paid off. After a first half that looked like daylight robbery for Heroic, their Danish rivals swung back with a monster CT side of their own, but double overtime truly came up for Cadian's camp. So many narratives, Maniac. I feel like I'm reading Ulysses in this one. How on earth did Heroic manage to round that out in their favor?
What did we just witness? What the hell did we just witness? What the F was this game? Look, the first few 20 rounds, I feel like, fit our narrative beautifully. We were on track, we were on point. We said, hey, Astralis picking Ancient. Man, the T-side is going to be complicated. Heroic's defense, we know, is a signature strength for them. Boom, they shut down Astralis. It's 14-3. I'm already taking my notes. I'm moving on to the next map. I'm getting ready. And suddenly the comeback begins. And every single round makes it more fantastic than the one previous.
No one, absolutely no one could have seen this one come for Astralis. The fact that you're able to fight back down 3-14 against a team like Heroic. Sure thing, you look at the round distribution right here, and we can argue that CT side Ancient right now is a very strong side, but you even saw it into overtime, right? It was going back and forth, and Heroic also managed to win a lot of T rounds in overtime. So I wouldn't necessarily blame it on the map and the outlier, as I see a certain of people are doing right now. That was just fantastic Counter-Strike from Astralis, and fantastic Counter-Strike from some of the players that we didn't anticipate would show up on the server. We talked about Blame F. There was no way Astralis would win without Blame F playing well. Well, they almost did it, right? The support cast of Astralis were the driving force behind this comeback, and Glaive in particular. I gotta mention it. 9 for 11 in opening duels. The AWP on the CT side, taking charge, calling a good game as well on the CT side. The man, he can do it all.
It was kind of exemplifying the narrative that we had at points during the showdown as well, Glaive, you know, putting everybody in his back and carrying them forward, particularly in that first half, obviously not many rounds going in the favor of Astralis. He was kind of the sole individual showing up, but of course the narrative does change as we move on through the map, actually.
Yes, it has changed. I almost feel like the final numbers don't do justice to what Glaive was able to do in this game. I know they go out with an L. I know they unfortunately couldn't go to the finish line on Ancient, and the stats kind of leveled out towards the very end, but as you rightfully mentioned, Glaive was the first one to actually resist against Heroic. He was the first one to go out there, to make a play, to make the difference. He did it with the AWP time and time again. He found multi-kills in situation where, honestly, from an AWPer, he's only got the game sense. I don't think Glaive has got the flick ability, or Glaive is by no way of imagination a Monacy with AWP. But because he knows where to be and where to aim and how to move around the map, he finds impact, which I think is insane.
I respect it so much. I respect it so much when an in-game leader is taking responsibility on the server. We talk about it often, right? You want to lead by example. We saw it from the get-go. Ever since Config is out of this lineup, he used to be the secondary op. There was never no question who would pick up that role. Of course, that's Glaive going in first on the CT side. We saw it in the Dust 2 game as well against EF, where he was charging it up and finding opening kills and putting himself on the spot. I absolutely love when an in-game leader is taking responsibility and leading by example.
It might sound kind of weird that we're praising some Astralis players. I'm going to throw another name into the mix very shortly, but we do have to give them the praise when they're down with such a deficit. As you were prefacing coming into this match, they took the words right out of your mouth. The fact that Astralis starting on the T side, minus Config, the most aggressive player, the player that we know is super comfortable and ancient. We knew it was going to spell hard truths for them, and it really did. Maybe even harder than we thought it was going to be in that first half.
They didn't really have the weapons to go through the defense of Heroic. We know that the defense is the strongest side of Heroic, and I think Glaive tried his absolute best. I think once we got to overtime and all of the IGLs had kind of felt each other and they knew how they wanted to play, they both came up with great ideas and great plan, but from the get-go it was very complicated for Astralis. I need to put it out there. This was probably one of the worst BlameF performance that I have personally witnessed. And this is in itself a compliment because I've never really seen him being so out of the rhythm. He's had so many questionable decisions in this game, so many times where he would take duels he didn't have to, or he would be a good second and a half late on a duel and just offer his life in what was an attempt of trade. Had BlameF played close to 70-80% of his level, I think Astralis just ran away with it. There is no questions. But he missed that game completely.
I fully agree, but there was a guy making up for the lack of BlameF on the server, and that was probably the most unlike hero of them all, the man on the screen right here, Mr. the Astralis Talent guy, who, by all means, even in the WePlay Academy League, when he was playing in Astralis Talent, sure, he was showing, glimpses of what potentially could be in the future, but he wasn't a star in Astralis Talent, and he's coming in the most important game he's probably played in his entire career, and he did one hell of a job. Sure, the lack of config is evident on the server, especially on the T side, but he tried everything he could, and he was even out there, leading the front. He was involved in second most opening duel throughout the entire game, won 7 for 10, and for a guy like Mr. to do that against such a well-structured team like Heroic, kudos to him for that. Yeah, huge stuff from him as well. I mean, aside from what he was delivering on the server, we have access to his webcams. Obviously, we see them in the highlights as well. This is probably the absolute game of his darn career. Like, he is so hyped in these moments. Obviously, unfortunate for Astralis not being able to close this one out. We do obviously have to talk about the victors of this one, but before we do dive into that in-depth analysis, let's get the winning moment from Heroic.
Jeg holder backside.
Nice.
Gå op CC. Gå ud. Rammer.
Ja!
Nice. Styrke! Sådan!
Kom nu lidt til.
Det var også lige op til sidste 2 runder, der fik.
Classic Canadian screams coming out there. Man, that guy is pissed. And you know what? For good reason. That was an absolute marathon. That they were literally 4 rounds away from winning coming out of that first half. So what do you kind of epitomize as the narrative for Heroic in this one?
I think the focus should be on how Heroic did not get in their own heads, because I think they had all the reasons in the world to liquefy and disappear from this game. When you go up to 14-3 scoreline and then you let Glaive and Astralis get back, crawl back into this game, it must sneak up in your mind that, oh my God, we are actually throwing this game. We're actually choking. That's what's happening. We have the pressure and we somehow cannot beat these guys. It's impossible. And yet, and this is where I praise Cadian, I thought that once they hit the overtime mark, they started being way more on point, way more decisive. I thought the way they handled rounds was much better. And in itself, I think is a feat that we should be impressed with.
I agree. I think Cadian summarized it pretty well in this clip, saying, great mental fortitude. Yeah. They were fighting against Astralis. The internal rivalry. We talked about it coming into the game, the hatred between Cadian and Glaive. Glaive having a fantastic game on the side of Astralis. It would be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare for Cadian to lose a map like this. So you could sense and you could hear how important it was for him to win it. And I agree, the Heroic players once again showing us that the mental capacity within that team is at a very high level. They've been there so many times before, not only against teams like Astralis, but time and time again against Na'Vi, right? They were the one team for a long, long period that was the only one who could actually pressure Na'Vi when they were unbeatable.
It would have been so hurtful for Heroic to actually drop this map. Disregarding the fact that this was Astralis' pick, and I know we're moving on to Nuke, which is a safer guard for Heroic, this would have been so damaging to be 14-3 up and then allow your opponents to come back against you and lose that game. Because I think at that point, it doesn't matter if it's a map pick or not. I think emotionally speaking, it's such a loaded event. It's such a weird thing. It's such a memeable loss. Would have been such a memeable loss. That good for them. Good for them to have been able to sustain that comeback from Astralis.
And it's the multi-prong attack that, you know, arguably keeps on going throughout the map as well. We talk about the Men of Fortitude, but the fact that every single player can stay in as well. I want to throw Tez's name into the mix. Not necessarily, you know, the star we're looking for, but really showed up in terms of the fragging ability on this map.
It builds into what we talked about coming into the game, that Astralis obviously have one star in Blame F, and then the support cast more often than not are not showing up. Whereas for Heroic, sure, Down in this game didn't have the best game ever, but then it's just Tez's bringing up the range. We had Yabi as well playing well. You can mention every single Heroic player, I guess apart from Shush, who didn't have the best individual performance, but again, you have 4 players performing at a relatively high level, and at the end of the day, that's what edges it out against a team like Astralis. So having such a homogeneous team like Heroic are, it must be a joy for KDM.
I like the fact that you mentioned Shush. It's true, he didn't have a great game. I think overall his impact has been good enough, but you see some of the key entries on the A side towards the end, it's actually Shush. It's actually Shush who's coming out of A side, getting Glaive caught off guard with his smoke in his hand. It's him getting Zipnix as well on top with the MP9. So when your worst player, who is completely in the middle of a no man's land right now, can still step up and have that impact, that's where you have a well-rounded roster.
Matthew, as you mentioned, obviously Heroic's pick of Nuke coming up next. How are you feeling then about maybe Astralis entering this ground? We talked about, you know, Mr. not having the greatest stats, perhaps, you know, a tactical pick from Heroic coming into things. What are your thoughts?
I'm afraid this will be it for Astralis. I'm afraid that Ancient was the one shot they had in the cannon here for Astralis. It's going to hurt Astralis as well, not winning after coming back from such a huge deficit. The reason why I think Heroic is going to win here is that they are the most proactive team in the entire world playing the CT side and the T side on Nuke. They're going to stress Astralis to the bone, and we talked about it. Mr. as a stand-in for Astralis, I don't think they can withstand the pressure that is coming from Heroic. Look out for it, because they will always, always, always be on the move.
Yeah, we're going to see if Astralis have the mental fortitude to match Heroic that we just saw going down in the first map of Ancient, but it's going to be a taller task because it is their regional rivals pick coming into things. It's going to be Nuke going down with Anders and Maui. You don't want to miss it.
crazy adventure on Ancient, but it's all over and done with. Heroic end up winning it in double OT, and that means now we're going to head into Nuke. The odds now way heavily favoring Heroic. It is their map pick, and, you know, even in spite of a real struggle there, the fact that they win it, you've got to give it to them.
We saw them withstand the storm that was Astralis coming back there.
Yeah.
Felt like there was every reason that Glaive was going to pull off a miracle, but Cadian, he made sure that it didn't happen. They put so much pressure on themselves in this game.
They
Heroic.
really do.
You could see it. They were up 14-3, and yet that went to double overtime. And it sometimes takes that mental reset. But we're gonna see now if Heroic are able to keep that momentum. They felt like a different team in the first half. In overtime, they were better, but we've also seen their floor in this tournament.
Yeah, there's some weakness, right? And obviously one of the key players for Astralis and BlameF kind of went missing. If that changes now, then it could be a different story once again. We're going to find out. Astralis on the CT side, Heroic on the T side, and Cadian run and go. What? The map starts with a knife kill from Mister? He's lost his marbles. He's just gone crazy. I don't even know how that happened.
It's got to be in the vent.
Yeah, probably. Oh my god, yeah. That is the most likely scenario. Cadian sneaking in, he sees the gun barrel, and he's going to execute Farley. 4-on-4 as they take down Glaive, they claim the bomb site, and it's going to be a quick bomb plant.
Yeah, this is nice from Heroic to bring it back. Oh, this is so awkward now for Mr. How does he recover that fight? Okay. 3 versus 3. This is now possible. And Cadian, he might be going right into BlameF.
Oh,
you don't want to activate this guy.
Yeah. Dualies are coming out. They know Shush is in the corner. It's all on him. Dualies are out. Mister is a bullet away from death, but on! He finds the headshot. He gets a quad kill, and he is right on that bomb plant.
Mister is putting a stamp on this game. This might be the Mister game. We haven't seen him from him in the Showdown just yet. But if there's any time for him to come alive, if it's in this series that matters the most, you have to believe.
He looks like a sweet kid, but
and he's laughing the whole time.
Oh my god.
Oh wow. Brutal.
I can't remember the last time that I have seen. When's the last time we saw a pistol round open? Remember, this is the qualifying for the fall finals. There's a lot on the line right now, and it starts with a knife kill.
It's rare. It's a rarity. But this is a game that deserves it. It's been entertaining thus far. Looks like it might keep up the pace. Okay, BlameF chimes in with a couple. Tess is playing right around that corner of the smoke, taking down Glaive, and this is looking pretty tough for Heroic in this one, despite the frag that they were able to find. Mister is just running around with dualies. Okay, this guy, he's feeling himself. He's really feeling himself in a game of such huge proportions.
Yeah, should be way out of his depth, but somehow he isn't.
This is where so many rookies shy away from the moment. They don't want to make mistakes. They want to just make sure that they're not messing everything up. But he has stepped up today.
Now, obviously, BlameF playing outside on this map is something that could be that obviously Heroic know about, but they have to really respect because he is such a lethal player out there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We didn't get too much of BlameF on Ancient. Felt like there was an opportunity to bring himself back into the game, but Maniac talked about it. It seemed like the decision making, the shots, nothing was really rolling for BlameF there. But there's a chance for a redemption. It would start here on Nuke. And Heroic, a haphazard buy for themselves. Don't have too much utility to work with, but they are keeping a couple of nades. It does indicate a possible A finish where they will be testing Mister. He's found himself on fire. This kid has been untouchable in this series, and it's going to be a big test right here.
Attempted flash, but there's a Molotov on top. It'll slow them down. No, not at all. They actually go straight for it. I thought that would have maybe given them more trouble. Sip and Glaive with a kill each, but Yabi showing up at the right time there with the Galil. So it's still favoring the T side. Nice little throw of the grenade. Going to be setting up the smoke, make it a little bit easier for himself, perhaps. And that makes sense to switch it out for the M4A1. Farley really trying to get this opening here. BlameF coming in on the other side, and it's almost the kill they needed, but now BlameF is in a lot of trouble. No bomb plant yet, but it is happening now, and I don't know if it's worth going for this one. If they would have had the kill and it was 1-on-2, maybe it's a little bit different. But that AWP is up on heaven.
Thought he would have just gone for the AWP, actually, but just wants to make sure everything's clear. No, he's just going to keep the M4 into the next round. Yeah, Mr. there throwing the deep Molotov instead of the close one. It's one of those little details where it felt like in some ways he was going to beat those T's actually with it. It felt like he might have thrown it early enough, but they were able to run in only taking 1-2 damage.
Yeah.
I think Yabby actually took his 3 from it. That might have been it, but either way, you just need to throw it right at the mouth of that hut. Not get too greedy with its position. So that is a bit of a mistake, I would say, for Mr. Something to iron out for the future.
Check out Twitter in the meantime. You can vote over for your MVP. That's pretty cool to get involved with. It's gonna be really hard to choose at this point in time in the game, but you can. So definitely go check it out. 2-1 as the starting scoreline right now. Heroic, way better on the rifle situation at the moment. They got that one M4 saved on BlameF, and he is out here. See if we've oversold his abilities in the yard. I still think he is one of the most dangerous players out here in this position. Just seems to be a place that he feels very much at home, although he's fallen real far back at the moment.
Oh, that's an interesting play, actually. Heroic just mollied right behind Stown as he makes his way down secret. That might play with the timings a little bit. In fact, actually, what they were hoping was a re-aggress.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was going to just punish anybody if they pushed around that corner. We're getting a lobby crunch coming out from Astralis. BlameF checking, but doesn't seem like they want to fully clear it. Astralis didn't... They might regret that later. Not fully clearing out the lobby gives Yabby an opportunity to strike later in the round. But Tessis, he's already making his way up heaven. Oh, that's an audible cue right there.
Yeah. Question is if you could turn it into something interesting now. You've already made the noise, so they're going to definitely know. 45 seconds. Of course, without the weapons, it still might not matter. They just might not have the firepower. BlameF is close by, but everyone else is starting to fall slowly but surely. To get that kill too. So, good cleanup. The audio slip didn't really cost them anything. And it's definitely going to be a tied scoreline. Yep, 2-2. Okay. Good little shot. Throwing it down to the teammate.
Might have been in the air. Not going to rule that out entirely. Let's see if BlameF can keep himself alive. Okay. Finds one more. Seems like BlameF just kind of wants to warm himself up a little bit, though, in this game. It wouldn't really hurt. Just such an uncharacteristic performance on Ancient. Like you said already, he has such an instrumental spot on this map fighting for outside control. You know that Heroic want that space, too. They're not a team that's just going to rely completely on A-exec after A-exec. They have a pretty deep playbook. They have a lot of options. They like to make sure that they use the entirety of the map when they're fighting. But Astralis, I mean, they used their first timeout in overtime, I think it was, last game. But they're a little quicker on the trigger this time around.
Yeah, it makes sense. Once you're down a map, and especially given just I can't even imagine the emotional roller coaster it is getting into overtime, and then getting into double overtime, and then ultimately losing. I'm sure they want to be off to a nice start here on Nuke. If they start to spiral the other way, then mentally, it probably is very hard to keep it up. So we'll see. AWP out on Cadian. There's one on Farlig as well. And quick opening. He blows up Glaive. That is a nice start to the round here for Heroic. Look at this cross.
Yeah, they're already down, and there's no defender from Astralis that's here.
But it might be a 4-man safe if they keep going like this.
I think it's got to be. I don't see any way you can justify going back in for this one. BlameF, he's going to test the waters here. He's going to look for maybe one more duel, but can expect to disengage after that. That's got to be it for the round.
They disengaged for him.
Oh, what is this from Zipnix? Okay.
No.
Okay, he finds a return kill, pushing through the smoke right there. Still, they are locked out of this round. There's very little opportunity for Astralis, and instead of the 4-man save, it does look like it'll be the 3-man. They'll keep Farlig's up into the upcoming round, but yeah, it was a great opener from Katie, and he doesn't even blow the door open, he just straight up presses E.
Katie might get his parting kill, he will. Farlig is out of it. Tough round right here. It does feel a little bit rough to call a 4-man save because it just feels like you give up a round without even really trying. But honestly, it's cost them so much, the fact that they went for it now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit rough. Oh.
All right.
Well,
Bomb helping out Sip a little bit.
In terms of the ends, kill has been found, but yep, that's the opener. That was almost a collateral kill, by the way. Yeah, it was very close. And just such pace for Heroic to get down secret there. The cross smokes, along with that opening frag, made things very difficult to wrap around for Astralis. They probably just lost track of Heroic's positioning there, hence why BlameF felt like that opportunity was afforded to him. But not the case, and now this becomes pretty rough for Astralis. 2 rifles, a couple upgraded pistols, and Heroic, they've just felt so thorough in the last couple rounds here.
Yeah, they have. You can tell that their confidence is not lacking at the moment. I think Cadian was screaming at one point at the end of that. Saw a little clip on the desk. Raw mental fortitude or raw mental strength. That's a little bit of a battle cry. I mean, you probably do feel that way if you win a game in double OT like that. That you manage to keep your cool. Round number 6.
Yeah,
putting a little bit of pressure on the A side.
Yeah, that last map victory for Heroic, it's just one of those ones where everybody's heart was beating so fast. Especially in the second half when they were losing. You could see that Heroic were stumbling, they weren't making characteristic plays, they were finding ways to lose advantages, and Astralis started to begin to believe, but for Heroic to actually finish it out on Ancient takes a huge weight off their shoulders because they know they should have had it. It's just that it took a little longer than it should have, at least in their eyes. And for a young team like Heroic, I mean, we've seen them falter before, where they've had these difficulties.
Sure.
Especially in big moments, like at the fall finals last year, like actually at the Stockholm Major. They've had these games where it feels like they should be winning them, but there's these collapses for them, and it takes time. It takes time. They haven't been completely blooded yet in the top tier high pressure games, but they're starting to get more and more experience, and as long as they're able to hold on to that and learn from it, then they're one of those teams that's just been hanging around the top 10 for so long now that they should just stay a consistent force. It's kind of similar to Cloud9, actually. They're just another team that the pieces are there, the style, the tactics, the strategy, even the individuals, but it's just doing it on the big stages.
Yeah, the only difference I would say is I always felt like Heroic's style is, or at least can be, super momentum-based, whereas Cloud9 is this much more, like, well thought out, like, way slower style. So I would always expect Cloud9 to be more consistent, but I mean they've proven themselves that that's not even true for them.
No.
So I guess we'll see. Heroic looking good right now. 4-2 in their favor. They beat the AWP. They're weary of the idea that BlameF could be out here because it is a classic move for him, but even the flashes don't stop him. He nearly gets that one on test. As a good nade right now would do it, but Farley doesn't have one. So 4-on-4, he's looking at the gap, and that might actually be the end of him. Cadian looking right over. Did he see him?
Oh, I mean, he did. It's just, did he actually notice it, or was it just us? Okay, that's it. That's a present from Farlig. Not expecting that play to come out. Glaive, wasn't quite ready for the fight. Otherwise, could have found the return. But now, again, Heroic, they're afforded so much space. They don't necessarily have a great contingency plan, though. It's 3 of their players down towards lower, and Mr. and Glaive, they're setting up a crossfire.
Oh, but Glaive gets caught trying to get down there. They're not ready for Mr. though, and he is absolutely on point with his M4. Big double. And now 40 seconds. He's going to go back. This is, again, a smart move. You've got this 2-on-2. If you stay fighting, your teammate can't really get there to help you out. Cadian looks like he's got Sip isolated, and he knows it. They're going to plant the bomb and just leave Sip down there. That's a really smart move from Heroic instead. 2 versus 2, but they know where Sip is. They kind of know where Mr. is as well, and Sip has got no way to get out. Mr., they could guess that he's wrapped around this way, so 1 versus 2. It does not look winnable at the moment for him at all.
No, he's not even going for it. Heroic actually did have a contingency plan there. They actually did send Cadian, or at least he sent himself into hell to give them an opportunity to fall back. And it worked out. That was well played from Heroic, using the man advantage to its fullest, making sure that even though they lost those 2 players in that crossfire between Glaive and Mr., mostly off of Mr.'s excellent aim, that they could... Oh, no.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Yabby was just on the hunt.
He was ready. So, ultimately, looked like a really, really good start to the round here for the Astralis side. Picking that up, but a slight misstep, or maybe a big misstep out there for Farley. That's unfortunate. Could be going down, so 5 in a row for Heroic. They are catching fire now, and they are starting to look really confident once again. Technical timeout.
Yep. 5 in a row for Heroic. It just really feels like there's a strong case that they're making for why they picked Nuke now. So thorough. So many different ways that they've gotten into these rounds. They've had A execs. They've had outside plays. There aren't too many things that have been working out for Astralis in this one.
True.
So this is where things get so interesting and actually fun if you're Cadian. When you have a couple plays that have already shown to have worked in the half, especially, we're not even halfway through the half, by the way. That was 7 rounds deep.
Yeah.
And they've won in multiple fashions on Nuke. Then it just creates this situation where your playbook is expanded. You have so many different ways that you're in the heads of your opponents already, and they're trying to play catch up to a game that now Cadian, he's just leading the charge. He's out in the front of the pack, and he's the one that can set the pace, set the tempo, and actually even just be a trailblazer for what comes next in this game.
Yeah, they've tested quite a few different defensive positions so far on the Astralis lineup, and have found they can actually win a bunch of places, which is, yeah, a lot to work with at the moment. I guess they haven't really hard tested the ramp yet, so maybe that's something that eventually Heroic could get to if they feel like they need. But other than that, yeah, you're right. Hut, Squeak, outside, it's all kind of the smoke walls have been working. They haven't been... BlameF hasn't been out there hunting for them in the way that maybe we would normally expect. So he has that 1 M4 in this round, and that's about it.
Oh, that's really interesting he has that, because nobody else on Astralis invested into this round. Oh, that could be a bit of a mispurchase, but it also means that he has a chance to find an opening kill, because Heroic, once again, attracted towards this outside yard. So if there's anybody that should have a weapon, it's the guy that's going to be defending that spot.
But there's 3 people out here now. Gonna get the timing on Stown. That's a good beginning. And if he can get his teammate out here, he might just be a magnet for the rest of Heroic to come fight him. Let's see.
Oh, they're all helping. Yeah, they're all here.
They are all going to be showing up. It's really good communication on the Astralis side. And if Heroic realize, they should leave this alone. If they understand what's happening, they should back on out of there and just say, you know what? Whatever. You stay out there. We'll take a bomb site.
Oh, yeah, but one misstep, and Mr. is going to find an easy headshot onto Yabby. He's just holding on to this position. And Heroic, this is actually the most confused they've looked so far.
Yeah.
Minute passed in the round, and they haven't really taken much of anything yet. Yabby, he spots that. Oh, no. These players are already waiting for you there. 3 versus 5 now. Shush, he's dinked by that M4 from BlameF. And Heroic, there's just no in on this round. They don't know where they want to go yet.
BlameF finding a headshot on Shush. They're getting picked apart. Stalled out in the yard just by 1 M4. BlameF finding a 3rd kill before he finally gets hunted down, but now TeSeS, there's absolutely no way here. 1 versus 4, and they're going to find him Glaive up from the high ground. They pick up the AWP. Could they get any more? Yep, 2 more AKs, and Glaive will find a 3rd AK. What a turnaround.
Now that is a round to win if you're Astralis. This felt like it was off the back of a misbuy. There isn't a great justification to buy the solo M4 or to bring it into this round, but... well, they make it work. Astralis, they're able to stop that streak from Heroic. And Heroic now have to be rethinking that outside control. It shouldn't be that easy to dismantle their push with a single rifle. That's what it took.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and see if they can put a little bit of pressure on Squeak this time, but it really felt like they just got so tunnel visioned in on BlameF out there. Mister's going to line up at least the 1. A little bit of spray through the smoke. Not connecting that much, but Glaive with a good headshot to drop TeSeS. Now they're down below, and Cadian catching Farley. They were trying to hunt him down. Cadian has the bomb, so he can go for a lightning-fast bomb plant here, but he's going to slow it down. He's waited to see if anyone from Astralis is going to try and hunt him, and there's a big gap there. Oh, man. Now it's just up to the mind games. Good timing on that peak, and Shush will take down Glaive. They already took Mr., and he's been playing on top of the hut, so they probably don't feel the need to check that. 2 on 2.
Zipnik's going in for that rotation towards A. Heroic, they're still deliberating over their want to go, and that leaves Shush vulnerable. So Cadian finds himself in the 1 versus 2. He only has a flash, and Xyp9x is actually very close on the ramp already.
I think Cadian knows that because I think you heard him running just a second ago, so I'm pretty sure that he has the right idea. Could get the headshot, but they're coming in on either side. Good spray, and now it's blamef versus Cadian. Can he clutch this round? He's trying to find it. Cadian will get the headshot. Great triple. 9 kills right now. It's only 3 deaths. That is a pretty good start for the captain of Heroic, and they're going to be up 6-3.
And Cadian gets it done at the end of the day. This was a lot of moving pieces for Heroic, and yet they're still able to put the puzzle together. Astralis, they had a chance to bring that back, but this was tough. That is a tough pill to swallow. Feels like if you have blamef versus Cadian in a one-on-one rifle duel, you're going to be siding with blamef 9 times out of 10, but that's that one, and Cadian seizes it.
Yeah, really good stuff. That's a 3-on-2 that they end up winning on the Heroic side. So obviously also really frustrating. Wow, opening here. Farlig on the other side, but again, shot through, and he's going to go down right afterwards. Glaive, way too many targets coming at him. To win that, he has to basically insta-headshot Shush before he's ready for the next one. They're low on health on the T side, but honestly, how do you even get into this?
Yeah, it seems nearly impossible as long as Stown keeps track of this angle right here. And he does. So that'll be a 7th for Heroic. Xyp9x was already out of this round. And yeah, this is what we were talking about. I mean, Heroic, they had some trouble outside a couple rounds ago, but they always had this A play in their back pocket, and that's enough for them to open things up. I'll say, I mean, we've seen some good stuff from Mr., especially on that last map on Ancient. I think he had a pretty good Dust 2 earlier in the Showdown too, but Nuke's a map where he's been a little bit shakier for them. So this is one where he's going to have to keep up that skill that he was showing on Ancient. If he's able to bring that forward, there just needs to be a pillar defender on that A site, because you can't get run over that easily.
And it's such a different bomb site to hold as opposed to holding the A bomb site on Ancient, which he was. Just on Nuke, there's like a million different things you have to think about. It just is a completely different game.
It's so much more straightforward holding A on Ancient.
Yeah.
Just a couple great pieces of cover. Very difficult for T-nades to even affect some of those places. And yet on Nuke, you're playing this game of timings, of trying to dodge every flash while still getting your gun out in time and trying to use your counter utility. It's much more complex. It's much more claustrophobic.
It's also a classic scenario on when you're holding Nuke on the CT side on the A bomb side here, is that there's going to be a Molotov landing on your feet, and if you pull out a smoke to put it out, you're going to get shot with a rifle. If you don't, you're fighting inside of the flames. It's like you have a split second. I mean, sometimes you'll even see CTs holding smokes almost preemptively when they hear the windows go out, because they just know, I have 1 second to do this, and then they're going to be on me. And if you're not ready for that pace, man, it's lights out.
Yeah, the CTs win in terms of positional options, but it's the Ts that win out in terms of the utility options. So
there's no cover for Stown. If he keeps walking, looked like Farlig was about to find him. He's right down there on the stairs. There we go. No flashes thrown, just an attempt. On the other hand, if Stown sneaks by like that with absolutely no one spotting him, that is also quite the achievement. Sip's going to be tested in the ramp and comes up short against Shush. So still a 4-on-4 here.
Okay, Mr. using some of that confidence that he built up from map number 1 to push out. This might be what Astralis need. They needed something to upset the balance of this round.
Huge question. Do you keep pushing, or are you just happy with this position right now?
Yeah, it's a tough call. And he's going to keep on pushing. It feels like he's reading what's going on. And unfortunately for him, there's a good chance that these A players just die, and then...
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh, what a shame. This can actually fall apart. They know no one's downstairs, so Mister's having the right read in terms of where he's walking, but unfortunately, because Glaive is alone on A, it's all for nothing.
Yeah.
That's from a positional point of view, that's an amazing play from Mister, but they just can't do anything with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, just pushing into ramp right there, Heroic knew this spot was compromised too from a reaggress from a B player. And if he had just actually wrapped back in, it's one of those things where you just never really know when you're in that situation. But it almost doubles up on the space that your CTs already had.
It really felt like Astralis put 2 people down in B when Mister was flanking, saying, if they come B, we're going to crush them because there's such a large flank. And no one ever thought, oh, but if they don't, then what? There's no plan B there, right?
And what he probably thought there if we want to give him some credit, is that TeSS was in lobby throwing a couple nades. That to him, he read that more than likely as just like a lurker that's just trying to offset or trying to fake. Like, that felt like a fake to him, whereas he thought the real play was probably actually going towards ramp.
Sure. And also, I mean, fair play to him in that sense, because almost all B executes on this map will have one T player that's playing Squeak or lobby.
Yeah, exactly.
So it makes sense.
It felt like a situation you've seen before. Just actually, Heroic were the ones that rewrote the script on it, having 2 push through ramp into heaven and having 2 still in lobby. It's an unusual sight, and you can understand his confusion in that situation.
8-3 though. Heroic are absolutely playing a great game right now on Nuke, as is to be expected. They've got the wall and the Molotovs and everything else outside. They really want to be testing it. BlameF is down on the stairs, and Zip is also down below. Yeah, I don't know. Are they worried about event drop? It feels like they have a lot of people down below again, and at least Zip for them. Oh, actually, BlameF is up there. I thought maybe he was down below, but he's all the way out in the garage. Makes a lot more sense now.
Heroic are finding so much mileage with these cross smokes. Usually you're going to just take spam damage. There's going to be a player in secret. Farlig played secret last round, and that might even be why Cadian decided to go for this. Zipnix with the jump spot. Got his own counter Molotov. I don't know if that molly's deep enough, actually. I think Zipnix can play around that, but Yabby, he's holding for the push. Mister is so sharp today, and he's able to take away that lobby presence. BlameF, 2 chiming in. 3 versus 5. They got to get BlameF out of here, but he holds on.
Really good stuff. So TeSS and Cadian, how do they bring it back? It was just basically a lost round, and maybe it still is. Farley going to be finding TeSS all on Cadian, looking for at least a bomb plant here. Oh, he's going to fake it out. Might want to try and do a bit of damage. Yeah, he really wants someone to come and peek him there. 25 seconds. He's back for it again, but the moment might have come and gone. Yeah, Glaive is going to be on the other side. Not going to allow him to play that game any longer. Finally, a 4th round on the side of Astralis.
Yeah, and with the money that Heroic have, no real shame for Cadian to try to actually play for the entire win right there, trying to get that kill in return. In fact, sometimes it might even be more valuable to find just one more kill than getting a bomb plant sometimes against a CT economy that's rather shaky.
Sure.
But just gonna say, I mean, BlameF, he's starting to heat up into this one. He's on 12 kills. He has the most frags in the server. It's not the sight you wanted for Heroic. The problem is that the rest of the gang on Astralis, they haven't really shown up in this one. The holds have been so shaky towards A.
Yeah, which is super unexpected. Definitely would have assumed that they could do a little bit more. Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
Chaos in the smoke. They have no idea.
Oh no.
Zip is in there, but is it going to even matter? They don't know. They find Farlig. Surely someone's going to be wondering, where is Zip? And he misses the shot. Do they realize yet? BlameF on the other side. They still don't know.
What?
I think the silencer meant they had no idea that someone was shooting at them. And now Mister's going to be taking down TeSS. I'm so confused. Everyone's confused right now. Abby and Stown still a 2-on-3. And Astralis need to take a deep breath. No bomb plant yet. The bomb is all the way up there. All right, they're going to find the kill, but I was going to say, just don't fight them in this 2-on-3. They're going to be able to win the round, but man, that's chaos.
That is so fortunate for Astralis, though. The one time they decide to play a 2-ramp setup, we see that Zipnix slips right through the smoke. They actually got the kill on, I think it was Farlig, might have died right here for Astralis. And then that makes this so powerful, because now they think ramp player's dead. They don't think twice about who's the name in the kill feed. And then the rotation is just already there for Astralis. All the comms were there. They knew precisely where everybody from Heroic was, so they were able to contain them so well. Even with Zipnix shooting those couple shots right there, there was just too much commotion. I'm sure the comms were going all over the place for Heroic as they were trying to breach.
Okay. Chance for Astralis to recover this. I mean, 5 rounds at least means they're still kind of competitive in this map. They're not getting wiped out. I remember on Ancient, obviously, the first half there was 12-3. And they still made it come back into overtime. So you got to think 5 rounds. It's something to work with. Be real impressive if they get up to 7 here. And they might be able to. Heroic don't have a lot of money to work with in this round.
Yeah, there's a real possibility Astralis can bring this one back. They have been a surprisingly strong nuke team with this lineup.
Although
very competent.
There's balance in the universe, then Heroic will in this round just to steal the one back that Astralis took earlier. Okay, well, not looking good for them here. Zip with a good spray. Wow, they get wiped out.
Yeah, that was clean. That was real nice. Good confidence builder for the side of Astralis there. getting themselves on a 6 without taking too much damage even. And so they begin to believe again.
Just a little bit. Round number 15, last of the half.
If you're Heroic, though, you got to be thinking your A hits have been so strong. There's got to be... I would be so shocked if there's not even a prod towards that side. Even a vent dive or something.
I was going to say the A combined with the ability to drop down vent and make those rounds work is just super impressive. So I guess we'll find out. Cadian up on Mini, going to be rolling straight down, and Blameth was not at all ready. That is such a cool move. Probably my favorite T execute on this map.
Oh yeah, this puts Astralis in such an awkward position. They've lost all eyes on outside. Mister, he's trying to find some information back. Farley gets one on the inside. And Cadian, he's found his time to strike. Takes down Mister from behind. 2 versus 4 now. Farley, he's trying to stand his ground, but it's not enough. Zipnik's the lone player. And he's made his way into lobby. This might be tricky, but every second longer he takes, Heroic are going to gain more and more awareness to this possibility.
Yeah, and they know his position. They know where he's normally playing, so they can probably guess that he's going to be coming from the lobby. Molotov into position. It's a good Molotov, but Yabby actually choosing a great route to escape. That's so clever. If he just goes to his right, he's probably going to get edged down by Sip. So still a 1 versus 3, and he is in a massive crossfire. There's even a gap there. Tessus will find him. 9-6 at the end of the half, and still a good lead for Heroic in the opening half of Nuke. We'll see if they can win it in a 2-0 fashion. It's coming up after the break.
Blast Premier events in Copenhagen is something very unique. The Danish Counter-Strike scene has been immense for many years.
It's really a view and an experience to treasure.
We have investors, we have people supporting all these teams. For them to be able to get into the Royal Arena and see what it's about, it's super important, you know.
I think the Blast Premier events in Royal Arena is obviously really good for Danish CS to put it on the map.
A tournament here that is so big and pretty prestigious. 10,000 people standing, looking at us, yelling and screaming.
Being here, experiencing it live is really cool. Whenever a bomb goes off, you can feel the flames.
Get them in the arena, make them see what it's all about. It's gonna turn so many heads and minds when they see that all these fans are here to watch some great Counter-Strike.
I'm here with my brother and my boyfriend and my colleagues, and it's amazing just to hang out here in the arena instead of just hanging out in front of the computer back home on the server.
Being here and experiencing it is something else entirely.
It's also going to inspire a lot of young people in Denmark to see their big idols go onto the stage.
Seeing mostly parents with their kids is just fantastic. It's just what we need. We need to push that CS is for everyone.
All the other games, they come, they go. Counter-Strike stays forever. Can't wait to see the Counter-Strike fans in the arena once more.
Here we are once again, 9-6 in the first half in favor of Heroic. We're on Nuke for the second map, and Astralis They're now on the T side. It was Heroic that picked this map. They won the first map on Ancient in double overtime against Astralis, so the pressure is definitely on. This is to try and qualify for the fall final, so you could bet you both teams desperately want to try and get there. Glaive setting up a really nerdy smoke. Is this for a mini?
I think it's a mini smoke, yeah. Through the right side window.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Looks like that means it's going to be an A exec coming out.
Let's see. Flash through the ceiling, and they're going to go for it. Oh, good bit of damage at the start, but Yabi's back here, and he's getting a chance to get some shots out. What a brilliant headshot. He's running out of bullets, unfortunately. Still doing some good acrobatics to try and stay alive, and Cadian up from the heavens. All on Glaive now. 1 versus 3, and Town is down there. He was very quiet in the first half. He's got 6 kills now after getting a double in this one, but it doesn't matter. They're going to win the pistol, and that puts them at 10.
This has been a team effort for Heroic to get him here, to find the 10 rounds that they have so far on Nuke. And this felt like actually like a classic strat. This is not done with incredible pace. The molly is one that people figured out pretty early on once those windows moved. And Glaive just kind of rolled it back for that one. But a good defense from Heroic. You could see that they were very ready to dodge those flashes. Didn't feel like anybody was all too affected by them. And in some ways, that actually kind of felt like a must-win round, too. That's what's disappointing about this first Astralis. There's still a lot of game to be played, but letting Heroic up 11-6 on the CT side of their map pick, it's never a pretty sight. Glaive has pulled off some incredible feats, but this one, it is going to have to be a Herculean effort from him and the rest of the Astralis company.
Yeah, we're not, I mean, on Ancient at least, even in the first half, Glaive was going completely crazy. He was playing really well, even as they were losing 12-3 in the opening half, right?
Yeah.
So there was someone to rally behind. We're not seeing that right now. Somebody on this Astralis side will have to come alive in a huge way for this to even be possible at all. Cadian is having a good time out here, not fearing anything. There is a P250, but who cares? Shush, a little bit of redemption for him on this map.
This is one where it feels like Astralis are playing okay, but Heroic are playing great.
Yeah, true.
Not that we're seeing the best Heroic we've ever seen on Nuke, but it's really darn good, and Astralis just can't match it. There's just been too many strong plays coming out on their T side, and this has to be an attempt for Astralis, a strong one at that. And they've got great utility. Heroic, they're working with a couple bonus weapons, the 2 MP9s on Tessus and Shush. This is really as good a time as any to get back into this one.
Okay, fair bit of speed behind it here for Glaive, but he is worried about a flash or something coming through the smoke. The timing, it's not far off from Cadian. And Glaive has just decided on the other side, you know what, I'm going to wait it out. Actually, they'll find Cadian through the smoke. Oh, shit. How did he get that kill? Just through the smoke on Squeak, I guess?
Yeah. I think that has to be it. So, Glaive has snuck into Secret along with Mr. So this affords some opportunity for the rest of Astralis. The question always is now, how do you connect with these players? It usually is just as simple as a ramp conversion, but with a minute left, Glaive is going to actually try to suss this out, see if there's any defense towards this lower site, because Heroic have to give something up, and it actually looks like Heroic might be opting for a double trophy play, or double ramp play, that is. And that would make things very difficult for Astralis. In fact, this is just a great setup to run when you know that Secret is compromised.
Yeah, it's sick because, wait, unless they go all, but they can't really break up the windows. So I was going to say, they almost need these 2 players down below to help with the ramp.
They do. They do need them to help.
They're going to go for it. Now, this could be interesting. 25 seconds. If they come up the ramp behind, then there's going to be trouble. Sip with the opening, and they will look at Glaive. He's here to try and help out. Shush doing so much work, but he knew he was going to be in trouble there, and they catch Yabi coming down the ladder. It'll be a perfect round. That is a great read here. Stown in a 1 versus 2, though. He's going to be running for it, but Glaive will catch him in Astralis. I love everything about this round for them. That's so clever.
Yeah, for Glaive to actually go up back the ramp to try to support that. I mean, if he doesn't go there, that could have easily been a 3rd kill for that MP9 on top.
Yeah.
So that was very necessary. But also, this was just a competitive round. That's how I'd want to frame this. This was a really competitive round where Heroic were in the right setup that they needed to be in to try to stop Astralis. They read what the likely conversion was from the T side, They just couldn't find the kills. It was just a clean entry from Xyp9x. It's probably one of those difference makers in the round for him to get the kill on Acadian and then to follow up with that instant headshot onto TeSeS.
Man, if they don't get Glaive up the ramp, there's a chance that you have 2 people below, you have the B bomb site, but the bomb is never going to show up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And with sub 20 seconds running back up, it's doom. It's so hard. Okay. Well, Heroic were able to win against Heroic's bonus buy. And this buy is actually relatively similar in terms of quality. Shush relegated to the Deagle, and Cadian, that's the difference, though. He's got an op this time. And that's an odd smoke. That's not supposed to be there. I think Glaive recognizes that his opportunity or is not there to get down safely towards lower. So I think he'll turn himself into an outside lurk, which means it's probably going to be an A play coming out. And it does seem like they want to go for a door and hut pop with some sky nades.
Down and Yabi, I think, are playing on the inside. They don't have a lot of counter nades. Yabi does have a Molotov, so theoretically, if he gets the timing down right and they don't have a smoke to put it out, could be a pretty powerful way to stop that from happening. He's just now put it in as the other grenades were coming through the ceiling. So I guess good timing. TeSeS is going to be finding Glaive, but they've changed their minds. They've said, all right, we're going to fake the A-bomb site, run down below. Surely that's being heard. It is. And Cadian in a good position here. 15 seconds. The bomb lost for the minute. They need to pick that up and get that bomb planted right now. But Shush, he was waiting all along. He heard them stepping in the beginning. 7 seconds on the clock. And even if it's a 2-on-2, they can't get this bomb planted. Surely there's no way Gabby's not going to allow it. And that is the round 1. 12 on the side of Heroic. They had such great reads on what was happening, even as they faked that bomb site.
Yeah, that was really interesting from Astralis to try to go for the dry swing outside, down secret. It was an interesting attempt, but it also was heard from TeSeS. He heard all those footsteps as they had to run down at some point.
And you know, Shush, I'm pretty sure when they come down is actually playing on the opposite stairs over by Toxic.
Yeah.
And he probably could have stood around for some deagle shots, and he's like, nah, I'll wait.
Yes.
I'll keep myself secret, and then when you're in the bomb site, I'll open the door and shoot somebody.
One of the worst things you can do if you're in Shush's position is just take the fight too early or give it to them when they expect it.
Yeah.
And for the pressure to keep mounting every consecutive second that he's alive and that they don't know about his position, it gains value. It's like holding on to crypto as it's mooning. You just never sell until the last second. That's what he did. He chose the perfect time to sell.
Is that? I always did the opposite. Someone should have told me earlier, Maui.
Well, just learn from Shush next time. That's all I can say. This guy knows when to hold on, when to have the diamond hands, and when to get out.
12-7. Yeah, that was a really smartly played round. Again, for just having a deal as well, finding that impact. Cool to see. Because sometimes when you have a deal, you just say, okay, I'm just going to try and get a headshot out in yard. That's like the most obvious thing to try and do. But he was like, nah, I can win this on position alone. And he did.
Yes. Okay. Farley had some... He actually just had that gun from the previous round.
Yeah.
So, something to work with, but it's gone. Oh, goodbye.
Where did the gun go?
Yeah, it's going to be recovered by Blame F. But, I mean, nobody has armor from Astralis. There's no nades. It's really tough to see a way that they're able to find an in on this. TeSeS has kind of silently been doing very well for this map. Yeah, Ancient was a statement from him. This time around, he's just all of a sudden near the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was double OT, but he got 40 kills on Ancient.
Yeah.
And I think he had 30 in regulation, so still really crazy performance from him. Mr. Hero in a 1 versus 5 with a deagle. Smoke is going to be fading, and there's not much to do. TeSeS is finding a little bit more value from that MP9, and it's a 13. This is such a better scoreline than what Astralis was experiencing on Ancient, but it feels worse somehow. It feels like we're not seeing that's the same sort of roaring comeback in any way. It feels like slowly but surely Heroic are just making all the right moves.
Yeah, I think the side, the map, that all has to factor in here. It's obviously harder on the T side of Nuke to make this believable if you are Astralis. And so you just got to get it done. You really, there's so little to say in terms of, okay, well, they're getting another opening pick. So This could be a way in, and TeSGS actually tries to respond with a dry push. Now this is something for Astralis to work with. A gimmick to kick things off, but then a solid default to punish the re-aggro. And this has to be a conversion. For Astralis to get back in this game, you cannot let this one slip. This is paramount to their chances of extending the series.
Yeah, without a question. That ceiling nade stack, we've been seeing it more and more in recent weeks, and it's having a really, even if you don't outright get the kill like this time, just leaving one of the A defenders on 50 health or 30 health right at the start of the round is pretty great. Cadian back here. See, it looks like they're going to go and challenge him. They run back into Stown, and that catches him. They change their route, and it actually is a really good move. Cadian going to be gone, but even if he gets that shot, there should have been no chance here. Shush on his own, and that's really smart. It's almost like they baited Stown into that peak by just showing themselves to Cadian.
Yeah, that was a cool way to play it, actually, from Astralis. They're still making sure that it's a tough round for Heroic, even when they have a two-man advantage. There's that early nade stack from Zipnix and Glaive. Might have been a third person, too, but good hold from BlameF. Just holding the right A right there. I mean, if anybody knows how to lobby lurk well, probably BlameF. Rop's up there, too. Those are just guys to watch to make sure you're always getting an advantageous angle as you're holding a position that is frequently pushed upon by CTs. Oh no.
Yeah.
These smokes have not been consistent for Astralis. That is a very worrying sight because we've seen them mess up before. Oh. But what?
I don't understand it.
Glaive knows it better. All by design, perhaps.
Yeah, that makes you really wonder. Cadian also nearly getting hunted down. I'm so confused. Glaive is at least low on health. Still, a lot of time on the clock here, and a 4-5 for Astralis. I need to see that from Glaive's point of view. Could he see under it somehow? I don't even understand.
Yeah, okay, well, Heroic, they're going for a 4-man B stack. They really expect this conversion towards the lower bomb site, but TeSGS, he's hunting for some information. He's going to find it. That's a dead Zipnix, but there's nobody on this site to defend, so... I was
going to say, it still might just be an instant save.
Yeah, that's the saving grace for Astralis in this one. Even though they're actually being pinched from a couple different directions, there's just not the best positions for Heroic. Yeah, this is just a save.
Yeah, good call, though. I think this is really important to do. We saw Astralis in the first half try to retake in this kind of a 4-on-4, 4-on-5 situation and giving away a lot of rifles. Oh, they might still do that here. Heroic. That's almost mentally even worse when you've called a save, you're kind of already given up on the round, and then you still can't save the rifles. Mister on the hunt. Good double for him. He's again up to 18. Playing really well. TeSGS and Shush trying to see if they can hold on to the rest.
Hard to actually keep going for Astralis. Okay, Farlig really wanted to get that op. That's okay. That's okay. It makes sense, actually. But a cool mid-round from Glaive right there. Actually, his mid-rounding has been really good. That's something I got to put forward. They went for some secret control before, and there we see it from Glaive's angle. Just spotted the foot of Stown, the ankle, and this time around, instead of going for the ramp hit, which almost was read by Heroic last time, he just sends everybody up towards A, and we can see that Heroic, again, make a really strong rotation, but this is going to be a pretty fast play for BlameF. Oh, taken down by one of the few premium rifles still held onto by Heroic, though.
Yeah, fast. Maybe a little bit too fast. Cadian going to find one with the AWP, and now you've got to be really careful. If you lose another one to him here, they're going to find TeSGS outside instead. That's much better. 3 versus 3. Shush hunting it down. Running 5-7. And it's going to be far late to hit the ground. Now a 2-on-3 in favor of Heroic. And a real heart-stopping moment here for Astralis. If they screw this up, it's going to be a nightmare. Mister is being found in Glaive. How would he ever suspect this? He's got no idea. Stown's already spotted just the back of him. And he is surely dead.
And he's second now. Yeah, Glaive not long for this world. Great push, great crunch from Heroic. Stown able to finish it off right there. But things just got a little bit too hectic for Astralis right there. They were trying to move into a quick default, trying to get some great positioning early on, but they were stopped. They were going for this fast play for BlameF. They were trying to set him up. But at the same time, Heroic, they got aggressive in multiple different directions. And you could see that just because Astralis were pushing themselves in one direction, it's almost like the rubber band snapped back.
Yeah.
And Heroic just slapped them right in the face. As soon as they tried to find their bearings in that round after that initial Blame F death, it was too late, and Heroic were already pushing them in from every side.
20 kills on Tessus and Shush and 21 on Cadian. That's a pretty formidable trio to be up against. Real hard to stop at the moment, and you could see it on the scoreboard. 14-9 right now. Heroic 2 rounds away from booking a ticket into the fall finals. That's quite something.
Yeah. This could be a redemption for Heroic, where last time around at the fall finals, they were sent home by this Astralis core. It was, in some ways, one of the more humiliating defeats we've seen in the last year, the way that one broke down.
Yeah, it's part of a long and spicy rivalry in some sense.
Yes, it is. Probably my favorite rivalry in CSGO today.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right now. Oh, here we go. Glaive with the opening, taking down Shush. They're fighting back, and this is where they need. If they want one last stand, then it's definitely going to have to be right now. Bomb is going down, but look at the retake is starting even as the bomb is being planted. Tess is at least getting the kill on Mister, and the bomb delayed behind it. They did not want to keep planting that bomb.
Yeah, it's still not down. This utility, it's just slowing. It's impeding the progress of Astralis.
Finally on the flank.
Yeah, that could be everything. That could be the trick up Astralis' sleeve in this one. It's going to be very tough for Heroic to actually make a solid push. If Farlig is right there, just has to pick the right time.
Yeah. And Yabby's really wondering. He's thinking there's something really suspicious about... Yep, he's right about it. Great, smart read.
Oh no, this becomes now doable for Heroic.
It does become doable.
Yeah.
They don't have any more nades, but the Molotov will really slow him down. I don't know, they still might feel like this is worth doing. There is another Molotov on Blame F, so they need a kill right now for this retake to even start to make sense. And there it is, down with the opening headshot. They gotta be careful. Sip takes down one more, but the bomb is ticked so far. And the AWP is gone, and so is the round. 10 on the side of Astralis. Down is gonna try and make it expensive. Glaive might go up to the bomb, but he doesn't. Nice catch.
Yep. Landing right on the ladder to make sure he doesn't take that extra fall damage. And it was necessary. I think that bomb would have actually got him if he stayed on the roof right there. This was a round for Astralis where they were under more pressure than they would have expected. The A exec worked out fantastically. They got onto the bomb site, but just all that utility slowly peppering in from Heroic. Those little attempts, those little jabs, and it almost all came crumbling down for Astralis, but they were able to hold on even with Farlig's flank, finding no value whatsoever. In fact, it was negative value in the fact that he gave up that man advantage.
And it's also when the game slows down that much, that kind of a flank almost becomes a little bit too obvious, right? The enemy team is thinking that this is so suspicious. No bomb plant, and it's been 10 seconds. They're up to something. Ooh, Cadian finding a little bit of value out there in Stown. He can't escape this position, but he's already got one kill. Yeah, he's worried about that.
No way.
He's so accurate, though. What an amazing find. Look at him just peeking all over the place. Now they're just trying to find him, but now Shush has shown up to try and help out. Oh, man. He took all the attention and 3 of the kills with him, 15-10.
That is brutal. Astralis had every reason to win that round. That was more or less it was a force buy from Heroic, but they only had a couple of rifles in the mix, and yet they just imposed themselves. This Heroic team feels so emboldened by the fact that they know the player quality is so high. They're playing with more firepower, and that's anytime that's brought up, anytime that's mentioned, people sometimes roll their eyes at it, but that's what it allows you to do. It allows you to get in the faces of your opponent and just say that we can win more duels than you will.
Yeah, in a completely even fight, if you have the better position, you should win, but sometimes on the Heroic side, even being sort of wedged up against the wall, you could get shot up from above, you could get pop flashed and everything else, but mechanically, just absolutely outperforming Astralis in that round was what Stan was doing. And I mean, he's not had the most explosive game, but for a good while there, people were calling him the best player in Denmark. Now, I think at the moment, Blamef might be still be kind of leading the board on that one, but obviously...
I'd love to hear the desk's opinion on it after this game. I want to hear
a hard conversation.
I want to hear what Maniac and Pimp have to say, especially Pimp. I know he wants to try to hold on to that title.
Yeah, I can't. It's hard to argue against Down. He's a super talented player, so I'm not going to get in the middle of that right now. Tech9s, 4 of them out, and I'm at 10 on Glaive. This is for Astralis. They need 5 in a row to try and play a little bit more overtime, try and see if they can stay in it. Shush already letting a lot of people past. It's all-out chaos. This is madness happening on the A-bomb side. Kaden pushing through the smoke to take down Blamef, and that allows some space. Finally got his own. He's going to go down. Heroic. They will make it to the fall finals, taking down Astralis. And this rivalry continues. Oh, man.
That's a good one, and it's for bragging rights at that. You can see the smiles on the heroic faces. Katie and Glaive, they both talked about it before this game, that this one meant a lot. To punch a ticket in the fall finals, Heroic, they gotta be happy about that. They withstood that incredible comeback on Ancient, and they just look like the better team overall on Nuke.
Yeah, they did. Test it to the maximum for sure, and a lot of mental strength required. We do have the desk ready for a breakdown, so take it away.
Yeah, not only the victors of a regional rivalry, but the victors here of the European Blast Premier Showdown. Heroic will be cementing their spots at the full finals. And also, Jacob, the sole Danish representatives across the board in potentially what will be the Royal Arena.
Yeah, this one meant a lot. It's meant a lot to Heroic, meant a lot to Cadian and the boys. They get inside potentially Royal Arena. At least they get a chance to get in front of that Danish crowd as the sole Danish team, right? Astralis is no longer going to be there. And we all remember what happened last year when Astralis took the stage against Heroic. It almost felt like Heroic weren't playing on home turf. That will not happen if they were to make it inside the Royal Arena this time around.
I surely hope they're going to have the crowd with them this time around. This was a deserved victory for Heroic, let's be honest. I maintain that they won that series on Ancient. We always knew that moving to Nuke, they would have the better gameplay, they would have the better strat book, and the individuals to shine through. Hats off to Cadian. I think he individually played an extremely strong series, not only individually, but with the strength of the T side on Nuke as well. That's a double dip right here.
Yeah, we look back to that initial first half, and just unfortunately for Astralis, struggles City coming off, you know, what was an absolute marathon first map on their pick of Ancient. Just saw the initial struggles, but obviously Heroic really just looking more dominant on the Danish side.
Yeah, it's hard to argue. Heroic, they pulled off a great T side. From more or less the beginning, they were controlling the game. Sure, Astralis winning the pistol, getting off to a good start. That was nice, but you and I, we even saw it in the green room, or outside actually, where Shush just had to hit one bullet on towards, I think it was Mr. with 7 HP. So even from the beginning, I felt like every time Astralis had to win around, it was by the tooth of the nails, whereas whenever Heroic won around, it seemed like it was just a walk in the park.
No, I agree with you. I just think Cadian is really good at taking space, and Astralis were struggling to rotate, and I thought they were always one step behind, like 1 second behind. You'd see anytime there would be any trades happening outside, someone would go into heaven, someone would take the map control over secret. And then as a result, you put a lot of strain and pressure on the defense, and you basically force them to spontaneously react correctly. And we both know that with Mr. here, it's not like they have a wealth of experience together, and they would be cracks in the defense, and I think Heroic abused them.
Yeah, let's go back to that first half, because as you were rightly saying, Jacob, the fact that any rounds that Astralis won, they really, really had to work for them.
I mean, you win the pistol round and you win the round here in the eco player that I want to show you, and you still only get away with 6 rounds on the CT side. That tells quite the story. We start out right. It's already a good streak of rounds for Heroic, 5 in a row. The logo is on fire. Blamef, the sole weapon in the round, starts off getting a kill, and that's nice for Astralis, very nice. But look at this little detail. 2 players from Astralis, Siblings and his teammates, silent jumps down towards the bomb side. Yappy has no idea, completely getting caught off guard, and that will spin out of control for Heroic. So Astralis, they're winning this round. They're potentially buying a ticket back into the game, but that's my whole point, and that's why I wanted to show this clip. Not only did they win the pistol and convert, not only did they win a force buy like this, which they weren't meant to me, and they still only got 6 rounds on the CT side of Nuke. They were nowhere near Heroic. 16-9, 16-10 as it was in this game. It wasn't even justified on the scoreboard. This was Heroic from start to finish, and Astralis never made it close.
Well, a strange little move from Yabi to get out of HUD in this round as well. I mean, there've been a couple of mistakes here and there. He got curious a little bit, got punished, but it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't consequential for Heroic.
Yeah, just a testament to the huge strength there, looking on the Heroic side there. And of course, we do want to put some individual names under the spotlight. But I love that throughout this entire Showdown run, the side of Heroic, we've mentioned pretty much every single name, and it just goes back to what we were saying about it being, you know, not just a 1-2, it's often a 5-pronged attack from Heroic.
I feel like we always do that, right? We always talk about Heroic as the team that is very homogenous, and then you have Stown as the star player, Stown as the X factor. He wasn't needed today whatsoever. He wasn't a star player. He wasn't the guy making the difference. Again, it is Cadian leading the team. Again, it's the team with a big T, I guess. Heroic as a unit is just such a strong core of players, and they've been together for quite some time now. The switching in of Yabi for refresh, still yet to see the full consequences of that, but it's getting better game by game.
The floor is high for Heroic, and that's why we can believe in them. That's why we can imagine them going to these playoffs, because we know that there is power all across the board. I mean, Yami might be at the end of the scoreboard, but he also had some eventful moments. So you have powers from left to right, from coast to coast.
Well, you mentioned the man himself. We do have Yabi on the line for our winners interview. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Huge congratulations. What is going through your head now for making it to the full finals for the first time?
It's a good feeling. Obviously, to win against Astralis is also really nice to get the derby. But yeah, I mean, I thought we were qualified for the Royal Arena, but not yet. Not yet. We have to win a few more.
Yeah, but you have to win a couple of games in order to get to play in front of the crowd. I don't know if you've ever been inside the Royal Arena during a tournament or during a game. Have you ever experienced yourself?
3 or 4 years ago, I think. I was there myself, but I mean, the guys told me about the experience, and it sounds good. Sounds fun.
And how much would it mean to you? Obviously, you're new into Heroic, and as we discussed, you haven't had the best start yet, but it's getting better and better. You're qualifying for the major as well. You're coming in as a legend team. How much would it mean for you to be in front of the Danish crowd and get to feel that experience?
I think the crowd is going to be with us now that Astralis is not there. So I mean, it could just be a sick experience to play in front of a crowd where, I mean, probably 80% is with us, and we're not a team like they hate. So that could be nice.
I'd say 95% of which.
Yabi, congratulations on the qualification, of course, for full finals. I want to talk about you a little bit. We sat together after Cologne, and that first event was a little bit complicated for you. Now we're a few months later. The major is around the corner. How comfortable do you feel, and how close to your full potential are you in Heroic?
I'm getting more and more comfortable. The Cologne was just like we played a lot of practice before that, so I could get used to the things, but it was just like getting me into the game and the things we were doing instead of like learning and trying to be better. And we have been doing that for some time now, and I'm doing better, and the team is doing better. And I mean, I can still do much better than I do. For example, this last game, we win a lot of good rounds, and yeah, I mean, I don't do a lot of things on the scoreboard, but I think I do a lot of things like talking from my lurk position and stuff like that you guys don't see. So, I mean, it's going good.
Don't worry, the scoreboard is not always telling the true story, but you tell me you could do much more. What could you do more? What are the areas where you feel like you're not delivering to the fullest right now?
I mean, my pistol rounds is bad sometimes, and some of the clutches I'm too stressed. I don't know. I'm just I'm not focused. I don't know what I'm doing, and just being more consistent in some of the decisions I take. Yeah, stop doing bad things against ego and stuff like that. All the small things, just consistently doing that good. It's just doing a huge difference.
Yabi, I do want to get game specific for a moment, because back on Ancient, obviously we saw that potential comeback coming from Astralis. Obviously, they didn't manage to pull it off, but on the desk, we were praising Heroic's, mental fortitude during those moments. Can you tell me what was going on inside the TeamSpeak, inside the server, to make sure you guys were keeping the cool and weren't letting them run away with it?
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about the things that were going wrong, and we were just keeping the hype up, talking just like saying nice to the stuff we did good in rounds where we lost, and just keeping the mood up so we don't like lose the head in the game. I think that's probably the most important thing we did, and then we just know that we can do better, and we want to do better, so we just took the game in our hand in overtime. I think we lost like 9 CT rounds in a row, and then the first OT we won 2 in a row. So yeah, that's obviously unlucky, but I mean, yeah, we have a good mental in the team.
Speaking about mentality, speaking about team, from the outside, it always felt like Heroic is like a wolf pack, right? From the outside, very tight-knit, close relationship. You being the latest member of this wolf pack, do you feel like you've been integrated? Do you feel like a full member of the group now, or is it still a process?
I mean, from the start, they were really good at taking care of me, so I feel like I'm a part of it, but obviously, there's still things we can learn about each other and stuff like that. But yeah, it's getting, it's good. It was also good from the start, but it's getting better and better.
Yabi, I just wanted to ask you one question from our Blast TV viewers, because obviously back on the map of Ancient, we saw, Mr. having a really great resurgence. Obviously, he's from the Astralis Academy team. What is your personal take on these Academy teams?
I think it's good. We see a lot of players coming from the academy teams, making it to like the good teams, the teams above, like top 30 around that. So I think it's just a great league days as well to perform and get to show yourself. There wasn't that before, and I think it's an easy way to what's it called? Show your name or whatever you say.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, Yabi, thank you so much for the time. Huge congratulations on the win once again. Can't wait to see you guys performing at the full finals.
Thank you.
Yeah, obviously a huge achievement for Yabi himself going forward. As you mentioned, first time he'll be presenting himself at the full finals. Obviously going to be hungry to make it in front of that Danish crowd.
Yeah, and to be honest, Heroic have a decent chance of doing so. As you said, Matthew, it's a team with a very high skill ceiling. It's a team that we believe in, and a team, even though you're going up against some of the strongest teams in the world at the fall finals, there's a realistic chance of seeing Heroic inside the arena.
Well, let's get involved inside the team speak of the camp of Heroic with the winning moment of Nuke.
Nice. Bamse er blokket. Peak, man.
Jeg kommer ud. Jeg har Bamse. Bamse. Ud. Nice. Kom nu med. Det er vigtigt, mand.
Nice.
Sådan. Det er så rundt af. Jeg ser ikke nu.
Always love that, especially hearing from the team speak in such a hard-fought regional rivalry as well. Managed to take down Astralis.
I mean, of course, we know and we see what it means to them. I just think that the real test for Heroic begins now. The end of the year is going to be the real stress test for this lineup. We said we didn't have any doubt that they would get surprised by a lesser team, but the question is the glass ceiling still here for Heroic? Remember, that's why they make that change. They say, we're not satisfied with what we're doing with Refresh. We're going to bring in Yabi. He's going to get us to the next level. The next level isn't winning Showdown. Albeit great, albeit amazing to make it to fall finals. I'm sure they're satisfied. But the next level is actually grabbing these last few steps. And that's what I'm waiting to see. That's the real deal for me.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, during the duration of the showdown, we have been checking in with our Maersk MVP. And now James has the winner for our European division.
So CESGO says, first of all, you are our MVP, our Maersk MVP here. Congratulations on that for the European Showdown. Certainly not an easy feat to be able to do, but I want to understand from you, right, when you go into events like this where it's single elimination, obviously it's very tough. You've also been playing so much CS recently. How do you yourself on an individual level make sure you're in the best shape possible? Is there something you can do, like, is it maybe a bit of background between playing DM and the practice way? Explain it through from a professional point of view.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, it's keeping the routines. My teammates talk about it a lot about me, that I keep doing my routines. And my routine is basically just like keep doing the same every day, basically, and playing the same amount of deathmatch and the same preparation every day. So I think to keep a high level, you need to have these things and be able to do them even every day. And in our team, we talk a lot about, even though you're not feeling it that day, like you don't want to do it, you still need to do it, and you know that's the best for you to do to be able to perform. So that's what I'm thinking, and that's what's keeping me going every day and keeping my routines like that.
I absolutely love that. So a lot of consistency that you've got to find within it. And do you think that when it comes to like performing at the highest level, right, online, offline, this kind of thing, can you keep that consistency through no matter where you go in the world, how you get it done? Because you have been one of these players for a while now that's hit good ratings, hit a consistent level. Like, it's not often we sit there and say, okay, look, CESGO is the problem, or didn't have a good game, and this is why Heroic weren't able to get the win.
I think it depends on like the format the tournament is. Like in arena games, for example, you won't have the same time to warm up as you do in studio games because you can't set up before. So in that way, it affects my routines a little bit, so I can like play the same amount. But I've also been better at that and adapting to that, so it's not affecting me as much as it began with. But yeah, I think it's always some like out of the server. It's always easy to keep the same routines, and yeah, even in the bigger tournaments.
So, okay, what is the best routine for you in terms of like how long do you spend maybe doing some deathmatch? Do you do some aimbots? Give it to the fans out there so they know how they can start to aim and hit as hard as you.
After practice, I always play deathmatch for half an hour in total, split up in 2 sessions. And before every practice, when I'm home at least, I'm always playing aimbots to warm up with, because that's the only thing you can play before tournament games. So it's like kind of the same simulation before we play official matches. So I like doing that. So yeah, that's probably the two things that is like most important for me compared like to aim.
Very nice. And just anything you want to say to the fans out there who voted for you on top of you having a fantastic performance here?
Thank you for supporting me so much, but even more grateful for my teammates because they're doing everything they can to make me able to perform as much as I do right now.
Lovely. CESGO, congratulations on being our Mask MVP and congratulations on making it to the full final. We'll see you in the Royal Arena.
Thank you.
Yeah, huge congratulations for CESGO with that one, not only claiming up our Mask MVP trophy, but also netting a spot in the full finals. Unfortunately, though, Jacob, that does mean at the expense of Astralis.
They fought well. They fought very well. We had no expectations whatsoever for Astralis coming into this tournament. The fact to beat EF and the fact to beat Vitality to get in the final was very admirable. And I want to give props to Mr. as well. The only player in this matchup against Heroic going plus KD. No one expected anything from this guy, but he took it and he made the most out of the chance. And I really, really, really think that's cool.
Yeah, definitely one to be watching out for the future. But speaking of the future, we can take a look at what is left on the card today. One more matchup going to be goes down as we move over to the Americas for the grand final between Fluxo and MIBR.
Teams of two will guess which pro player is behind the skins. They will be given 3 clues. The first clue is the country, the second is the team, and the third is an iconic moment. The less clues they need, the more points they earn. The team with the highest score wins.
Hello guys, this is Kadian from Heroic.
It's a brief from Vitality.
This is Floppy, and today we'll be playing CS Money Tailored Collections.
Blue and yellow.
Ukraine, maybe?
Sweden? Yeah, I'd say Sweden as well.
It's Bosnia, yellow and blue, right?
We just go simple.
This is G2. And before that was Bosnia, so I'm pretty sure this is gonna be Nico.
I feel like it's Nico. It's just instantly off the top of my head.
I'm clueless here.
We're gambling Nico then.
Is it Nico? I'm not sure.
He's using the steal a lot, right?
Of course, those settings.
We'll take this one, friend. It's Nico.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Red and blue, you know, if we think about the Scandinavian colors, could maybe be Norway.
Could it be Norway? Dude, I feel so dumb.
Yeah, I think we should go Norway because there's so little white, so let's go. I think let's go Norway.
If it's Norway, it can only be rain.
Alright, I'm just gonna say rain then.
Rain, yes.
Rain, yeah. I guess we just guess rain.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I'm like, it has to be Norway, red and blue.
Hey. Oh, it's no, yeah. Well, obviously Denmark, maybe.
Could be Denmark then, maybe red and white.
I mean, I think that's Danish.
Yeah, it's definitely Danish.
I guess the nationality was wrong.
Oh, it's Eternal Fire.
This is Eternal Fire. You're right. Yeah. True. I guess I think we should go for Santaris then.
For some reason, I'm thinking about complexity with this Galeo. I don't know why.
Cloud9, or who could it be other than Cloud9?
Oh, Liquid. It's Yakinda.
Maybe it could be Yakinda.
I don't know who this is, honestly.
I don't know either.
This is good.
Perfect.
Latvia, dude, it's Latvian flag, dude.
Blue and yellow. This could also be Ukraine, then, right? That's what you said.
Ukraine,
before.
I think.
Another Bosnian, yellow and blue.
Did we have someone from Ukraine yet?
Might just be Hunter. It's the only other Bosnian I can think of.
Maybe Simple. Yeah.
I think we should go Ukraine. This is gonna be simple, 100%. This is simple already. Let's go.
Yeah, it's Navi. All right, it's simple.
Oh, Navi. Yeah, it's some. Yeah.
Oh, it's simple.
Oh, it's simple. Oh, it's so good.
MIBR didn't allow the Sharks to make a splash as they quickly booked their grand final spot.
Che, shaved off. Easy does it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now they need to avoid the new team on the block in Fluxo, who have been tearing their way through the showdown. Fluxo got revenge against 00 Nation, and they made it look convincing against their fellow Brazilians.
It could still be Lucauzi. He's going to run in. Low health on both these players. Cold, uncertain. A beautiful clutch.
Now they have a chance to make it to their first Tier 1 event and prove to the world that they are one of the best in the region.
One last remaining spot at the full finals and 2 Brazilian sides ready to do battle. Another regional rivalry set to ensue, and Maniac, you could argue that this one is going to be even hotter because neither of these 2 squads make it to the upcoming Rio Major. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail to be making it to the full finals.
You're absolutely correct. They're fighting not to salvage their season, but to have something to rejoice, to have something to look forward to have something to motivate them. And for either of these teams to be at the full finals will be an extremely incredible feat.
I just want to bring up this ranking and try to contextualize it a little bit by saying that this is equally a very important domestic matchup between these 2 teams who are both fighting to establish themselves as the first challenger to Freya. No doubt Freya is the best team right now within the South African region, right? They're the best team in South America, sorry. But for them to win this game, get into the fall final, that would mean the world, not only because they have something to look forward to, but they also, I guess, cement themselves as the first challenger to Freya, who's been, I guess, leading that rank ship for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this matchup extra spicy coming into it. Not only we have that full final spot on the line, but as Jacob is saying, it's a pretty wide open competition when you're looking at the field of Brazilian teams. And I'm loving that we're seeing a lot of kind of new names, some old, coming into the mix together now to do battle.
Yeah, it's been a mixed match of players in Brazil, and I feel like they've tried so many different constellations over the month. In fact, we have many players in that very server who have played together at one point or another. A good example is, of course, Woody, who actually been removed, benched from MIBR. Yeah. Now the IGL of Fluxo, of course, there's going to be some element of a good match. We all love a good drama, and drama we have.
We do love that. The soap opera that is Counter-Strike. I do want to move our conversation on to another player that's actually really piqued our interest, and it was somebody that you were kind of giving us some extra context to, Pimp, coming into this. Lucauzi, obviously, you know, a lot of organizations had their eyes in Brazil on this particular player. We can now see the reasons why, because he has been on fire throughout the showdown.
He even said it himself, right? A lot of teams were out there fishing for him. A lot of teams were interested in him. Some teams couldn't afford him. Some teams didn't want to spend the money on him. And all you sit back and think right now is that you probably should have bought him, right? You probably should have got him while there was a chance, because this man on your screen, for my money, he's been the most impactful player in the entire tournament that we've seen so far. Lucauzi is playing on a different level right now. He's 21 years of age, and he's cementing himself as potentially the next big thing within Brazilian Counter-Strike. There's a lot of legends, there's a lot of players that's been around, but there's very few who catch my interest the way I've been catched by Lucauzi.
It's been an excellent discovery, as far as I'm concerned, to see Lucauzi on the server. I also think that he's got a whole lot of resources devoted to him by Fluxo, but the beauty of it is that he's actually making the best out of it. You've seen players over the years of Counter-Strike being put in these positions to make the difference, but somehow failing to have that return on investment. Flashes, smokes, people trading for them. I feel like whenever Lucauzi is in that position, he's really hitting that one home.
Well, let's continue to unearth the man that we call Lucauzi with an in-depth analysis from Danny.
We talked about Lucauzi and his entries, and I have the perfect example to illustrate just how much his team gets involved, but how much also he does his job so well. So we probably saw this clip just earlier. It's the Mirage entry where he has his team backing him up. And then the first thing we're just going to see here is just how he does this. Jumps out of the window, finds the kill under catwalk, and then finds Taco in the site. Now, there's a bit more that goes into it than just that. So the first thing I want to break down is just the utility. First thing you'll see is VSM. He's going to throw a Molotov towards Van. Very common Molotov, but this flash here, it's a really nice flash that pops towards the site like this. Pops right here. And this flash, what it does is it blinds any person who's playing towards the back pillar where the empty pillar is, anyone playing here, as well as anyone playing this off angle. So it basically gets most of the left side of the site. It also blinds people towards the catwalk position, so people who stand here, as well as out here in the open as the flash basically pops right about there. Now, the next thing I want to talk about here is just Taco and the way that he gets blinded by this utility. He's forced off, and that allows Lucauzi to take an isolated fight towards that catwalk position. Next thing to pay attention to here is Lucauzi. Look at the timing at which he comes out as the utility is coming through. He jumps out as the flash is still flying in the air. He doesn't wait for the flash to pop. He goes with the utility. And by going with the utility, he's getting ahead of the anti-flash timing. As you see right here, you'll see that as he comes out, Lotto, he's still playing anti-flash, but Lucauzi already sees him. And this gives him a huge advantage when he comes out, because by the time Lucauzi turns back around, by the time Lotto turns back around, Lucauzi's already on him. Now, the next thing that's probably most interesting for most people entering out Mirage is just the fact that he decides to hug this wall right here. And by coming out and making sure to hug the wall when you come out like this, it ensures that you are not seen from a player from this market position. It's one of the most difficult positions to deal with, but by just taking that pathing, you can avoid him altogether. By Lucalzi combining all of these things together, he's able to find that first entry as well as the second entry on Taco, who's still managing his fights after getting blinded by the utility. So as Maniac brought up on the desk, it's one thing to get all the resources from your teammates, but it's another to put it all together to get these entries.
I love that we specifically get that round broken down because that was something yesterday that we were really, really hyped to see coming out of Fluxo versus 0-0.
I love the quality behind it as well, because I agree with Mahone and I agree with you, Matthew. One thing is being set up by your teammates. One thing is having the perfect flashes, but the perfect execution coming in from Lucalzi as well. This was one great example, but I'm sure if Mahone had a couple of days, he could find 5 more examples from this tournament where Lucalzi is really doing the dirty stuff to his opponents. He's such a talent and he's such a menace on the server right now.
Let's put MIBR under the spotlight coming into this one too, obviously, as we've seen during those regional rankings as well, still tussling for a spot at the top there. How are you framing them from what we've seen thus far at the Showdown?
Well, honestly, if you match them with Fluxo, pound for pound, I should say, they have weapons to answer. They have players who can actually shoot straight in your face. Joda's definitely the one that has caught our attentions. He's been the most impactful player that we've had so far in the Showdown. That's the case in 2022. But he's got loads of firepower behind him. I think Exit's great. Breno, or BRNZan, as we used to say, had a couple of interesting clutches. Honestly, I feel like there are tons of assets that MIBR can play off of, and it's probably why last time these two teams met, it was a banger of a game. Bug burner?
Bug burner, you like bugs?
I want to burn a bug. Why would I burn a bug?
You want to burn a barn?
It's like, you know, like a dollar?
I don't know why you'd want to burn a barn either.
I don't know. Yeah, why would you burn a barn?
Words, just words.
Words are just words.
Let's hear some more words because we have Exit with bangs ahead of this series.
And you have played them before, right? But how well prepared are you for a team like Fluxo? Because right now, they are beating all the other Brazilian teams that come their way, not just in this tournament, but other tournaments as well.
We are just prepared for everyone we face. Their play style, we play good against those teams. And I think we just had a little talk about it, and we will talk later about their play style, but we are confident to play against anyone, so that's pretty much it.
Now, we have Dust2, Vertigo, and Ancient as the previous time you played them, right, on the RMR qualifier, but I'm wondering, your Vertigo looking really good now. Do you think that there will be a different map that comes in? Because obviously they play good Dust2, you guys like Vertigo as well. Do you think they'll try change anything up on the veto?
To be honest, I didn't see anything about the video yet. I think Beat is doing that, so I don't have any opinion. We know what is our best maps now, and we're just confident to play any map. But of course, we know that we have like 2 our strongest map, and we'll see what we're going to do.
But I just wanted to ask you, even though you haven't seen it, because I don't know it either, do you think that they will try to surprise you and change something in the veto?
Yeah, maybe they will try to surprise us because they are playing a lot of maps and they are playing good, beating anyone. So I think they are confident in every map, so they can try to surprise us.
And what do you think gives you the advantage in this matchup? What's better on MIBR than what Fluxo have in order for you to take the win?
I think we have more time playing together, so maybe we have more things as a team, and we can use that to beat them. And our play style is good to play against those aggressive teams. So as I said before, and I think that's it.
Solid words from Exit coming into this series. Matthew, we also see the picks and bans rolling on our screen.
Mind games. Either mind games in the video or things are much different than the last time they faced. In fact, the picks have been switched. This time it's Fluxo coming in with the Dust2 pick. It's MIBR with Vertigo. So James was on the money. There's been some mind games with the maps.
Uno reverse card. Love that.
They share the same strengths, right? They share the same strengths, which is why they can pick into each other's map pool. One thing I want to do before this game goes underway is put some pressure onto MIBR. The coach of Shark did it yesterday by saying that if they were to lose to Sharks, that would be MIBR disbanding, right? And that tells a bit of a story. It's hard words from an opponent's coach, but it's actually true in a sense that MIBR have been stagnating for a very, very long time. It's been a while since we've seen MIBR being an interesting team. They didn't make the major. That was a big disappointment. Potentially, if they lose this game, they don't make the fall finals. So So right now we look at an MIBR who's been stagnating a little bit. We look at Henny, who's also been stagnating in his career. Let's be honest, right? MIBR is under a lot of pressure. They're supposed to beat Fluxo, and can they not do it? I would argue that MIBR could potentially be looking at even more roster changes.
Well, some of the best players do thrive under that pressure, and no higher pressure than a potential spot here at the full finals in Copenhagen. A bit of a switcheroo in terms of the vetoes. We're going to see if Fluxo have what it takes to bring the hurt on Dust 2 to their opponents this time around. It's going down with Scrawny and Launders in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the final best of 3 of the Fall Showdown. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're going to take you guys...
No, I'm Lao Zhao.
Oh, Lao Zhao. You got to put... You put a little punch on it, or just Lao Zhao?
I actually don't know the best way to say it.
Oh, well, better to play it safe then, my friend. Either way, it's the two of us this evening yet again, and a bunch of Brazilians inside the server. There were more Brazilians for the America Showdown than what felt like ever before. And while the favorites weren't necessarily these two teams, have they ever performed? Fluxo coming out of the shadows as a team that wasn't able to really piece things together in time for the Rio Major. MIBR, who have lost their partner slot at Blast, only to revamp a roster and get this close to a fall finals. This one means a lot. It's a big chance for both of these teams, and so let's get it on. 2-map wins away from a chance to play on the big Copenhagen stage. It begins on Dust 2, and it begins with Turtles down in tunnels, dead, squashed by Phelps as he frantically jumps out that mid door, looking for the next contact. Check this out, Joda. Oh, they come back! And that's the perfect spot for Berettas. If only he could have got that fourth. Still, 3 is big, and it's big enough to set his team up for the pistol round win. Woody, all that's left.
That's beyond ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous. What are those kills, man? That damn smile from Jota. Dude, that was great. The second one, I mean, some of this doesn't make sense exactly.
It doesn't need. I think he gushed. Yeah, he gushed the second guy while shooting at the first one, then goes. Oh my God, it's carnage. They already cleared tunnels.
They're trying to do something tricky coming back, and he's the one who gets cut off. But no. Call an ambulance, but not for me, says Jota.
Those damn dual Berettas.
That is a thing. You have so much confidence when you're just shooting them. You know someone's gonna die.
Phelps wants that sweet revenge, but he'll get chopped down by Jota off the catwalk. So the pistols here for Fluxo.
We haven't watched them play Dust 2, but this is the map they love. This is the map they couldn't play yesterday and still managed to 2-0 0-0 Nation because 0-0 don't play Dust. But this is the map they want. Now, the last time they played against MIBR, they actually lost to them on Dust 2, and MIBR won the series entirely. Fluxo only won Vertigo 28-24. It took them a lot of effort. So
what is this, a scrim?
I know. It just went on forever. Almost 2 full games there. So this is also kind of a revenge match for Fluxo. And the thing is, we're talking about 2 teams like 0-0 and MIBR that beat them. But outside of that, Fluxo don't really lose when it comes to South American teams. So the Showdown has been kind of cool to watch for that reason.
Jota keeping it sharp, finding the bomb, and dealing with it. So 2 deaths. Phelps with the nice dig through middle. A second added to the tally. MIBR 2-0 start.
Yeah. You know, I'm huge on Jota as an individual, and Maui bringing up that he, as a caller, is not quite as good as a caller as he is as an individual, which is an interesting problem. And they've had the support staff of MIBR help to try to make Jota better at calling, so he can be kind of the complete package. And I think definitely what I've seen so far at the Showdown is a much improved Jota to what we saw even at the Road to Rio, where we watched a lot of his games there too.
Fair point.
So, you know, everyone deserves some time to get good, and I think we have seen some improvements, but it's true. He isn't perfect, and maybe we'll see some examples of rounds where that's the case. I have 2 types in mind that we'll probably see.
Cowsey rounds the cat corner with nothing to hold him back. Henny towards Carr. Haven't really had one of those like crazy wild Henny maps or series throughout this run from MIBR.
Yeah, it's very true.
But I'm always sitting and I'm always waiting, and I never let my guard down because I know that it's in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's
He's been good, but not a carry. Well.
Oh my God. This won't be his round to shine. Gets absolutely shredded by Lukowski. Talking about people who have had good maps and series, this guy comes back at it. Now he swaps over to the off. Ooh, just off the mark, takes more damage, loses VSM, so it's a 33 HP 1v3. And with a smoke in front of him, I think that actually gives him a chance to play on top. Yeah, that smoke worked out, but he jumps up, exits, sees him, deals with him, sends him packing, and gives MIBR that 3-0 start.
Good, they killed him on his way down. Jota already up to 8-1. I'm going to put it frankly. Lukowski is the best player out of South America at the Showdown right now. He is unreal.
High praise.
We see nothing but good maps from him, great decisions. There's been a lot of hype about him. And to be honest, after casting him for the first time yesterday, I don't think he made a single mistake, honestly. He came close to winning all of his clutches. He hits really hard shots consistently. Very smart. Incredibly good at weaving in with fast utility. And we saw some examples of that yesterday on Mirage. Mahone actually displayed an example of one on his entry into the B site where he got both kills. Dude is impressive.
Henny with a shift in position towards mid instead, but flashed off his initial angle. So that will be the cat climb activated. Then all of a sudden, Phelps gets shaved off through those doors. Ooh, and Henny just sensing that they're getting close to that B site. So excellent damage versus VSM. But Lukowski, this is back-to-back rounds where he finds some impact coming in off Cat, and he just got a second. Despite Henny's best efforts, Lukowski tears them up. But look at the health that's left here for Fluxo. Bomb is still in tunnels. Turtle's going to come back from long. Problematic that Lukowski is tucked in CT.
They know he's still there, though, because of Henny. So kind of comes down to the way Turtle wants to approach this. But for now, it's go B and wait for Turtle.
Lukowski concerned with both sides. For all he knows, Henny's actually coming to try and dig him out of here. But he looks the wrong direction, so now that's a real chance. Henny turns back.
Wow.
Catches Woody on the cross. Nice shot. And all of a sudden, falls back in Fluxo's court. We'll see if they can close it. VSM, poor guy, low health. Lux called over. Now he has the smoke for the doorway, so that should be enough to grab the bomb. Assuming nobody comes in through the window frantically. Henny has, ooh, a thought. But that gap, I thought for a second VSM would have got the angle. Lux with a couple fake plants.
10 seconds.
Yet to commit. Turtle challenges through the window. That gets him off it. And now that he's gone down, it falls to VSM. Henny just has to stay alive. But down he goes. VSM waits and strikes them down to give Fluxo their first.
Oh, wow. He missed that shot. Oof. Yeah, Henny actually can't run there, so he does need to post up, but he also has a very easy shot. VSM is the one scrambling, and he baits the miss somehow. Look at this is the talk about weaving in with utility. Like, look how clean that was.
That's the trade.
Oh, VSM traded totally through
Full through smoke.
I mean, shout out VSM. But
well, hell of a way to get a first round.
That was actually a 2v4.
Yep. And exit right back to the action. Tunnel crunch joined with the B push as well. VSM sits outside it. Mid players don't want to get caught like they did in the pistol. And I like that. MIBR, smoke the T entrance and just get the hell out. Hit that big red reset button. But look at this. Yeah, Henny extending, trying to get eyes on middle. Phelps finds timing for the pop-up. And man advantage dissipates. Turtle anticipates the walk back towards long, but they're actually going the other way.
It's got a great spot to listen, and they don't have to worry about this part of the map anymore. It's one of the best spots to be on an eco. So as they free up the map, we'll see if the rotations actually are in accordance. And I think Exit's making a bad one here because they're overemphasizing Cat with Turtle and long control, and BRN's alone on B.
The dangerous jiggle game. He'll put down smoke. Ooh, tries to get ahead of it. They wait for their own door smoke, so patience works. And MIBR transitioning into the save.
That was the one where they were anticipating a full Cat split, which is possible. It was possible, so it was a bit of a gamble from MIBR in this position, but 2/3 of that attack were kind of covered in terms of being watched. And they also had an A-site player on top of long control with the door, so maybe they gambled more than they needed to on paper. But sometimes it's you go off a read. It makes more sense. Lukowski had almost a 40-kill game the other day on Dust 2. And that's a huge reason why Fluxo are so good on Dust 2's Lukowski. They're also incredibly scrimmy on all maps, and their T-sides play very fast and loose. And sometimes that's good. Sometimes it does feel like in that 2v4 situation, MIBR were able to figure out what they were going to do and stop them from organizing it. And honestly, came very close to just straight up winning. So Fluxo going for the chaotic playstyle.
So far, the Lukowski and VSM show. Lux and Woody with the slow starts. But now this op could dominate in mid. Nobody here to counterpick. Exit's got the AK, but it's going to jump back around the corner. Phelps at the forefront yet again. You've seen him just floating around Xbox, prying into middle. They've been conditioned to be worried about tunnels here because we've seen MIBR get aggressive on both ends of it. Never know when the tunnel snakes are going to come get you. Ooh, saw a little leg. Won't catch the headshot, but it's at least one confirmed in sight. 3 here, including Turtle with the Deeg. Smokes at the front, and Phelps, dude, he just took a ton of damage. That MP9 shredding the front runner. Turtle sliding into position. Lux currently holding it, but if Turtle can find timing, then maybe he could have gotten a kill. Instead, it's a 5 versus 4 despite low health on 2. And the B player's starting to get a little curious toward mid doors.
Hard to say if MIBR are going to change up their game plan. Ooh, the re-aggression from Jota, and he gets some damage in.
Tons of damage.
2 players now here.
Exit. They're primed for him, and the pistol player could distract, or even better, bring one with him. Lux got the trade. Oh, Cowsey keeps it sharp. Jesus. It felt like all of that damage from all of those guns was just leading it to Exit's big moment. You know, put in the spotlight with the AK, but it doesn't come to fruition. And Fluxo tying at 3.
Yeah, just pure X factor out of Lucalzi. What a hard shot that was. He must have barely seen a cap, and I don't even think it counted as a wall bang. You would love to be the player in CT fighting them crossing because they have to worry about ramp and default sight and goose and things like that. So more often than not, you're going to get your first bullet off if you're the one kind of backing up from CT spawn. And so we have high ground advantage in CS. It just doesn't always exist. It's really situational.
So MIBR make things a little sketchy. Nice to see them at least forcing Fluxo to, you know, respect that round, slow it down. Felt like they were kind of struggling to get their entry. That was just versus pistols. I mean, a P2000 kill. Come on.
Yeah, I think in the last 2 series, MIBR have shown a lot of composure, and they've shown that even if they lose rounds, they have a good idea of what their opponents are going to do. It doesn't feel like they guess that often.
BRN dropped to 44, and Phelps, nice of him to get that kill back without losing any health. BRN just a one and done. Jota takes up the reins. Ooh, Woody's right there.
That's a very risky rotation, but it might be the one that pays off, actually. Getting in under his own smoke and waiting for now this B exec.
It's a frag. It's all he's got to hold on to. Ooh, but wow. It's great. Jota slides behind the box, gets himself 2, just completely scrambles what was supposed to be a 3-man hit. Nice shot from Woody. And all of a sudden, Phelps towards middle, catches the lurk through smoke, but there's still that car player, and they're going to try to attack this from both sides. Ooh. Phelps keeps it clean. 42 HP. A snap on the cross, not found. Henny has to clutch this. He's got health advantage, but that bomb's down, and that frag, ooh, it finds its mark, but it doesn't find the kill. What a daunting invitation this is. Too much to ask of, I think. Henny's going to have to let this one slide. So essentially, Phelps walks out middle, gets the impact on the rotate, and also helps clear sight.
Beautiful entries. I mean, really well done. Of course, it's a round where if Jota doesn't move, they win. Jota, after dying, they know car is being played. So they're just slowly trying to encroach on that. And Phelps has a much better fight from the mid doors than the guy coming out of tunnel, so he waits for that to occur. It could have still been won, of course, but ultimately, when Jota died, the round became a lot more clear, I think, to Fluxo. And I think the lesson there is that the individual level on Fluxo, overall, is just shown to be one of the biggest problems for a lot of teams. And still a nice round in the sense of Jota finds the mid-B rotation. He overstacks the site. He gets 2 kills as the anchor, so you can't just say, he loses the round. Right. They didn't have a chance without him. But it's to say you can do 10 things right and 1 thing wrong, and none of those good things will count.
Harsh reality. Clean kills from Phelps as well. Just as sharp as Jota's. Now we got Lux in a tough spot. Nobody watching that. I mean, this poor guy is on an island on his own. He's not even sure if civilization still exists. Meanwhile, Phelps finds Jota behind the car through the windows. So shredded by the glass. Henny, patient as ever.
there's a gun they have an incentive to go get, so Fluxo will speed it up.
Double smokes on cross. Oh!
What?
A P250 kill through smoke. Lucalzi sees that as an invitation, and then Henny comes in from the mid-rotate, so they've got a man advantage. Oh, and another great spot, but VSM survives on 2 HP. Woody's trying to hold that smoke. Henny, what more do you have to offer? Combat opping. Love it. But he misses his first chance. Once he gets to this site, BRN will strike down Woody. So 2 HP, 2 opponents to take. And MIBR may have just robbed one. But he's posted! Oh, and he gets them both!
He has 2 HP. VSM always squeezing water from stone.
Ice cold.
What a clutch.
Makes it look like he was favored in that fight.
They wanted to wait the smoke out. They thought, okay, we safely approach. There's not really any way into this.
What is that?
It starts with a very fortunate kill from Exit. I think it would have been gut-wrenching for MIBR to lose this round, but they really almost did until perfect use of that one way.
2 HP and a dream. Fluxo on fire off the back of that one, but that is 2 of their 5 rounds where, like, MIBR clearly had a chance to take it away. Oh, Phelps back into the action towards middle. The Opper hits the dirt, and Joda can't get anything off of that cat peek. Fluxo keeping their heads down. Phelps sees it as a chance to chase. Through smoke, even? With the flash, but Joda, he gets it despite being blind. Woody gonna try his hand at it. And that's enough to force the CT down. Lucalzi creeps out, goes for that chase on the player that they knew had dropped, but also then just gives Exit an easy trade frag. 3v3 towards long they go, and bomb hits the dirt. Turtle could make a world of difference. Woody has a player up in the open. BRN sprints down into the cover. VSM creeps through middle. So Woody's doing his own thing, and yet again they try with that mid pinch, but it's not gonna work. 2 CTs tagged, and poor Woody outnumbered. Falls down into the spawn and gets iced out. MIBR put an end to the Fluxo Flames.
They have such a crazy playstyle. Like, they're just incredibly scrimmy, basically. Trying to refrag as an individual, walking through a smoke. Phelps is walking through smokes, getting flashed through smokes so many times. I don't like it in terms of sustainability, but they win Dust 2 a lot. So I think they're just very comfortable, and it's a map that emphasizes your individual level. So leaning into that might be the best course of action, but for now, we're definitely seeing better rounds won by MIBR and some close losses that they probably wouldn't lose, you know, more than 5 times out of 10. So the VSM clutch, the 2 VSM clutches actually, the one in the B side at Dust 2, and then the one here on the A site,
right,
versus this Eco. And yeah, put it that way. This is.
Damn, okay. Clutches on demand?
Yeah. Phelps' face is always my honest reaction to this information. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Like when your mom's trying to tell you about her new doilies and you've got to pretend to be interested?
Yeah. I can pretend better than that, though.
Head of the smoke. A couple of them here. Flash pops and the peek comes through from Turtle, but he didn't anticipate the second. So good thing for Fluxo that they went with numbers. They still have 2 here. Henny's op awaits them. And of course, they've got Joda inside the A site. Ooh, Henny's walking this up. Lux is on the barrel. He's distracted. He's not looking. He's not waiting. He turns his attention back, and still Henny comes around that corner with the kill. So MIBR fighting for the edge.
Can they really do? A lot of utility. Long cross will be difficult. We're going up against an op here. Like, you can try to go for pick control, but this round is going to get very long, I think, if they attempt that. So back to mid. And MIBR just on the wavelength. They literally come back to mid to catch this rotation back.
Ooh, but that's 2 for free. Making a ton of sound, though. Cat peek. It's got him. Dead to rights. Joda pushes up. I think you're right. They are just kind of agreeing now. The gentleman's agreement to just go, you know, rock'em sock'em robots.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's actually much leadership on on Fluxo in some rounds. It feels like it feels like they all try to play a little bit like Lucauzi, but Lucauzi's the only one who really has it like that. Like, no matter what Lucauzi does, he gets his. He'll get his one, he'll get his two. And I think Phelps is the other natural fit for that because he's always been a really good aggressive player. But I don't think it's hard as an IGL if you have teammates who are good at that stuff, but you're not calling entire strategies around them. Makes everybody else look like you're not on the same page.
Good chance for BRN to pad the stats. Oh, but like you said, he's always good for his.
Yeah, he's going to get his.
Deagle connects to the forehead of BRN. And they're going to see that as a chance to go hit this B site. So could be a meat grinder. They're going to have to just trudge right through the smoke. Exit. Finds Lucauzi. Gun going dry. Pistol finds an opening here from Phelps. Joda, P250. He's playing their game. He's still playing their game. And bomb has yet to be picked up, but the M4 on Phelps, that could be the solution. They come through the door. Insta headshot onto Joda. Flashbang up high. Now the pistol can come right back. Oh my god. A 2 versus 3. Low health on the T's that are left. Henny again fighting with sidearms as if this isn't the full buy. And now they still don't have that bomb. He's going to start chucking out utility, but he gets tagged.
They get the bomb.
And the M4 is still in play. The smoke goes behind the T. So not going to stop him at all. Oh god.
You could try to safely plant backside. It's still possible for Henny to figure this out.
Love this. Henny walks in, finds the first. 5 shots left, 31 health. That's all he's got to clear. And Henny just silently creeps in to save a round that never should have come this close.
Some redemption here for Henny, who bungled the clutch earlier on. He also does nothing wrong here. He just has to save his team. So he comes through in the end. Very messy when it came to decisions on this B-side take. With a retake, players coming in through the door, eating that flash, dying to P250s. They did not need to speed this up. Very awkward. Things happen.
A little frustration from Fluxo just because they know they could have closed it.
Yeah, at least they're not broke. It was an eco.
Right. Keep the CT's cash low. And Lux catching Turtle, who had previously been picking up those long kills, getting the 5v4 more than once. This time he hits the dirt. You know, I started this map by saying, like, we haven't really gotten that standout performance from Henny. That one was a little sketchy in the end, but still he's starting to climb the boards, trying to keep up to Joda. He is the number 2 for MIBR at the moment. BRN, full focus. Oof. Good amount of damage versus Woody. And remember, Lux also hit up in that first engagement, but Lucauzi, he's had killer instinct off these cat pushes. How many times does
he's just gonna get
walk
his.
up cat?
That's crazy.
And how many times does he just get that headshot in the first few shots?
Look how it changes the round, man. He just did that alone. There was no refrag available. And he has to hit an adjustment shot, right? Jota has the advantage, but it's first bullet to the head, and they're saving. Crazy, man. Lucauzi is such an X factor.
Round-winning hits.
It is hard to play against this style when it works because you don't know when you need to keep something smoked, when you need to play anti-flash. Something can happen at any single moment. And yeah.
That adjustment.
Literally won the round. Everyone saves after.
It's not like he's dropping some chump either, right? That's Joda.
Yeah.
That's MIBR's heaviest hitter.
Yeah, Joda probably kills him 1 second later. He's 14 and 8. You know, he's probably going to hit his next couple bullets, but got to be sharp when Lucauzi's looking in your direction.
Just on another level. But 3 will survive for MIBR. Game stays tied at 6. You think Woody looks a little bit like Zipple?
Yes, he does.
A little bit, huh?
That's so real. So real and true.
Brazilian Zipple. What a sick game this has ended up being. This is the final of the America Showdown. You know, the likes of having just come off of the America's road to Rio and the teams that end up securing major spots, like, you know, Complexity were mere rounds away from being another one of those teams. So them and EG, maybe 0-0 Nation, those are the 3 guys that we expect to come through. But I had I'll just be genuine. I had completely forgot that Fluxo existed because they were out of the cycle, right? If anybody's just watching,
they existed. I won't lie. I mean,
I knew VSM was out there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I just didn't know, you know, I didn't know what the project had ended up being. You know, it's not the first time we've seen him within the Blast circuit, but it'd been a little while. And this kind of is their major in the sense that they just formed too late to really contend for the Rio spot.
They left the spot in good hands. 0-0 Nation taking it all the way.
What a showdown it's been.
Yeah.
Upsets all over the place.
They have very fun T-sides to watch. I think there's lots of room to be critical of them, but they play fast. It's really exciting.
Yeah. Now 2 map wins away from a fall finals. 3 rounds left to play out. Oh, Henny stuck around in the fire, but never even pulled left trigger. Left what? Left click. BRN back into the tunnels. It's been a little bit of time since we've seen MIBR occupying this part of the map. Fluxo not gonna stop with the protocols. It's important. Follow procedures. Turtles down, BRN right there with it. So immediate 5v3. Not to mention Henny, who had burned on Cat so long ago. But check out Joda. Oh, wow. In all of that ruckus, he finds his timing.
Oh, that's a crazy timing because you can't watch flank here in good faith. You have tunnels watched.
How long does he milk this?
It's a good question, but man.
He's going to get the second, you'd think. I mean, again,
okay,
he can wait.
Let's try to figure this out because the bomb is here. So he can literally stalk this bomb for as long as he wants. If he doesn't kill them, his teammates stay on the A site. Fluxo think that they don't know it's going to be an A site hit. So
man,
he's encouraged to chill.
Now he sees the second, goes for that, follows through.
Wow.
Bomb dropped, and Joda, wow, that little bit of timing. Now VSM and Lukowski could still recover with a little bit of impact. Lukowski's coming at it, and he softens up Joda, but he was worried about the closer corner. VSM knows both of the CT's positions, can run away from this fight. If he leaves right now, there's time.
Oh, this is such a good move from Joda as well. You can't go to B, so all he has to do is go overstack the A site, and VSM has to go back to it.
Oh, and I don't think he's got the time. It's going to be a desperate jump. Both CTs can just watch it, and there we have it. Joda with a round-winning play.
This guy is so good. 18-8. Lukowski was coming for him. It was like, uh-oh. You know what I mean? Because Lukowski might still kill him, but... And the longer he waits here, the more time comes off the clock, which ties into that late round situation where VSM literally has to run the whole way. I mean, it's just perfect.
You know what's crazy there is Lukowski not only hits him with the nade, but then clears close corner and still hit him with a bullet.
Oh, he did?
He hit him with a bullet.
Wow.
He got a body shot in.
That's
so
crazy.
Lukowski snapped over to that.
Yeah, he's scary. He's so scary.
Man.
He's like the Thing, you know, like coming through walls and the Juggernaut, I guess.
Think about how hard it is to clear those close corners. You know, you're giving up shadow advantage and everything. Lukowski still does like 70 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, what a beast. VSM slides out along the side of the smoke. BRN's gonna have to do something big here. He's got 2 players on the other side. Doesn't know when or where, and VSM with the second. 1-man army in the B site. Bomb gets pushed through, and Fluxo, yet again, gonna try to keep this game tied.
That's crazy.
Back and forth we go.
That's, you know what? There's like metal, concrete, and then there are the pieces of hay on the top of that double stack.
Okay.
I think the most impenetrable force
is hay bales.
The hay bales, yeah.
Sharp shots to follow through. Nothing Joda can do. Poor guy. 18-8. But his whole team's dead.
Nice move from VSM.
And like you said earlier in this match, right? It does kind of feel like everybody on Fluxo tries to be Lukowski. This is a moment where VSM decides to make his play, and he pulls it off. So when it works, it works.
It's the most fun way to win.
It's the most fun way to play. Just go for it.
But then am I wrong? What if you lose?
Nah, teammate's fault.
Yeah, that's it.
Blame it on the next guy.
Yeah, that's why we do team games.
Okay, to go back to the long play. 4 pistols here for MIBR, but a flash that could catch VSM on an island. Lukowski's in the corner, and he's playing counter flash, so this is perfect. Watch this. Lukowski's gonna shred him. If that second flash hadn't come through, but it's a chance to exit. They fall back slightly, and he's got a scout here. Lukowski knows better. Frag finds him. He'll drop to 32. Still, again, surviving the onslaught. Just whips out the D, because why the hell not? Little jump up from Pit. He's serving up a distraction as his teammates go B, and he is still killing everyone. It might be Joda on 18 frags, but it's Lukowski at the top of the board for the other side. Fluxo, it's going to be the 8-7 half. Poor Henny. Never going to happen here, bud. Just try to get that confidence built up, but Phelps will find him, and so the 1-round edge. Action-packed Counter-Strike, baby. From here to the end of the series, to the end of the showdown, it's Fluxo with the lead.
In front of you, in the middle. He's close to the boxes, left. Going to spawn now. Went back to spawn? Yeah, he's left side spawn. He's shifting? Yeah, I think he's still to the right. I'll check. Oh no. It's right side now. Maybe you see him with the bollock. Some more leg. Boy, is hiding or what? Oh, he's on the right. He's running on the right. He pushed where I came. Nice. Wait, both of them are Danish. They have better comps than us. In the middle, holding left side. Holding right side now. Pushing right. Yeah, he should. Yeah, I see him. I'm gonna show another one. He's in the middle now. In the middle of mid. I saw him. That's a well. Oh my god. Right side now, right side. You have Warlock, so I'm waiting. Yeah. Where is he? He's holding me? He's... Yeah, no. Maybe. Just stay there. He's close to you. Like middle, but our side middle, if you understand. Okay. Wait, I can flash close. Wait. I'm flashing now. He went back to spawn again. I don't see him. Yeah, in spawn. I throw Warlock for you. Being on the left, he went back to spawn again. You got Warlock now? What? Don't have to do anything. Whoa, I'm bullying them. Middle? No, he wrecked me. Middle again, same position. It's close right. No, it's one at me. It's one, yeah. Middle still. On the left. Pushing you. I got to play one. I'm sorry for it.
Morto. Era pra... Vamos ler varanda.
Você pode sair no fundo, vai. Vou sair no fundo.
Vou plantar pro fundo, Wood. Eu acho que ele vai pro buraco. Ele vai pro fundo, certeza. Ah, básico meu. Ok. Varanda.
Nossa!
Nice.
So chilled, actually.
Yeah, keeping it calm, man, despite all the crazy things that we had in that first half. I mean, listen, there were mistakes, there were clutches, there were amazing shots, all sorts of, you know, shenanigans, but the good ones for the most part. And I walk away from the first 15 just with a smile on my face, because this is undoubtedly amazingly entertaining Counter-Strike.
Yeah, man.
I feel like with
like, let's call it a few names. Lukowski, VSM, Jota all had crazy rounds.
Henny, man, Henny, that little P2K creep into the B site. I'm not saying it was flawless. I'm not saying it was pretty. But it was a hell of a lot of fun. And so I'm going to take 15 more rounds of that, please.
OT it is.
Smoke goes down. Jota, blind, but recovers vision. Ton of damage. But there it is. The nade will find him. Exit soars through the window. And VSM puts down bomb, grabs a second kill, under pressure from Henny. Mid doors belongs to Turtle, and Turtle's got at least that one more. Henny needs another 1v2. Bomb's planted, and he's given a chance to grab another gun. Things are getting weird. He needs another reload. Not what he wanted to find. Oh, but you'll take that. Phelps deleted. Lukowski's up next. And that's going to be the problem for Henny, because Lukowski has the impact yet again.
He's just not the guy you want to see as the last person alive if you're on the other side. Henny, extremely intelligent in clutch rounds. Has put together a lot of good ones for sure. Shut down in one of the rounds earlier. Got a 1v2 and looked like he was setting that up for success. But Lukowski just too damn sharp today. This week.
It looked like he got Gush from CT. His head snapped towards the B site. Oh, he didn't get to see that one.
What a shot.
Yeah. Man, I feel bad for Henny. This guy's out here playing battle royales, looking for loot. Can't find a damn gun, and when he finally does pick one back up, it's got a bullet in it. Whew. Stressful pistol. But again, entertaining.
Yeah, man. Looking back at that first half, you could totally see MIBR winning the half, maybe even making that like a 10-5 situation based on some of the crazy rounds that Fluxo's players were able to pull out. But now Fluxo in the lead, off the half, on top of the pistol, and looking at their, their macro stats on Dust2, they're so comfy right now. It would be no small feat to beat MIBR in this form at this showdown. But it definitely feels like if there's one team to do it these days.
Right. The dark horse of the Americas Showdown. Just because everybody else had given us such recent, samples of what they could do, for better or for worse. I feel like Sharks was actually the other kind of unknown entity just because of how much time had passed since they got their qualification. And look what they did. Eliminated Complexity. Run cut short by MIBR. And then there were two. No pressure applied here from Fluxo. They're just going to let the catwalk slide. And that puts Phelps into an interesting spot here. That frag grenade, I don't know. I think it's destined for greatness. Yeah, there it is. Jota dropped to 57. Bit of chip damage on the others, but no follow-up. Ooh, no follow-up at all. BRN gets the best of Woody. That was supposed to be the MP9 up close. Lux just hugging the wall, and he's been spotted. But they line up. And he gets Jota in the background. Turtle down to 15 HP. And these B players so far removed from the situation that MIBR just pressed up Cat for free.
Well, they had a good entry, and then two spotted. Jota gets his... And Jota's... I would say he's a lurker, but right there, he had the option to lurk and was the first person out, so put it on his shoulders, and he put up the kill.
That one could have been a tragic moment here for MIBR.
Yeah, it could have been. But Lux was kind of just waiting to die, wasn't he?
Yeah. For a second, I thought he was just going to die while pressed into the wall, but once those shots started coming at him, he at least fought back. Ended up holding better than the first two A players. They both went down for free. Other than that nade damage, there was nothing. Nothing at all. Which is weird, because when you see the nade timing, you think like, oh, you're on high alert. You're aware that the hit is right there. And then they just swung for the fences and knocked it out of the park. But the game goes on, and the guns are still up. There's limitations here for Fluxo, but they do have some tunnels control. MIBR with an affinity for the tunnel setups last half. Goes around, can come around. Phelps. Oh, finds the headshot on Joda, but the better weapon wins. They don't shy away. I love that. BRN with a little pre-fire. Almost just caught the headshot on Lux.
Yeah, but they did see it, and they have Henny in Suicide as well as Turtle outside Long. And this is a good rotation here for MIBR. They take it out of the tunnels. That was kind of being crunched upon while holding on to mid to make those rotation kind of hard. If you know it's a low buy and they don't have smokes to cross mid, then if you can count the players on one side of the map, taking Long in this situation makes perfect sense. Those B players are not going to be able to make it over to A safely. And Fluxo instead are just hoping that it's going to be a mid B, but they're getting out red here.
Easy cross with the smokes. Nothing Fluxo can do about this one. So keep those M4s, move it along. Move it along into round 19.
So let's talk about Joda as a T-side caller, because I think Maui, when he brought that up, it was interesting because I was paying more attention. And I think for sure, when they did rushes, that's where they looked the worst. And I think in their five mans or even their 4-1s, that's an example of a round where I think MIBR could go a lot further, figure out better execs, first of all. And then secondly, when the rounds are called around Joda, some of those are not all that great, but he is actually one of the best individuals on the team, genuinely. Like, he's been consistently top fragging on maps. On a team like this, that's pretty impressive. So it makes sense to call around him. He's doing a lot of the entries. He got the only kill this round. He got the kill off Cat last round. So those rounds, they're good and they're bad because he also lurks sometimes. That's the only reason I find it strange. And then the rounds in which I actually think he's really good and has gotten improved upon from Pro League to the Road to Rio to now is the slow rounds, the Na'Vi-style defaults, the ones that take the whole round. I think that's where he actually makes the most pragmatic calls possible. He reads the rotations extremely well, and I think that's where MIBR showed and made you feel like during the game that they couldn't lose versus some of the teams that were worse than them. Kind of had a lot of confidence in their defaults, which is, of course, the most important part about CS on T-side.
And I feel like Henny on a T-side Dust 2 is going to keep that damage high. Look at this pack of players. Oh, the spray could have been glorious. Oh, it would have been wonderful. But instead, somehow, Phelps, Lux, and Woody all get back with such little HP.
I mean, if you're Turtle, what are you calling? You know, I'm saying they're all 1 health.
Yeah, same.
Right.
Oh, Phelps presses up.
That's great damage.
Man, Joda down to 12.
And
MIBR, all they've got is this. And that M4, the one player, I say one player like Lukowski's not a beast, is trying to find vision over smoke. Phelps will be finished off. Nice utility pressure there. It at least dismantles the setup. Those CTs were pressing in close and getting dangerously close to MIBR, but instead the M4 relegated back down to the spawn as the bomb should come through. For a second there, I was putting all my marbles on Fluxo, but props to MIBR. They used the utility to pressure them back and dodge what could have been an embarrassing round loss.
Yeah, they did good with the 2 mollies left. Covered all the close options, and they threw the molly late, so the smoke would come up and reveal any CTs behind it as well. And took some unfair duels to lock it up.
Still feel like Turtle, you know, deserved all
Poor
those kills
Turtle.
instead. But you know what? I don't think Turtle's the kind of guy where that bothers him. He just shrugs it off.
You wouldn't pick a name like Turtle if that wasn't the case. I agree.
You know, Turtle gives me...
If your name is Turtle, you read Dow with
You're
him.
all right.
Yeah, and you're cool. Yeah.
You know, you're all right with no matter what happens. Every day's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Turtle is like, to me, is like the Vinny of MIBR in the sense that every once in a while you get these like crazy maps. You know, Turtle can carry, but an off game doesn't mean bad things necessarily for MIBR. They are in the lead at the moment, leaning on that Joda carry. Henny's having a good map as well, so nice to see, but as I say his name, he doesn't get that shot off, and a missed chance on the re-peek. Woody's gonna catch Joda.
The volley's not burning him.
Oh man, Lukowski, one and done. Finally it spreads to Henny. He's still standing, sure enough. But 4 versus 3 here from Fluxo. They lose that mid control because of the kills that end up going the way of MIBR. And all of a sudden, VSM, he's in a critical position, and he holds it off, making sure that they can't get into that B site through mid. Bomb needs to be recovered, and with that one kill, feels like all of a sudden the soul of MIBR knocked down a peg.
The whole round rode on that one entry. And with mid smoked, everyone cut off, VSM the only one in B. Now, it looks like they're still in the same position. I mean, they haven't made any moves, and this still means VSM is alone. So there's a small chance that they find him. I feel like I have a lot of faith in him as an anchor. I don't see him just dying for no reason here.
Phelps should be coming soon enough, but yeah, VSM is going to have to do it on his own and yet again. Oof, and this time Exit gets him. Phelps into the doorway. Flash over top. Oh, bomb gets dropped by Phelps, so Exit's going to have to come back for that and then pull off this 1v3. Ooh, nice position there from Phelps. Love it. Jumps onto the box. Dude, this game has been so back and forth.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been tied from like 6-6.
That's true. I think that might be real. Awkward on utility usage there from Henny. He had a molly in his hand, didn't throw it at the door, fell off, and then got spotted, and then came back with a flash instead and tried to cross. But a lot of faith in it and missed another shot. He's had a strange game. Kind of good positions, bad aim. Well, they let one go, but I think they spotted Woody. Let's see if Lukowski can protect.
Ooh, cheeky. Up close and personal. And that's a T-side molly. So feels like without it, maybe they would have had a chance to trade that back. But the jump up onto the Xbox was in a moment where no one could support it.
That's a good spot.
On Luco. Damn, Fluxo, they just evacuate middle. We've seen a cat hit from MIBR go incredibly well. It's the round Phelps gets cleared, and Turtle as well, point blank, was just dead in an instant. So if MIBR can run that back. Last time it was a frag, this time it's a flash. They also did it dry. Now, smokes give wind of it. Phelps blind, stuck behind barrels. What? They don't see him? BRN finally gets vision of what the hell is going on. Phelps looking more like a turtle than anybody else. And now bomb's gonna be planted on the cat side of things. So yeah, again, MIBR pressing up catwalk into a successful post plant. However, emphasis on long here from Fluxo. How do they get their other players out of the CT spawn? Do they even chance this? Oh, Henny cuts down Woody the moment he tries to get that peek going. And VSM feels surrounded for the second. Lukowski catches one towards mid, but this is a round for MIBR yet once more. And it's as simple as the last time. Get up, cat, take the site for free.
Take the site for free, and Phelps, the horrible and weird and awkward and uncomfortable and strange thing that just happened there was that he got away with playing a spot that is a very gimmicky position, and it worked. He was completely unnoticed, sitting behind those barrels, eating flashes, waiting for the entire time. He just missed like every bullet. I mean, he even has good cover there to take that fight when BRN finally looks in his direction. But now he can't play that spot again, and they didn't win the round when he did.
Yeah, awkward.
I'm gonna try that though. I don't know how that works so well.
Can we get that replay back since it is a timeout instead of watching them? I want to see for how long that little face was just staring at the guy in sight. Look at this. Look at him.
He's 4 seconds, man. 4 seconds.
I mean,
Phelps had to shoot back at him.
How does Phelps not get away with one? Wild scenes.
Not my Phelps. Not the Phelps I know.
Thank you, production. On demand.
Yeah, that was worth.
It's like a rewind button.
It's rewind time.
Calm down, Will Smith. All right. Game on. It's a bit of a nail biter. Boost on Cat. Ooh, love that. Phelps. Sweet revenge from the unfortunate situation of the last round. This time, wastes no time. Immediate 5v4. Oh, delayed hinge smoke. Cool.
Yeah. Honestly, I wondered why more people don't do it, but you still hear the pull. So
just a lifestyle choice. Even despite that first kill towards middle, BRN wasted no time.
Wow, they are scrunched up here on Cat.
Oh, 91 damage on that nade.
Was that one nade?
91 damage on a nade.
That's not even possible, actually.
Well,
at the armor.
That's what the HUD said.
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy.
Run it back. Replay that.
That was a bug. I don't know.
Lux comes through with the easy pickup. Now, finally, you know, we've seen A-Site fall when the attack comes from Cat. Now we're going to see it from the long hit.
They just missed the smoke.
Ugh, in a 3v5. Burning through the util. Still getting closer. CTs could run a boost on the other end of that. And, all right. Henny knocks down the totem pole.
That's the last time I shoot back.
And Phelps hiding it again. But this time he's got support. Frag finds Henny. Third of his HP. Gone.
Oh, he wants to peek so bad.
Lukowski will eventually hit long, and Henny, with that no-scope through the smoke, is looking to put his name on this one. Joda catching a headshot, and then the flank hits its timing. Henny, 1v2. He knows Lukowski's at a distance, but VSM a little closer, and that first shot connects. Where the hell is he? And Lukowski finds him. Surprise, surprise, climbing over boxes. It's tied yet again.
Think he even gets scared, like even a little bit? Oh, maybe I'm not going to hit the headshot instantly today. Lukowski, when he wakes up in the morning.
Oh, it was two.
All right. I was like,
oh, that makes way more sense.
There used to actually be bug baits.
Where it hits like a headshot, right?
Something weird.
Does more damage?
Something weird, yeah.
That makes way more sense.
Oof. These Lukowski 1v1s. It's like, I think Lukowski and Henny have been in 3 1v1s this game. It's the story of the match. Just so damn good. I thought Henny's no scope through the smoke, op shot, kill, wall bang into CT spawn was going to win the round.
Would have been a sick way to set it up. Hell, it almost was. Yeah, okay. Cool, man. Cool. Yep. Just, yep. 21 frags, by the way. I believe the best map we've seen from Henny all Showdown.
Yeah, and it hasn't even been perfect. VSM 1v1.
MIBR gonna yeet one into this B site. And Fluxo, they're already in position for it. So this is gonna be a bloodbath. Look at that nade. Oh, it's immense amounts of damage before they even have a chance to get in there. Now we're boosting outside windows. Ratty. Oh, poor MIBR. You know, they were so ready to come through with conviction, and then that frag grenade just takes all the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, nice usage here from Fluxo. Turtle couldn't surmise that entry. I think there was a molly at the end of the tunnel that didn't go inside. So Turtle found a gap that he could stand in for the door frag, but didn't win the duel. And because of how fast these guys have gone, a lot of rounds have come down to 1 kill. I think for sure, like a really strong entry, for better or worse. Whether Lucalzi getting the kill, then they win, or someone failing a trade, and then they lose. Us 2 is a map where they'll try 3v5 sometimes. You don't need that much utility to get around, but sometimes when you 5-man and it's obvious, then you're like, they could be pushed long, they could be in suicide, they could be flanking us playground, they could be anywhere.
When do you pull that trigger on that 3v5? Like if you have cat control?
If you didn't 5-man in the first place, if they had held for lurkers outside long, for example, why they did this, or they were doing another variation of the strat with mid B, then they have some mid control to go back to without like carefully having to excavate the map once again, then you could do it. They still could have. Obviously, there was no push. We didn't see Fluxo push anything, but they don't know that.
Always having a good time. It's easier when you're winning. With that lead minimal, as it has been. It's been a very back and forth affair. Tech9 at an ump for Joda and Turtle, but exit on the entry. Catching Phelps as he just found a little footing inside of the pit. Woody's locked into this. Oh my God, he's stuck in the open. They've got him pinned behind car now. Holds on the corner. Nade nails him down to 37. Flash in his eyes. Teammates trying to keep him up. Turtle! He comes closer with that SMG as Henny gives great cover. And a 5v2 out of thin air. MIBR, they just smashed their head against that long play, and it works.
They jumped in a pit like it was a clown car. Everybody got inside, and then, I don't know. There wasn't much counterplay there for Woody. I did take a look at his nade set. Did you?
I didn't.
It felt like he didn't have anything. Otherwise, he probably would have smoked it and then fallen back. But we see now MIBR using all of their utility to perform this long cross. It's the only thing they were stingy about when it came to this attack. I actually find some smoke here on Joda, but yeah, this one's over, and the game continues to be tied. At 10-10, you said it felt like it's been tied since 6-6, and the trend keeps continuing. I'm going to check how many rounds it was actually been back and forth.
There's been a couple like 2-3 round blocks.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Yeah, but consistent in that they go back and forth. Dude, I love an entry like that. Exit staring at his shoes. B hopping his way through the doorway. You know, the confidence of that, knowing that your entire team is right behind you. I mean, that is essentially what they were hoping to do at the B site just 1 round prior, except they got hard stuffed by that frag grenade. So
yeah, I realized like this game, it's like kind of messy, but people are playing very well. But I'm just thinking like the only reason we're seeing this be a little bit more messy than normal is like because this is for all the marbles. These are 2 teams that could have reasonably felt that they weren't going to be in a final, and now have maybe one of the teams they feel most comfortable with playing against for a false final spot. And I think that's pressure.
I think there's an additional layer of pressure too. We've been talking about it all week, but like neither is a Rio attendee. So your year gets suddenly real quiet if you don't pick up this best of 3 win. And Henny, nothing close to being quiet across this first map. He is now ahead of Joda. 23 kills to his name. And we do have top-heavy scoreboards. Difference being we got 2 players on MIBR going above and beyond. Now that Henny has taken up that helm. VSM starting to trail off a little bit. Hard to keep up to Lucalzi. Phelps is with them. But it feels like the floor of both teams needs to rise. You get the wrong player in the wrong clutch, and it could be a critical round win for your opponents. Long belongs to MIBR once more. This time it's not a quick clash. CT's crawling over with the lesser guns and a man disadvantage. Turtle, he will get hit by that scout. Woody's going to boost the rifle up. Hell, even 2. So 3 players on site starting to crawl back towards Catwalk, just making sure that they don't get split. And it's MIBR keeping it simple. You know, 5-man forward assault yet again on long. Cross isn't completely covered. 30 seconds. Lux is in the pocket. VSM will have vision the entire time. Mollies start to hit the ground, and VSM doesn't even need to see him. Senses BRN's presence. Turtle climbing over. There's a player on top of site, and Lux is yet to see him. But he gets caught out. Starts to fall back the way of Fluxo. Joda at least able to clear the one inside of sight. Bomb plant looking likely, but it gets denied by VSM. Critical impact yet again, and nobody else can cross over. It's Fluxo with the most stringy of leads. 13 rounds to them.
Oh, he didn't count the seconds on the smoke. Tried to plant back defaults, or sorry, back single, and could have planted long plat and had a safe plant. But there was a chance, of course, a boost could take place in CT spawn. There just wasn't a lot of time. Fluxo do a great job of stopping them from coming into the site too early. And this is where MIBR get very scared. And of course, critical moments. And there is still some smoke here, but it's about to come up. VSM gets that kill no matter what. Not calling anything a lead at this point because anything is clearly possible. But Fluxo just that much closer to winning Dust 2. And again, like the Grim Reaper knocking on the doors of these teams. Got it versus 0-0 Nation. And now Want It versus MIBR. Aiming to be one of the best in the region.
Woody, chance to shine here. It's been quiet. You know, the op dominance, 100% the way of MIBR. If somebody comes around that corner, you know, there's no support towards Car. The CT position's going to be tough to come up. And the long player is very much tucked in pit. Phelps tries to come and help. Oh, that's a big one for Woody. Critical track on that shot. 30 seconds and the site engulfed in flames. MIBR, it's going to be a tight squeeze. Turtle finds his impact towards middle, but still there is pressure on Woody to deliver yet again. That bomb is stuck on Ninja. Joda's waiting. Turtle dies. Woody holds and misses his next chance. That's an open invitation, but again, point blank, he finds those headshots, and Henny is all that's left now. No chance for him to get this op into the equation. He may not even be able to save it. And with it, Fluxo finally more than just a one-round lead. Will he get cleared after time? That's the last question. Henny holding. He takes down 2, but VSM will find him, and so it's all swept away.
And he's on $200.
Nothing.
To defend against match point, so a critical fight.
Finally,
Man,
Woody.
10th kill, 11th kill, 4th quarter frags from Woody. There is a cavernous depth between him and Henny as an opper, I should say, and that's been the case in most of the matchups. Henny's a standout player, high stature as an op, and Woody has consistently not been there. But this is when it mattered.
I like that detail from Lux, right? He's on pit. I'm thinking he helps Woody if the pressure comes from Cat, but instead he's the guy to push long doors, deal with Turtle top middle, opens up the Cat hold. Definitely left Woody on his own, but not only delivering the first kill, that second when Joda gets up close, you know, again, there's no long support. If Joda gets the kill, if Woody whiffs, that bomb goes down no matter what.
Yeah, that's right. The green box player going down opened up rotations, and they used them really well. So they've broken the curse in these last few rounds, put together a little streak. MIBR, again, Henny, $200, can't even buy himself half armor. Barely can afford a meal with that money these days.
So Exit makes the sacrifice, buys an AK, I believe, drops it to BRN, who couples it with Kevlar. And that's going to have to be the God mode moment for MIBR here in round 27. Curious that it's not Joda, but I suppose BRN had the extra cash for armor. He's got a chance to shine here. Stark reposition from Woody. Onto the B plat he'll go. Nobody else inside sight with him. But There's just the 2 flashbangs on Turtle. Ooh, didn't jump at the first check. Holds it and hits his shot. So the AK goes down, no longer Kevlar to hold it. Aim punch becomes a problem. And MIBR have got bigger problems than that.
Yeah, it's going to be quite hard to read this map. It's one of the more unique setups that Fluxo have actually employed, and the op from the A site is over on B this time around. So where's everyone else? They might be trying to lure them into some kind of mid-B split, but they've got a good spot going on over here on A as well.
Lux sees it.
Aye, yikes.
Luckily, Phelps is in a spot to trade it fast. Exit's going to have to reach for that. Glock finds a headshot, makes things a little wonky. There's a mid walkout as well, maybe. Nope, not yet. Henny allows for the first rotate. Woody, whoa, caught off. Henny got hit. Pistol's enough to end it. The other 2 Ts now trickling into the A1S. VSM secures it 15 to Fluxo.
Yeah, there's definitely some pressure involved in some of these fights. We can see it. But a good call on the setup. Woody's just kind of sitting up straight right now. He's hitting his shots. He's calling some interesting stuff. It was looking very vanilla there for a second, but he's definitely done his job. And in the first half of this game, it felt like MIBR doing a great job of reading Fluxo. Now it feels like that's starting to change hands.
Hey. After that, game on. Remember, AK bought up in the last round means Deagle here for exit. Scout on Henny. Woody again a different spot, this time pressed into the catwalk.
Ooh, this is a brave call. No mid clearance besides just walking out.
Flash. Woo. Sees them both. And Lukowski up close and personal. Just shreds any attempt at that B split. Now suddenly 3 versus 5, map on the line, and they just have to press into the B site. VSM blinded, and Turtle, that's a big pickup. Lukowski could decide to just run through window, but he'll hold. No reason to rush this. Go ahead, take tunnels, set up the flank. Whoa. Risky business there from Lukowski, but it does burn Turtle into the crosshair of the op, so excellently placed utility. 2 versus 4 in the post plant. Henny and Exit. They catch Lukowski on the smoke. There's another player from mid. Exit finds that first, cuts down the second, and through that smoke, the nade's delivered on the money. Lux lands it, and we have 16 to the scoreboard, folks. It is Fluxo with the first map on Dust 2.
One step closer. They do it. I'm happy for Lukowski. I'm happy for VSM. And I'm happy for Woody to see him really wake up at the end there. They had to fire on all cylinders to make that a thing, and they continue on with their Dust 2 dominance.
Damn right, man. And honestly, tough job for Woody, considering that Henny comes out swinging. The op just entirely in the hands of MIBR at the start. But Fluxo get there. And now 1 map away from the finals. We'll see you guys for the next one in just a second.
I've never bought weapons using the number system in my entire life.
I used to do that long time ago, not anymore.
I never think of the number at all.
I think we buy way too fast. We don't even see.
It's AK-47. Yeah, B42 is AK-47.
Think AK?
It's AK, no?
Yeah, it's just rifle AK, yeah.
Yeah, just AK-47.
I just don't know the order.
What's right before the rifles? Because I swear rifles is 5.
Shotguns?
Okay, so shotguns, we'll say that. I think it's auto shotty then.
Auto shotty? Let's go. We're gonna go auto shotty. Final answer.
I think it's AK.
Yeah, I think it's AK too.
Yeah, final answer. So B15 is Deagle?
It's decoy, it's decoy. I say decoy, I say decoy.
Deagle and decoy.
The first one is Deagle.
Yeah, and 5-1 is like one of the heavy guns, right? I don't know what's called.
Yeah.
Is it like the ones with a lot of bullets?
I think M249, maybe?
I think it's Deagle, because Glock, dualies, P250, Tech 9, Deagle, so...
Yeah, no, that's true.
So if this is heavy, then it's Nova.
Deagle and then Nova, final answer.
I think it's the... Deagle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Kevlar 1.
That's it. Final answer.
So I would say max 7.
Okay, max 7.
Plus a kit.
Yeah, probably kit. And 6.5.
It's a smoke, no?
Yeah, that's smoke.
Okay, let's try that. Max 7 plus kit plus smoke grenade.
The first one is just like a shotgun.
Yeah, it's XM.
And 5-4.
I think it's Luther or Kid.
Yeah, probably one of those two.
I will go with Kid.
And then 6-5.
I think it's a nade.
Okay, which one?
I would go with Molotov. Or incendiary.
The first one was the also shotgun, right?
Yeah, XM, Kid, and incendiary.
I didn't even know there was a 6. I'm gonna keep it a $150, brother. If muscle memory served me right, I'm pretty sure this is Mag 7.
Mag 7, you want to say Kit?
This gotta be Kit, dude, surely.
What if this is a nade, bro?
Oh, I think you're right.
I feel like Molly's at the end, bro.
Alright, so Mag 7, Kit, Molly.
Maybe the Mag 7? And then 5-4. We got a diffuse. 6-5. I smoke? Or no? Molotov?
Yeah, it can be Molotov.
So we have a Mag 7, a diffuse kit.
The Molotov.
That's a throw by.
Back and forth moments in that second half, but a streak from Fluxo seals this one out. They managed to claim revenge versus the last time they faced MIBR on this ground. And now, Jacob, the reverse Uno pick makes sense coming from Fluxo.
It makes sense because we've seen Fluxo play Dust 2 a couple of times in this tournament. We've seen their win record and they played Dust 2 at a very high level. We got to showcase that one more time in this game. I think there's a lot of attributes to the way they play. There's a lot of different playmakers, a lot of different ways of attacking the game and approaching the game. And overall, I must say, Fluxo by far the better team. They lost the first pistol, got behind 3-0. In the second half as well, they win the pistol, but they lose the following 3 rounds. So overall, a very bad start to both half and still winning 16-12. For my money, by far the best.
I agree. In some sense, Fluxo was the better team here on Dust 2, and it wasn't necessarily down to the executes or the game plan. I really liked how they played the late round situation and the clutches. I think for me, this was the one factor that really played in their favor. So many players came clutch towards the very end of that game, and that was the factor.
Let's talk about the clutch factor going towards the first half, because you got round number 7 you want to put under the microscope.
Yeah, I got round number 7 I want to put under the microscope. You're not wrong, Freya. We are in a scenario here where the game is 3-3. It's about to stabilize. We're about to figure out who's going to run away with it, who's going to get off to a good start, and who will trail behind. A little bit of a back and forth trading in middle, a 4v4 situation. Then you see Jota. He's playing this picture perfect, finding both kills right here, now in a 4v2. And if you look at this round, it shouldn't be possible. Unfortunately for Jota, he's kind of wishing out the good play by dying, and I don't know what the player in CT spawn is thinking about right here. Turtle is selling his teammate. Exit is now by himself on the B bomb site, and what was a 4v2 that MIBR should have won, no doubt, turned into a round where Henny had to save the AWP and Fluxo ended winning up the clutch. The ability to turn around a 2v4 and win it, that was one of the few occasions I saw in the game where MIBR really dropped the ball, and one of the few occasions where I had to give it to Fluxo as well for having the ability to turn it around.
It was a very hurtful round for MIBR to drop. I mean, you look at their money, they have absolutely nothing at that point. They're a 4v2, the scoreline is 3-3. They can actually build some sort of momentum, build the bank, and then they drop the ball, as you said, that 2v4 walking through that smoke, and they have no money. Flux is running with it.
I want to talk about one of the individuals, and I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but the cows yet again. You know, he's really been showing up in the droves, and just in terms of what he's been delivering so far throughout the showdown, I like that we've seen consistent form from him.
I think it's wild he can consistently perform at such a high level with the playstyle he has, right? You talk about the Blame F of the world, you talk about the Saivus, the Simples. They have a certain way of approaching the game. I feel like Lukowski is very aggressive in the way he plays Counter-Strike. Take this round as an example, jumping down towards CT spawn, but he's consistently delivering in these entry scenarios time and time again. It takes quite a lot of skill match to be able to do that game after game after game.
And I agree with you. I think he's got that aggressiveness, that assertiveness on the server, but I also feel like he can be nuanced and he can be controlling when he takes the fight. And usually, this is one of the elements where we usually criticize rookies, where they be aggressive, but then they take too much risks. Sure. They give away advantages. They go for the second, the third, the fourth kill. I thought Lukowski knows when to go for a kill, and once he's done it, he stays safe. And that in itself is an attribute that is quite rare at that stage.
I don't quite want to jump the gun yet, but I feel like he's the whole package. What you're describing right here, that's what you're looking for in a Counter-Strike player. It feels like to me early on, sure, he's the whole package.
You also wanted to give a shout out to the man VSM though. He's been really dazzling on the subs.
Yes, not necessarily. I mean, the numbers are high. 21 kills is very honorable, but I thought that in this game, he showed us a lot of creativity on how to win clutches. That's just a very great example here, making use of the Henny's fail, but he had a couple of different situations. We had that right here on the A side where he's got no HP, plays off the edge of the smoke, I thought he was creative in clutches. I thought he stayed calm and composed. He made the best out of very dire situations. And even though he's not at the top of the scoreboard, he was a key element in stabilizing situations for Fluxo.
So cheeky in some of those situations. We love to see it.
Yeah, you do. It's amazing to see VSM finding his way of playing again. In CSGO Nation, he didn't look like the old VSM. He didn't look like the talent everyone was talking about, but he's slowly but surely showing us that there's still some talent left inside him.
Well, let's get a few words from Fluxo's coach after that first map victory with Banks.
Zamp Dust 2, this time around, you managed to get the victory, and it was no overtime, which is certainly positive for you guys. Overall, are you feeling very confident in this? Because I look at the veto. You won Vertigo last time against them. Your Vertigo has looked good in general. You've now won Dust 2. Is this Fluxo going all the way?
Yeah. We believe we can beat them on Vertigo 2. It's not a map that we used to play in the events some days ago, but we know how to manage this map to beat them. And about the Dust 2, as I said, it wasn't overtime. There's a little thing I want to say. In the round 13-13, Wood said, please stack A, because they know I used to stack B. Because, of course, as you know, Woody was their in-game leader. And, so we won that round, and after that we control the match to finish 16-13.
Very nice. So some mind games coming in here. And I just want you to explain to me as well, right, when it comes to the team right now and their feeling coming into this. We see actually a lot of the teamwork paying off. We see a lot of this like explosiveness. But did you expect them to be very much ready for a lot of what you do because they know how Woody plays? Did you have to change some of your ways of approaching the game?
We used to play this kind of way because of our players. It's not something usual to Woody, but because of our players, a lot of playmakers in our team used to do this. And let's see, we can do this again on Vertigo. And it's a map that you can use the gaps, middle, B, trying to pick one by one. And let's see.
Let's see. I'm looking forward to it. Zamp, I'll let you get to the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Vertigo up next in this grand final Americas matchup. MIBR's pick coming into things. Maniac, when we're looking at the history on this map, last time these two played against each other, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 overtimes on this map.
52 rounds between these two teams when they played Vertigo, and this is the reason why I'm going to put the focus on the individuals and on the individual decisions. As it was mentioned in Zamp, he talked about the gaps that can be exploited. You are very much in a situation where both teams have a pretty clear idea on how the other one is playing. We had this incredible record of rounds they played against each other, so they know what the hell is about to happen. This is going to leave gaps, it's going to leave some space to make decisions in place.
There's 2 numbers I want you guys to focus on right now. The 4v5 conversion is both very low for both teams, and the 5v4 conversion is high for both teams, which means they share the same strength and the same weakness on a map like Vertigo. You gotta make sure that you're not the team giving up the first pick, because you're clearly better playing the 4v5 situations, and if you get the first pick, you're clearly good at winning the rounds. That's very important. And then not to sound like the broken record you're talking about, Freya, but Lukowski on Vertigo, by far the highest rated player for Fluxo, 1.36 rating on average. I then looked into it and I thought to myself, sure, that probably comes from the CT side. His T side rating on Vertigo, on average, 1.49. He's a better T player on Vertigo than he's a CT side player, and that doesn't happen more or less for anyone in the world. That is insane. Absolutely insane.
Do you think that spells the end for MIBR coming into this one, then, Maniac? Or do you see a 3-mapper on the horizon to close out the night?
You know what? Let's get to 3. Let's get to 3. We've done enough Counter-Strike. I want to see map number 3. I think MIBR have enough to push us.
Well, we're going to see exactly if they do have enough fuel in the tank to be pushing us to a 3rd and final decider in this grand final series. Unfortunately, Dust 2 fell away from them. Will it change coming into Vertigo? We're going to find out after this.
Honestly, they said we need a little more talent here at the casting desk, so we brought in the whole damn crew. You want to swap anybody out, Mo?
Yeah, Maniac doesn't know this is happening, so that's the best part of all. He's sitting in the green room right now.
Yeah,
he's yelling in the green room right now.
Yeah, the FOMO's very real. I think everybody's here because we got to keep eyes on this map, bro. Lukowski, Pimp dropping big bombs. I can look at you when I say it.
Yeah. Do you want to tell him, Pimp?
What should I say?
You should tell them your statistic.
The statistic? Oh, the Lukowski T-side stat? The difference between us and them is that they actually listen into the segment corner, so they already know. So I don't want to repeat it one more time.
Okay.
No? Yeah, you can do your research yourself.
1.49 rating, Lukowski, across all his Vertigo games. It's outlandish. In fact, it's just kind of out of this world. And now that our friends depart us, I feel a little lonely.
It smells a little better now.
Yeah, that it does. Not sure who it was, probably Freya. Now, this could be, I think, just based on that statistic and based on the fact that Lukowski has been so consistent across just the event in general, let alone this kind of wild Vertigo stat. What if Fluxo show up to the Showdown as the dark horse and just dominate? Oh, God.
Brazilian hot dog.
I've done it again. Okay, forget you heard that. Let's go, Vertigo, map 2, baby. What could be the final map of all the Showdowns. The final spot at Fall Finals up for grabs. Fluxo won't be at the Rio Major, but they could make Copenhagen their major.
Yeah, it's certainly going to feel as very few events that you'll ever get to go to that will feel as extraordinary as the Blast Fall Finals. Atmosphere is unbelievable. To get a chance to play in front of the crowd there is, well, it's going to be the highlight of your career for 99% of player. Honestly, it's so nuts.
Ooh. Phelps survives longer than maybe he should. Joda's going to start prying into this B site. Nothing here to stop him. Woody's going to have to try and shuffle in, but going beyond green, that's the tough one. And so he'll be caught out in the open. Lux and Lukowski. 2 versus 4. Bomb will be planted safely behind the boxes. The Berettas look for their intended targets. Lukowski taking his time as he clears out middle to just make sure there is no flank. Now all attention ahead. If they had decided to go for this, but they will tuck tail, cut their losses, and leave. It's MIBR with a T-side pistol win.
And make it happen. Yeah, they get onto the site. So again, that T-side rating stat from Lukowski is just absurd. His CT side rating also plus 120. The fact that his T-side rating is higher, and it's a sample size of 6 maps. I mean, 6 full maps, 1.49 rating. It's just, you can't even, I haven't seen anything like, I mean, you talk.
You can't just tell me what to do. Terrorists win. It's got to come natural. Yeah, I don't know. It actually just seemed like I felt like we were using the HLTV filters wrong. You know, like there had to be a gimmick in there. There had to be a mix-up. Numbers like that just don't exist.
I know.
They just don't happen. But
if they did, it would be Pimp to find them?
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean,
no offense, but
broken clocks are still right twice a day.
Yeah. A blind squirrel will still find a nut every once in a while.
I'm pretty sure blind squirrels just starve to death.
It's a saying. It must be true.
Okay. MIBR, of course, picking this map and picking apart Woody, who gets thrown at the top of the A setup. Dead in a millisecond. AK's ready to pack a punch, and that Molotov dismantles the boost, coupled with the wallbang. Don't look at that! Barring Joda's mishap, that was going very well for MIBR, but now suddenly we're still thrust into the 3v3 with Turtle 18 HP. It's not comfortable. But it is still their round to just walk forward. Simply hit this A site. All should be good. Lukowski's over on short side. Oh, he's not been seen, but as he doubles back, the shadow gives an advantage to BRN, who has now pieced together what's left of this picture. Phelps holds on with the FAMAS. Utility going deep both ways. But Fluxo stuck behind that smoke, so they'll double it back around towards Shelf. That'll be a chance for the plant. Remember, Turtle's incredibly low. We could get into a situation where it's really just VSM versus exit. Oh, the smoke's not good! He rushes out. Traded out by Exit. Phelps 3 HP and Berettas as Exit crawls away. Oh, he's taking damage.
No way.
So much damage. And still the CT stands. Just Berettas.
What?
How do they rob that back?
He hit him like 15 times.
Oh, hey. Oh, hey. That's a VSM call to action. I can't believe VSM sets up Phelps.
He had 3 health the whole time, right?
The whole time.
That's
Look
pressure.
at this, dude. John Wick dodging bullets.
Well, that's breathtaking.
Dude, just working with the angles from top to side to top to bottom. Ooh.
And that's
gotta hurt.
That's gonna shake your team to the core, right? I mean, everyone was watching that. You're feeling bad. Tail between your legs at this point. Can't even get the 1 damage. Wow.
Dual Berettas.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Man gets run boost round. Turtle, the solo AK. Ooh, but VSM better be careful.
Looks like he was spotted. But, you know, Turtle could still just be waiting for that no matter what. VSM makes a rotation in, so...
Of course he does.
Yeah. So kind of cool to do this, because once the smoke comes up, you can't do it, and there's still the thought that they could be holding and waiting. Supporting Flasher here back on the site, and I was just thinking, is VSM going to push forward and peek, which is the normal play to make, or get out, and he somehow is able to do the latter without even a flash. Oh, yeah. He was playing a lot of games there, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's not a FAMAS grabbed by MIBR, but does create a little uncertainty and a heavier rotate towards the B side of the map. Lux on his own. Oh, damn. He sees it a little bit late, but it's not even a commitment here. Man, these CTs be scrambling. But now they've realized it could be mind games yet again. Nobody pressed close to the top of the B site. Here it comes. Turtle still on the AK. Ooh, Lukowski gets just the first. AK will be grabbed by Joda. Woody trying to run in with that MP9. 10 seconds to the clock and the kills come through. Grenade for Joda!
Oh, for 2.
Double! He's in the open,
but
that's 3! And Henny, does he have it? Ooh, he's got it! Tech 9 in hand and the AK's back from Lux. Right into the action. 1v3! And Henny stands tall on, again, 3 HP.
I have never seen so many nerves, dude. This game, this last map, it all makes sense. There's pressure right now. These are some ridiculous moments.
He gets 3. The double dunk on the nade, then the AK pickup. He pulls off the 1v3, but dies to the 4th in Henny.
Wow.
Woo, we got a game.
So many close moments. That is ridiculous. And even as those kills are coming into the site, the amount of missed sprays, it's uncanny.
M4 grab right back. Consistency here from Fluxo in order to just go for those early crane fights. They've lost Turtle once. They lose Lukowski now. What the hell are these rounds?
They want it.
Back-to-back 3 HP clutches. Nuts. Phelps still boosted. Oop, that's gonna get heard. And instantly the AK's rattle shots through the wall. Sandbag's occupied. Wallbangs go both ways.
They're gonna molly this, right? Oh, they're not gonna molly this.
Oh God. Woody's ready just in case, but nobody's thrown one at him. Oh.
This is an anti-eco. They're not mollying sandbags or clearing it.
Oh, Woody has to shoot.
Oh my God, they just turn around. Oh,
Yeah.
the spray.
Okay.
Yikes, guys.
Okay. I think everybody's got to reset the hearts. We gotta take some deep breaths.
This would be a great game for heart rate monitors.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Everyone would be like XQC robbing a bank right now.
And then he just comes at me, man, and I don't know what to do. This freaking 3 HP, them dual Berettas. It's like a tack, 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 and then a... You guys hear this, man? There's pigs inside the server. First there's chickens, but see.
You just did every French Canadian. That's so... Oh my. Oh my god, I'm done.
5 Alive bodes well for MIBR.
Yeah.
All jokes aside, all crazy antics ending. 5 Alive. Woody doesn't get the better of him. And we got that 2-round lead. Now, I want everybody to take a second real quick. We're going to have a lower third pop up. Right now, right here, it is a chance to go vote for the MVP of the Blast Showdown. So go to the Blast Twitter, @BlastPremier, and you guys can have your say. Brought to you by Maersk.
Who are you going to vote for?
VSM Smile.
True. A lot of good candidates, though. That's for sure. Vertigo could play a factor. Whoever's not nervous in this game, that's my vote.
I don't think you can vote for anyone then.
Yeah, well, we haven't got that Lucchese T side.
True.
But we'll see.
All right, that's fair.
He has to average a 1.50 on this T side to maintain his current rating, so...
That's insane.
Yeah, we'll see.
It just makes no sense. But we'll see how many rounds they have once they get there, because MIBR about to queue up another easy one. So they're supposed to, but Lux puts the M4 in the right spot, set up by the pistols. Aided in his endeavor. And now BRN headhunting. Oh, utility damage is massive. Remember, Lucchese, he grabbed the gun off of the first kill. Ooh, that looked like it was in the M4. Where does he come from? Where did he go?
He was just up in heaven.
Oh! And then a lineup with the double AK, not again. They had even less this time.
The antics don't end. Henny, he's just wondering what the hell he can do about this. The bomb's out in the open. Okay, 1 down. That helps. That really does. You know, we are talking low players, no armor. The scariest thing, Lucchese, he has been in a 1v1 with Henny, I think, already 3 times just on Dust 2. And there is a world where it comes down to them once again. You know, Henny, he's really good at figuring these puzzles out with enough time left on the clock, and they're giving him some respect.
Giving him a chance to at least get closer. It's going to be real tough to get Lux out of there. He could go over the sight boxes. That'd be the best way to get this first kill. And then he just has to deal with the snap onto elevator. So, another tap. 2 clean headshots so far, 15 seconds. And as he grabs that bomb, Lucchese comes wide.
Wow.
That's an unarmored AK, 3 kills.
It was a nice try, and there was the chance to make it that 1v1 and potentially get the bomb down. But as soon as he didn't do that, the clock meant that Lucchese had the right to walk out because he had to go and try to stick it or at least tap. So very beautiful timing from Lucchese on top of the 2K spray down with the AK into the final frag as well.
Look at this.
Oh, what a find.
Oh, that's the last one. Sorry. For a second, I thought that was the first 2 kills as well.
This game is brutal.
And far from over. Five rounds deep. MIBR still holding on to the edge, but they're going to have to buy back in with everything.
It's actually nuts, you know, that they get Dust 2 and Vertigo in the same veto because they love Vertigo. And in fact, the last time they played against MIBR, they actually won Vertigo. They won it in that 28-24 game back in August. But outside of that, they've lost a single game on Vertigo. They're 5-1 because he's a powerhouse on the map. So this is a brave pick by MIBR to take him here.
Can you do me a favor when you have a second?
Yeah.
And check out MIBR's Vertigo performance on the road to Rio. Because obviously they didn't make it to the major, and I can't remember if they played it then. You know, if we've seen it kind of faltering.
They did not.
Okay.
Not a single time, yeah. So that's also interesting. They leave it out and just come back to it. when everything's on the line as well. So
right.
They think they know something. Let's see if they do.
Definitely playing it under pressure.
Yeah, this game, it feels like it's gonna game plan always matters and everything, but execution feels like it's gonna make the difference in this match.
Yeah.
Because there's clearly pressure affecting multiple players on the server right now.
And I mean,
we already saw in Dust 2, so top heavy on both sides.
Yes.
2 players doing well, 3 really not themselves.
And some just really crazy moments as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like bare knuckle fighting.
Yeah.
Bit of a street brawl. No one wants to get curb stomped. Smokes go over. Mollies follow. Lukowski in the pocket. Turtle's coming up. Clears the corner, but it's VSM with the double. Just off the side of the corner, keeps it 2 ahead. Henny finishes off what was left of that, but there's another player pressed in close wall. It's Woody. And Henny, he's got exit back behind him. Maintains and sprays Phelps down to 7. So yes. Oh, Lux just gets rocked and exits nade, finds its target. Henny with the pop off.
Damn.
And they're gonna fight tooth and nail, round by round.
Nasty pre-fire, man. That brings energy back in the room, I think, for MIBR. They've suffered a few tragedies, and they're still winning. I mean, 4-2 up in the first half. Those look like some very reasonably easy trades after VSM gets his 2K, right? I mean, Lukowski, he starts it off with going 1 for 1, and then 2 more kills, and Henny does this. Not only getting the first frag, doing 90+ damage to the second, and clipping the third. Oh! They just didn't shoot back right there. They swung and didn't shoot back. I think there was a scaling flash behind Henny that rocked him. Imagine if this was on LAN. Oh my God. We're nervous enough. Thought playing from home was comfortable.
Yeah, not when there's this much at stake.
Yeah.
But
yep, one of the biggest events of the calendar on the line.
Tough one for Fluxo. As they're going to have to limp in with just Phelps and Lukowski on guns. A couple 5.7s and a Deeg. But, you know, fair reminder, they've done it with, they've done it with less. Making a ruckus in middle. It's all audible for MIBR. They're starting to clump themselves outside this B site. It's at least one of the 2 M4s here. Lukowski supporting VSM. Flash just blinded 3, and VSM... Oh man, pressed into the smoke. It goes unchecked, but he'll go down empty-handed. Phelps dives back. Lukowski's chance lines him up. A good amount of damage. Such little HP on 2 of the 3. And a weapon grab by Lux.
Refreshes the Jetty smoke, which allows them to actually cross up into the site. Hard to figure out exactly what the best course of action is there, but Lux, he wanted the gun. Now, Woody is working on this long con flank. And with 40 seconds, they have enough players to watch everything, but see how low Jota is holding this down. It depends on Woody's awareness, but Jota will be very alone. So they have to assist in this plant. There's a chance that Woody gets this kill. We'll see if he reads it, though.
This first player's low. It's the bomb planter with full health, and
Lux missed him by a hair.
Looks the wrong way. Woody, that's at least an upgrade into the gun. Now he's got to press in versus Henny. Spots it, tags him slightly. Exit, what can he really offer on such little HP? Henny swings and gets the job done. That's a 5th for MIBR.
It is, yeah. They'll grab that. They feel good about that, too. Another crazy close situation. And VSM going unnoticed in the corner behind the smoke felt like, all right, that close with the Deagle, he could do more. They didn't do a good job of, listen, if Lukowski's only getting 1, that's pretty impressive for you. So they are neutralizing him, at least. A couple of these moments look like he could spray down 3, maybe.
Yeah, right now it's
not happening.
The Henny dominance.
Yeah, true.
12 and 2.
Damn. Oh. Jesus, dude.
But
at least look him in the eyes.
Lukowski just continuing to make things that little bit sketchier for MIBR. Joda's going to chase that mid pick, and he will find Phelps for free.
Well, they know the stack now, but they're still going into it.
And they can see them all. One of those mollies pops in the air, so it was a little more space for them to work with. Last CT is here, but Lux goes down easily at the hands of Turtle. And MIBR just slicing through that B site.
That's a stabilizing round right there. 3 up. Anti-Eco's down fast. I think nerves might start to come down a tiny bit. They've got a decent lead here. Game plan's functioning on Vertigo, which was a risky pick. Played a lot of rounds versus Fluxo last time. And it's less funny, less chaotic now.
The guns are picked back up. Has been some, weird half buys, low buys, no buys from Fluxo.
Double nade, beautiful to the top of ramp.
Great start.
Great way to start the day. Better than oatmeal.
Nade in response finds its mark. And he has been that beast. See him wounded, could bode well. Oh, didn't see him. Shrouded in the fire is BRN. Talk about Henny all we want. BRN is the right-hand man. Catching up, sure enough. Now the CTs evacuate the A site, so transitioning into an early save. This is going to be 7 already on this T side.
I got brutalized. What an attack. They just simply waited the smoke onto the ramp and continued with a full-fledged exec. And they also softened up Woody so much, he couldn't even challenge the ramp when clearly that was the idea in the beginning of the round. So Fluxo, they're getting left in the dust now.
One of the 3 guns down. This is no guaranteed save either. Good response from Woody. But Cowsey's also going to have to fight for it if he wants to hold on. And they've got numbers on him. He'll find the first one. Wallbang not far off. He dies. All 3 cleared out.
Ooh.
3 players decided to save, and none of them will see their weapons in the next round.
Each team gearing up to take their map pick. If that were the case.
Lightning fast from BRN up that ramp. Henny's getting ferocious.
Seriously. Yeah, like he had already, like you mentioned, a high frag game on Dust 2, and there was more to be desired. Like he had moments where he could have got even more kills, barely missed them. But you can see now that energy in full force. Looking at nuke next, potentially. Uh-oh.
Okay, but it's these rounds, oddly enough, that seem to go down harder. And it's definitely not the one-offs. Right? This has been a consistent trend so far. Phelps will grab the AK for free, the fruits of their labor. Tough one for Woody, because if he switches, they'll know he's here. So just camp that AK instead. Oh, exit. Hard clear. Lux gets hit by the bottle, so they know he's close. Turtle gets beyond the fire. 2 CTs stacking up. Spotted out. Oh! Whoa. Turtle catches Phelps as he falls back down. This round's still very much alive. And that wallbang's not far off, but Lux, having grabbed an AK, how much more does he want to try and press this in? Exit right there. Insta headshot, and now they're just back down to the pistols. So this is an excellent recovery from MIBR. They're keeping it focused on the player towards short. VSM hunted down. Lukowski's gonna have to go big, and they get it back. 3v5 recovery to put MIBR on fire.
Shout out Turtle for that adjustment, and MIBR, they do such a good job in the slow rounds of taking advantage of every second. And they put a lot of pressure on Fluxo, who can barely sit in their seat sometimes. And right here, they don't freak out when the first 2 kills come down. That's a massive recovery. You look at this, 3v5 in this situation with guns given over. And that shot, as Phelps was about to fall off, maybe makes the most difference. Bit of tilt on that one.
Even despite those crazy antics at the start of this map, we got a clear lead. And the sketchy situations are actually getting recovered. The makings of a dominant T side if things keep going like this. We got the sandbags position being held here. Woody's actually not behind it, but above it.
That's flash.
Sitting duck. Perfect flash, but an excellent peek. VSM making money in mid, going right back at it. He wants second servings. A fourth frag on the horizon. Makes up for the fact that Woody just got deleted.
Yeah, that flash was brutal. There's a pop. It hit the corner. Popped right after.
Didn't stand a chance. But we've seen Henny getting loud, Henny getting rowdy. 2 versus 4 attempt towards the A site. Lux tucked. And Phelps will assist from elevator when the time comes. Utility, not the best here for MIBR. It's a single flashbang on Joda. Down to the 20-second mark. They've seen nothing at B, so VSM now starting to lean onto A site. The assistance isn't far off. Bomb on Henny. Love this. Boost up. That's the player close dead. VSM with the trade. On for the ace. He's got it.
Wow, with the 3K in mid. And then he tops it off in the end with 2 beautiful frags. Denies the frag from Henny, who was in a great spot. Love the idea to get up on there and allow for the plant to go down. VSM has been rifling hard.
Every single piece.
Trailed off a little bit on Dust 2 towards the end, but still was a guy who was putting together multis in the clutch. And of course, playing B. You only get so much action in those positions.
Looks like even if he died, that nade may have done enough. So, a heroic moment from VSM to give Fluxo their 3rd round. It is still a measly 3 CT round wins. Over towards Sandbags. Lux holds the line. Joda trying to play it quick. We've seen this aggression. Fast moves from MIBR up ramp. Smoke on the side of Crane. It's going to leave Phelps in the pocket, and BRN doesn't see him. Wow. Now he does, and he's got both. Pre-fires towards short. Woody holds on the trigger. Frag grenade finds him. Big chunk of HP taken off. And a man advantage for MIBR, not to mention fire on his feet, a flash in his eyes. Fantastic. Maybe not from Woody's perspective. But 3 pieces of utility nets them a double man advantage. Woody made to look like a fool.
Looks like they're going to take the fight in the direction of the op. And I mean, look who's holding it. But at the same time, if they've got the nades to make it so that he shouldn't even be able to get a shot off. So we'll see if they exec properly. Lucalzi figures this one out. He needs an award.
Uh-oh. Missed shot. Cross back, though. Gets away from the nades for the most part. Still low. Deals with the push. Comes back.
Oh my God.
No second. Turtle's ready.
Okay.
1 and done. MIBR grab a 9th.
Almost figures it out. First shot's real close as well. Turtle's getting a little sharper too. Had a tough dust too. This shot's beautiful from BRN, man.
So nice.
And then S is honestly equally as cool. But this molly comes down. It's a very standard molly, and he hears it coming, and I feel like Woody just knows he's gonna die. He just does not move fast enough. And I wanted to say that this will be telling to see if he falls back or goes forward into this, depending on his confidence in the round, how he wants to play. And it was cool to see him go forward, but it was just too late.
Dire reality sinking in here for Fluxo. Trailing by 6. No buy in this round. Well, I say that. They'll get some trimmings. Armor across the board. 3 nades. Definitely not ideal. Definitely not the competitive essence we had on Dust 2. That game was so back and forth. And the first 4 rounds of this one felt like it was just going to be rinse and repeat. But MIBR absolutely owning. Frag finds Lux down to 46. He'll go. MIBR waste no time peeling away from that A site. They could just follow through into B, and if they do, it's just VSM with only a Desert Eagle. Fluxo really hoping that it was going to be the A hit. If MIBR don't press through the smoke, then maybe the rotate can get here in time. But the exec starting to move forward regardless. So VSM on the smoke, point blank, deals with one. They press through nonetheless. And those rotates caught off. They're trying their absolute damnedest to keep the pressure up, but MIBR just 2 steps ahead. No fallback, nothing for free here. An absolute clash inside the B site. Double digits, MIBR.
Oh, BRN is like possessed now. 16 and 9 with that 3K. Those entries are ridiculous. He was also another one who we didn't see him be himself over on Dust 2. But times have changed fast.
Well, at least he finds exit.
Wait a second. He actually has time to get to this plant. They're so far away, but okay.
No.
I love how they're not even BRN just waiting to hear if the tap comes down.
He's got it. Ice cold to close. MIBR with another.
Yeah, max is 5 rounds. They have a good T side. They get most of their rounds on TT normally. That is Fluxo. It's a really nice flash dodge by VSM, honestly. Couldn't even see the pop.
But 3 bodies come barreling through. Wow. That's nasty.
Yeah.
I think you put it best. Possessed.
Possessed, yeah. Doing huge things here on T side for MIBR.
But Fluxo, we're waiting for this rebuy, so let's see if guns can make a difference. They go right to the B steps. Lukowski, I don't know how he gets away with that. Oh, man. And the nade chips away at Turtle and exit. VSM slides behind oranges. Ooh, wow. And a clean kill into Turtle. So, yes, guns do make a difference. 2 versus 4 attempt for MIBR to keep Fluxo stagnant on that measly 3 rounds. Ops posted. Nice shot from Henny. Clips him right through the box. Oh, a second. No. Yeah. Flashbang setting up. Missed shot from Woody. Henny is simply the better opper tonight, if not always.
Oh, it's a little sloppy from Fluxo. Now they're just in full retake protocols. Nades come down. And the off from Henny, he's low and he has, the bomb behind him. But he really wants to get this kill to make it easy. Misses the shot, stays alive, however. Shadow saw.
Close. Second miss. That one's going to get punished. Henny got the first 2. Exit. It's his turn to get the double. And Woody's pressing in closer. There's a chance. Locks. Oh, he gave up a little bit of skin. And gets taken out of the game. 25 seconds to try and piece it together. Expecting Woody to be back here. Not going for the plant just yet. He can make sure he won't get rushed down. If it's not here, then the plant comes for free. Woody would have to be nuts to charge this down. Exit plant's open.
These plants open and be able to go Jenny as well. And he can get his way off the site, but he knows Woody's opping, so this is a risk from him. Oh, coming forward. Whoa, what a play.
Oh, so good. Exit with the last 2. Henny made it happen. And unfortunately, now we look back at that and, Lux just showing him a shoulder.
That was really rough from Lux. Yeah, he literally could have said Jitty and got the exact same value out of watching the cross. And instead just exposed himself. And MIBR grab it right back.
As if things weren't going rough enough. It's a 2 versus 4 to give them 11. MIBR in absolute kill mode. Fluxo getting a beating as Phelps gets ahead of the utility. The bullets go beyond. One smoke, 1 flash. That's all Fluxo have left at the minute 20 mark in round 15. We expect great things from Lukowski's T side, but you said it. Fluxo generally majority rounds on the defense, and they're not even close, man. They're not even within touch of MIBR. Lukowski flashes the wrong player. unlucky for his teammate, but it is still the 2v2. They come out on top of that fight.
Bloodbath there on the A ramp. 3 trades back and forth. CT split up. And Fluxo look to take it across the map. No big flank coming in. So it looks like they'll clear out mid. There's no A ramp clear, which can be really important in moments like these. So it looks like a plant will be guaranteed for the T side. That's nice. A ramp clear comes in late here. The plant that worked last time. Uh-oh.
Knows he's close.
Yeah,
that nade gives it away. Stuck in the fire, tries to fight it. Exit will still succeed. Damn. Oh, but... Oh, exit. Oh, that's so nasty. He just stays pressed up close against construction. And from a fiery start in the first 5 rounds to an absolutely flat half MIBR, this one could be quick.
Good luck, bro. Ja. Middle again. Ja, tak gramy, nie to. No, finish it. Ale co dzieje? Oh, right side behind the boxes. Nice. Ota! Shotgun. Middle, opposite of you. Right, on the right. Oh my god. Hex. Behind this box. Not behind this box, another one. Yeah. Nice. Game so funny. What is this? Bro, what? Is a sticky bomb or something? Oh, left side. Close to you. Ooh! Well, preview of the match. Yeah, right side. Deep right, walking around. He's already in their spawn almost. Throw his feet, it's actually on his feet. Left side pushing left side. Oh, it's only right side again, deep right. He's peeking out. Fechinha. He's behind the Fechinha. Ota! Left side, push you, left side. Yeah. This is so good. I have the hack. Yeah, he did. Oh! So fast. Why so fast? Wait, he's close to me. I don't see him. Left. Head left. The Krieg. There we go. They're walking around and shit. He's in the middle. Back middle. Left side now. Full left side. We're getting sticky bombed. See you guys. Ah, yes. Finally. There we go. On one of these trees, sadly. Easy as Krieg. Deep right. Deep right. He's walking deep right. Yeah. Under me. Off angle, dude. I have flash. Wait. I have flashing. He's camping. In the middle. Yeah. Right. In the corner, yeah. Yeah, what the?
Morto atrás do bombe. Abrindo pra direita.
Vai lá com ele, bro. Vai lá.
Aí o Exit tá chocado.
Humilhou, viado. Você é louco, pai.
Ele quase quebrou.
And that's where the fun and games ended.
Yeah, that was a cute moment. A long time ago.
Yeah, after that round, they were feeling awesome. After the 15th, reality has surely sunk in. It is A 9-round difference to the favor of MIBR. Awesome for them, of course. Come back on this map. Suddenly it makes it seem like this series was really theirs to win. But they have to close.
Yeah.
You said, hold on.
Yeah, I do.
Wait. Okay, you can go.
Okay. Yeah, they're just chilling. Respecting the smoke. The Kinder smoke here at the top of the ramp. Just I think a comeback is possible, only special for this match, just because of the CT side. I feel like the nervousness, that's where you really fall apart. But the thing is that Fluxo also have shown nervousness, so there's no telling. But this is one of those games that's more than game plan. That's for sure.
How's he gonna have to tap into that 1.49 average rating? That's the crazy part. That to me is the X factor.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it gets away from Turtle.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Ooh. All right. But MIBR fans, don't stress. It is just a pistol.
Famous last words. They avoided the 11-4. That's supposed to be the scary one.
Supposed to be.
Yeah.
We have already had a 14-3 to double overtime today.
Yes.
Need I remind you, anything is possible.
Or is anything possible?
Nothing to offer us here, MIBR. They don't even have a Zeus. Not one flashbang. They'll stack themselves up. The shooting gallery on full display. 4 players boosted. A part of me had hoped it would work. Part of me thinks it still could. But Lukowski's got other ideas. Shreds 2. Dies to exit. The Galil's under control. The bomb's planted on the other side of the map. They've got, of course, the last CTs pinched. But VSM... Oh, wow. Oh, these are individual 1v1s. They know where Henny's at. Henny could just press into the B site right here, right now. Or does he wait for that Woody flank to come running at him instead?
He's hoping he's in an easy spot, and he kind of is. Close up, Henny coming to clear it, but he thinks he's fully tucked. Woody wins that. Luck stays alive. They keep 2 guns. Gets a little scary. Gets a little expensive. But they win the round. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be worried about close losses as long as they continue winning. As soon as they actually lose, that's when this matters, just because MIBR, they're in that yellow territory. Critical rounds.
The danger zone.
We don't know how many stages of grief Fluxo have already gone through in that first half, getting farther and farther from the finish line.
What is What is the first stage of grief?
Denial, I think. I don't know.
Oh. Thought you would know.
I don't know which one's first, but
okay.
Yeah. For me, it's denial.
Yeah.
Always the strat. The try. Deny the pain. This pain. But we don't know how deep they are into that. But then they do win a pistol. The sun starts coming up.
As it does every day. So far. A run towards ramp out of the gate. That's a whole lot of fire. Presence here from MIBR. 3 players at the halfway point of the ramp. Oh. Ew.
He's getting a response.
AK exchanges hands.
They're waiting this out, and the refresh of smokes come in. They're doing like a very simple, I mean, they're just trying to bait utility up by spamming. And the CTs, they're down to 1 smoke. The thing is, that smoke could land in the same spot, and then Fluxo, I mean, how much do they want to wait? They got full kits on everybody. Let's see what goes down.
Kowsey taking all the nades. Ooh, Phelps finds the opening. BRN trades right back. Kowsey gonna burn on short side, but Sandbags is occupied. And Joda, he'll catch Lukowski, what was left of him, that is. BRN back into the kill feed with 2 assists before he gets killed. And Joda on the smoke, caught out by Lux. Only 2 kills left.
Did Lux spot him? By his, 15 seconds?
Bad smoke as well. That was meant to land inside a site. It was the last one they had to work with. So now the plant's gonna be on full display. Elevator peak, distraction from short. VSM with nothing. So exit, 2 kills to close it. And only 3 rounds away for MIBR.
Yeah, I think there was a moment right before the ramp hit came in where you look at the utility, there's a lot. There isn't that much time. Like usually you're trying to get to this point at 30 seconds and they're still attacking at 40. So it was possible, but you got to credit MIBR, low utility, played to fight that ramp. And that was definitely the right call. And then they layered all of the strongest positions. And we're at a point where MIBR have enough utility to molly out Sandbags and have some left over, but they don't have enough time, and they're too frantic. So this idea to try to wait behind the A ramp smoke, it's a little juvenile, I feel like, and they didn't work hard enough that round. Well, maybe Fluxo really are in for a paddle in.
Ooh, Phelps might not even get away. They're chasing him. Yeah, he tries to walk down so that they don't know he's there, but takes too much time and gets swept up by Henny. Now it's going to be the response into the B site. Very quick sprint, but Turtle rocking him. 3 consecutive headshots, one after another, and with 5 players standing. Lukowski, who is meant to be a Vertigo god, just can't will this one into existence. 5-14. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for Nuke.
Well, at least for his T-side rating, there weren't that many rounds. So if he gets a couple more kills, he can keep Pimp happy.
Four players to his left.
Yeah.
It's a stalemate.
Lukowski will attempt to die here, of course, with just the Tech 9 in hand.
Ooh.
And he gets his 1.
Grabs Turtle at least. Exit, making sure he puts a little extra on that one. And 2 rounds away from victory on Vertigo.
Did Turtle not reload?
Maybe not.
After this.
These were clean.
Yeah, he did have silver bullets.
4 bullets, 5 bullets, 5 bullets. 3 kills.
Got to see one real strategy from Fluxo this half. And it didn't look that compelling. And the sandbag smoke that MIBR keeps spamming clearly is making him uncomfortable.
Gonna try to run these Tech 9s up the ramp. Past the short gap already, but Henny first to cut him down. And a lot of util damage versus Phelps. He's not comfortable whatsoever. BRN peeking into short, catches Lukowski. And this one just gets absolutely wrecked.
This is interesting, man. This is such a different, like, stark improvement on their Vertigo. It's... Okay. Jota, well, he found out as he was already falling. Maybe the wind let him know. But it's not like they needed him anyway to win this.
Mother Nature said, not today.
Why does you sound like an action hero?
I don't know.
Not today, kid.
15-5, folks. 10 map points. You know what? Going back, right? I asked at the start of the game. They never even played this map on Road to Rio.
Oh, that's why she sounded like an action hero.
Joda. No!
Poor guy lost his mind.
I love the feeling of death. All right. They got two, no, not even two AKs. Yikes. One AK, one Galil, Scout Mac 10 Desert Eagle. It's like when you go to Walmart and there's that big old bucket full of $5 DVDs.
What year is it?
I don't know, 2008. BRN, a one and done. And he's got another towards the A site. He chops down everything that was thrown at that ramp. And Turtle, oof, he was supposed to kill VSM here. VSM just wanted a gun. And instead, he will grab one, but they don't have the bomb, and Joda finishes off the little that was left. Henny's gonna catch that bomb bottom mid. And see ya. We're done here. 16-5 MIBR. This was not close. This was not competitive. Not outside of that first 5-round bonanza. That part was exciting. That part was intense. But after that, MIBR, they slot into their groove and they ride that wave all the way to an easy 16-5 win here on Vertigo. This series has to go to Nuke.
Yeah, that was as scary as it was impressive. And I think that now that we go to Nuke, MIBR, we've got to be looking at them in a slightly different light. And the fact that Dust 2, we saw so many individual moments from Fluxo, but some team play was a little questionable, makes you wonder what their odds are in this third map.
What can go down on Nuke? It's a tactic-heavy map, and we'll find out after the break which of these two teams is taking that spot at the Fall Finals.
We've been without a stage, without a stadium, without a crowd, but now Blast is finally back.
Yeah, this is the calm before the storm, right? This is where the purest form of Counter-Strike is played. We're going to have some great teams up on that stage, and are they going to crumble or are they going to show up?
Can you let me hear you roar? Right here, he stops it, sprays away the defuse gun. The kings of Counter-Strike defend their crowns inside the Royal Arena.
We spin the disc again, and this time MIBR are the DJs. As commanding CT side that left Fluxo in the dust. Almost couldn't have been a more different narrative, Jacob, from the last time these two teams faced on this very ground.
From 4 overtimes to a very convincing win coming in from MIBR right here. There was never any doubt whether or not they were going to win. It was only a question by how much. MIBR from start to finish the better team in this game.
I think this is possibly the most devastating performance I've seen from Fluxo.
See?
And I use these words carefully because up until that point, I've been an absolute fan of what Fluxo has offered during this showdown, but we have to be honest, this map was a miss. Just a little bit of a number, they had 11 opening kills in their favor in this game, and they've only been able to convert 5 rounds out of these 11. So these numbers aren't magic, they aren't any coincidence. I think they allowed MIBR way too easily back into these rounds, and they seized the opportunities.
Let's talk about that T side to start things off for the side of MIBR, because, you know, it got kind of dicey in the first couple of rounds, but then, I don't know, it was just MIBR painting the town right on that one.
I mean, they win the pistol MIBR, then they lose the second round to Fluxo, and then we have a bit of Nico play in round 3. We may as well go over to see how exactly it unfolded in that first half, where, to be completely honest, Fluxo weren't really on par with what we've seen in the rest of the tournament. You're spot on, Matthew, when you're saying so. You see it right here, it's one AK-47 from Turtle, it's VSM getting way too exposed right here. I have no idea why he's fighting with the FAMAS alone. Lukausi as well, caught by himself, able to get a single kill, and then he leaves Woody in a very tough position. Woody and MP9 together with Phelps, they can't get it done, and a very messy round goes the way of MIBR. But look at this, the nade coming in right here from Lux, and that put the entire round in jeopardy. Henny is just about to plant the bomb. Boom, half a second before it was too late, and then Lux, a little bit of nerves maybe right here. I am not sure how he didn't get that kill. That should have been a round for Fluxus, that should have been a 1v4 clutch, but they ended up losing this round, and from that point on onwards, it was MIBR for the rest of the game. Fluxu never recovered from round 3, and that was an issue.
I almost feel like this quasi-clutch from Lux hides the fact that this round is misplayed by Fluxo. Yeah. Because we get all hyped about this possible 1v4, like, oh my god, he's gonna do it. But he should have never been in a position to be in a 1v4 in the first place. This was the moment for Fluxo to get away with the game. They let it go. And
that's exactly what you were talking about, or we were kind of talking about, actually, in the first map in this series. The clutch factor kind of going back and forth at some points. I feel like it was just kind of MIBR all over for this one.
A completely reversed story. A completely reversed story. And I can't pinpoint exactly why, if there was just a matter of momentum, or if maybe MIBR were just more comfortable on the map. But the cold-bloodedness that I saw from Fluxo on Dust 2, where they seemed to be very much in control in 2v2s and 3v3s, I felt like they were a little bit outside of their shoes on that map. We have this example of a 1 versus 2 on the B side, where Lux is out of position, he shows his shoulder, popping bottles in the eyes, headshot immediately, leaves it behind him, not doing anything. That was a little bit out of sorts from Fluxo. But if it's just one map, it's fine, but it's a stark contrast with Dust 2.
Would you say Fluxo got slithered in this one, Maniac?
Like a G6.
Exactly. Well, let's move over and flip that 6 to round number 9, because Danny has got that one to break down for us from MIBR.
MIBR came definitely prepared for Vertigo, and they actually had a pretty cool solution to a common problem. So let me show you this round here. So very common problem that happens on the T side of Vertigo. The CG smoke the bottom of ramp, and I think MIBR have a really creative solution here. So first starts off with BRZan. He's going to Molotov through the smoke towards this corner on the left side here. A very common spot for the CGs to stand in. But what you'll see next as well is that Exit's going to throw this Molotov here that lands at the alley position. And what's going to happen here is essentially they're going to try to retake the A ramp. And by throwing these 2 Molotovs, it helps them do that. By pushing this player off that alley position, now gives them some space to be able to perform this retake. What you'll see next here is the timing. Pay attention to the timing here. You'll see that Henny, he's going to throw this flash just as the smoke is fading. And because this Molotov was here just a moment ago, it's going to fade, and it's going to open up space for these players to kind of come through the entrance and not have to worry about their right. And as BRZan is scaling, Jota throws this flash that lands just on top of the sandbag here to allow them to push all the way up. And this flash is a really good flash because what it does is it blinds anybody who's standing on top of this ledge, as well as anybody who could be peeking downwards from this ledge site area. And as you can see, that Lux, he just gets completely blinded. BRZan finds that first one. And because Phelps is Molotoved off here, BRZan also has a great angle to take him out as well. So MIBR just came up with a great solution to a very common problem on Vertigo. Whenever you get smoked out towards that bottom ramp area, what do? This is something that you can actually do.
Yeah, some really great proactivity from MIBR coming out there. What was your takeaway from that breakdown?
That was a beautiful breakdown right here from Mahone. And one thing I noticed right here was the progression in MIBR's play. I talked a little bit about coming into this game that it feels like they stagnated in most of their results in the way they play Counter-Strike. This execute, it was very refined. It was very down to the detail. All the flashes, all the movement as well, working in tandem with each other. That was progression for MIBR. That is a much better looking MIBR T-side on Vertigo than I've seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, that was very clean. You know, you could see that there was a plan on how they wanted to take map control, and when they rushed to do it right.
Well, let's get a few words from Bit after that map victory on Vertigo.
Bit, this Vertigo looked incredible. Henny was starting off looking super strong. Everyone else started to get going. You didn't give Fluxo a chance. Was this you guys feeling like powered up and wanting to fight back after a close dust too?
Yeah, I think we're just super aware after this Dust Choke game because, yeah, the way they play is a little bit weird sometimes. Like, Phelps is kind of like creating a lot of space for them. So, yeah, of course, on the first map, we knew about this, but it was still a bit surprising for us a lot of times. So, yeah, on Vertigo, we just talked a lot about this, just play as a team, just pay more attention to those kind of plays, and, yeah, it was good for us.
And going into Nuke, right, how are you feeling about that? Because Nuke right now, when it comes to Fluxo side of things, it's been looking really good for them. You've had some closer games. I come to that Sharks one, and I feel like potentially that might have gone in Sharks' way because there was a fair few mistakes. So do you feel like you fixed those mistakes coming into it?
I think it's gonna be a good match. It's actually a good map for us. It's our pick most of the time, and it's a map I think they also pick it. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think they have beat a lot of good teams on this map as well. So yeah, it's a map both teams like to play. So yeah, we are happy because it's a pick we like to play, and yeah, it's gonna be a good match, I think.
Yeah, Nuke definitely going to be going down to the wire as the third and final decider coming into things. Who's looking fly coming into this map?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I'm looking at recent history. They've both had great performances on Nuke. I have to say I've been a little bit let down by Fluxo on Vertigo. I'm hoping they can bounce back, but MIBR seem to have the momentum. They have the stronger hand, and they seem to be looking fly like a cheese.
It's a 50-50 for my money. They both played it 15 times the past 3 months. They both won 11 of those games. They share the same win rate. You're going to see it right here on your screen. It is very much a 50-50 in me. One thing I did bite note in yesterday was Phelps saying in the winner's interview that even if they would have lost the second map to CSGO Nation, they wouldn't care because the Nuke was raiding and they felt very, very comfortable on Nuke. They had a high level of confidence coming into that map. So I'm going to put my money on Fluxo just because.
That's fair enough. All the money that we're betting on this one.
Oh my god.
I feel like you kind of jinxed Lukowski coming into Vertigo.
You know what?
said about yeah.
Another one for you, Lukowski. I don't know if this is something Londers will have to sit down and look at when he does his demo reviews, but once again, Lukowski is better on the T side on Nuke than he is on the CT side. His average rating T side Nuke 1.19, average rating on the CT side 107. Doesn't make sense.
Well, he's definitely going to have to be showing up better than he did on Vertigo, as are the entire side of Fluxo if they want to make it to the full finals. The final map here of the Blast Premier Full Showdown, and it all comes down to Nuke. Scrawny and Launders after this.
Royal Arena, ready to be packed full of passionate Danes yet again this year. But which team will take that last spot? Fluxo, MIBR, it's got to be one of these two. In fact, it's got to be decided right here, right now. This is the final map, no matter what, the Scrondog guarantee. Somebody's winning Nuke and somebody's going to the fall finals.
Yeah, and we're going to watch the knife round because this could play a factor. Again, great map to end on. Both teams are extremely good at it. Pimp brought up Lukowski's T-side stats on this map. Oh, that's comfy. Lukowski's T-side stats on this map, even better than his CT side stats. And comparing that in Vertigo, it's like, you can't really find good players that are better on T-side at this level in general. Like, he's not playing against the hardest competition in most of the games, but these are pretty decent teams, you know? That makes him incredibly unique. And Vertigo, we didn't really get the CT side. They just started so badly that there wasn't a chance to get into it. We saw one real strategy. So if they lose this knife round, we'll just see 15 rounds of Lukowski and how he figures this out. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have more faith in MIBR. I had coming into the series. It faltered a bit on Dust 2, and then it was weird in the beginning of Vertigo with the way people were winning rounds and how the nervousness came in. But I'm pretty convinced at this point that MIBR are the best system of all the SA teams so far here at the Showdown, and they have good enough players. There's an argument that Fluxo have better players, maybe by a hair or something, but MIBR players are certainly good enough, and as a team, they are very strong.
It feels like Fluxo really rely on that top heaviness of Lukowski. I mean, you're saying it. It's not even just like, it's not even like it's like a few handfuls of players like this. It's such an anomaly for him to have that much better of a T rating across all his maps. And yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's enough. Just kind of feels like MIBR, and you know, we look at their story instead because I think it's easy to get swept away by the Fluxo tale, the fact that they didn't get a real chance to gel before the major run, etc. MIBR used to be a Blast partner team. Season after season, they underperformed. They were a shoe-in for every Showdown, where they also always failed. And now, having lost that partner status, they stop, they rebuild, and they come back in a form good enough to actually get to a fall finals. If I'm not mistaken, this would be the first time that an MIBR team, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but
I could believe it.
I was gonna say would make it to that last stage of a fall.
They're just consistently the worst partner team when they were partnered, for sure. And they actually have got a good team now. They actually have a good team now, and that's awesome. And I think the best thing is to see him run through the Showdown to get to a spot like this, you know, this level of prestige. Of course, it's genuinely just harder to even get through a Showdown than it would be to do it in the groups earlier on. So
for sure,
it says a lot.
Yeah, groups very forgiving in comparison.
But they have dealt with heartbreak and disaster enough times.
Of course, while Lukowski is that T-side anomaly, we've also seen great things from VSM.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the op department, though, man, MIBR, right now, especially this series and in general as well, but again, particularly this evening, Henny is dominating in comparison to Woody.
Yeah, and we talk about accolades, of course, and just history of teams and star player qualities. Of course, Henny has everybody here in this server beat. Lukowski's just kind of the new kid on the block right now, but we don't think Henny's past his prime. We don't think Henny's even fully realized his potential, and we saw in Furia how good he can be versus the best in the world, and it's no surprise that him on MIBR is a focal point. And yeah, you know, really leaves Woody in the dust as an opera in the head-to-head where the stats matter.
I had the audacity at the start of this series to just say, like, yeah, Henny so far in the Showdown hasn't given us a good map or a good series, and then tonight, when it absolutely matters most, he's right there alongside, who was it, map 1? Joda, of course, on Dust 2, and then just literally took over at the start of Vertigo and never let off the gas pedal. You know, they just choked out Fluxo from the start to the finish.
I will say Henny isn't really great on Nuke. It's not a standout up for me on the map. I don't think he has his groove in terms of where he starts off and stuff like that. So maybe today's difference, but last time I watched him play, it was nothing special. And no idea what to expect from Fluxo on this map besides just looking at their history and seeing that they really like it. So yeah, this match is incredibly important. They've both got through winning their map picks, which is how all series are supposed to go and never do.
Right.
And now we're on a map that they both enjoy. This is the perfect finish to a grueling showdown that ends tonight. And the winner of the knife round is MIBR, which means they get to pick sides, and this absolutely can have an impact on the outcome of the game. But this also means we'll get to see Lucauzi play a full 15 rounds of T-side, and we'll see if we can win this live under the most amount of pressure possible if he can perform some of the magic that we see on the stats.
Statistically, it's almost unbelievable. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It is a complete aberration. There is no other player that has stats like that.
If he wants to keep that tail, the ominous stories of Lucauzi's T-sides, well, there's no better time than right here, right now. Map 3, Fluxo, MIBR, and the final spot at the Blast Fall Finals is on the line. Utility here for Woody. Our eyes fall on Lucauzi, and as the door is blown off its hinges, he goes head hunting. Won't see anything just yet.
Yoda gets domed.
Oh, through smoke. Finished off. Turtle from the top of hut tries to recover, but it's Lux with the second. And that B site under wraps.
God, they exploded so well right there. Instant drop vents. Yoda dead watching Mini. 3v5 and exit. Oh, with the flank. Can't get his kill. Oh, and then he dies.
Tap down and 1, 2, 3. In an instant, those last 3 kills all come through. Fluxo, T-side pistol, 0 deaths.
That's tough for Joda. I'm not even sure if he showed himself because he's, yeah, there's a smoke here and then they just start shooting. So it's his own fault for floating in that area. Sometimes you get hit, sometimes you don't. Nice from Lux too. Had a couple of great pistol rounds actually in memory.
I think that last time we were on Nuke, we saw MIBR, you know, kind of lean on Turtle and his upper A holds. He was just a total boulder on that bomb site. Nobody could move him. Consistent output in the multi-kill department. So we'll keep our eyes on him and whether or not Fluxo will continue towards that A site. But I think that is a real X factor, right? Again, like Turtle, I feel like Turtle on Nuke is Vinny to Inferno. This is where he just goes next level. Time will tell. For now, of course, Pistols and Henny's Scout. They cross outside for free. Just try to throw those SMGs right through this. They'll wait it out. Turtle basically dead at this point. Still able to escape into the bomb site. So it looked. He opens those doors right back up. Point blank. And that 5-7 connects. Oof. Oh, bombs dropped. Turtle pushes through the double doors. They had him on 20 HP, and he has now managed both kills and dropping that bomb. Lucauzi finds the answer. CTs start to flood out from ramp. Everybody's in the open. Lucauzi's continuing his tear, and now it's Lux to end it. Exit 4 health, 1v2.
Oh, the fact that they handled that is so crazy, man. He's got a scout, which means VSM can instantly die, and the bomb is coming towards him on one side. Lux makes an attempt, and well, you mentioned Turtle, and he appeared, but he also got way too nervous for no reason. He had a teammate behind him watching into the control. He could have sat and hugged the wall. Instead, he jumped out onto the site. Lucauzi's just sitting there with a smoke connected to decon, and Turtle's trying to get like a much better position in a world where he just needs to chill. He already did so much, and I think unfortunately that's the kill that is the card at the bottom of the what's it called?
House of Cards.
House of Cards. I guess yeah. So.
This one's free. At least it's supposed to be, but Turtle's 5-7 snaps. So does Lucauzi.
6-1, living up to it already.
Yeah. We expect big things from the T side. Bomb has been planted. But we also expect little from rounds like this. So 3-0, which is excellent. T side nuke. It's just a quick sigh of relief. VSM. Ooh, he might die. He might get stabbed. Oh,
yes.
He could get stabbed. Nope, just gonna keep it clean.
Huh.
I hate this bug.
Yeah. That is
second weapon as well. So
crazy.
2 free AKs. Damn, I mean, that's it's not the cleanest of conversions here from Fluxo.
It's not. But they're not a very clean team, are they? They are a scrappy, scrimmy T-side team that use their individuals. And it feels like Woody just kind of lets them do what they want. I mean, some of the rounds that Woody calls, they don't look that interesting, that compelling. They don't do real slow defaults or anything. When they look their best, it's when they explode, when they lead with one player. And sometimes they die on that sword. It comes with the territory. But so far, so good. So we get into the 4th round and a full rifle for MIBR.
Utility pressure outside, keeps Phelps behind boxes. Oh, Henny wants to take that fight on his terms. Oh, duels versus Lukowski. So first gun round in, and Lukowski's the opener. Make it 7-1. Phelps ensuring that nobody else is up close, going through the protocols, following procedure.
Still going.
Woody finds Turtle. Luckily, the player that drops, of course, is Henny, already dead. So we'll get that sorted in a second.
The rest of his team just need to stay focused. Fluxo are actually chilling here. Adding some time to their clock, waiting for this. Looks like a ramp re-aggression. As VSM searches it out, doesn't see anything, and they'll just lead into this. Looks like an easy entrance to lower, honestly. Rotations are just not there. And because they went outside, there was no one seeing going to secret as well. The only thing they have to be worried about is a vent guy, and they're covering this too. MIBR content to save. This is already, I feel like, more than I expected out of Fluxo because Vertigo was so disappointing.
Okay.
But, yeah, hey, I'm all for it. MIBR getting pieced up right now.
It has been Lukowski with opening kills one after another.
Yeah.
But again, that is the formula.
Yeah, yeah.
That's their recipe for success.
Obviously, I guess for people who might not understand, to have a better T-side rating than CT side is ludicrous because if we look at the stats for the year, for example, there are, 10 or so players with a notably good T-side in general, and then everyone's struggling to maintain like a 1.0 rating, just stay above. And that's because CT side is very strong this year with M4s, the map balances right now. There's a lot of CT side advantages. So the amazing part for Lukowski is not just that he has a better T-side rating than CT side. It's just that it's really good in general. The weird part is that his CT side is not somehow even better because everything would tell you that it's easier than it is for everyone else. But to be honest, if that's his curse, you would still, and any roster, want someone like that because nobody else is bringing that kind of energy to Counter-Strike at the moment, straight up. I mean, that's the value of Yakinder, and that's the value of all of the top kind of elite players that already just have good ratings on both sides. But none of them are even doing better on T-side. That's not a thing.
Only for Lukowski. Man from a different planet. Shooting for the 5-0 start. Woody expecting somebody to press into this close smoke. But it's Turtle over by the second vent instead. He'll throw one into Squeaky, so Woody loses all his angles and peels back. Joda from Secret. He can do big things from this position.
Yeah, we have seen him very, very crafty with it. And he has the resources this round as well. So you think it'd be important. And Henny sidelines Phelps from the back of Big Garage just as the smoke comes up.
Down goes Lux, trying to press through Squeaky smoke. So 5 versus 3. 50 seconds remaining. They've got one player behind a mini. One on the roof. And the last waits in lobby. they think Secret's going to be their point of contact, they are wrong. Joda has already fallen down to that B site, so if there's anything left in this, A, the intended target. But do they run the risk? I mean, you're working with 20 seconds to spare at this point. You're down by 2 already. Woody can't help you because he's just sitting on the rooftop, so I guess it's VSM do something, or the other 2 fall back. 5 seconds to spare at this point. 2 CTs back site. And they just don't do anything.
Yeah, it looked like they were prepping the whole thing, but
they just left bomb and gave up.
Thought we'd give it a peek. We got this one great flash, a full HP VSM smiling, ready to go. Why don't we try it out?
Throw a flash, keep them nervous.
Yeah, overall, hey, they got him frozen.
Easy.
Yeah, moved. I mean, honestly, because Big Garage is the #1 spot for Oppers, it's just also not played that often. There's so many other ways to approach, but Henny, right place, right time. And Phelps, if he had waited an extra second, maybe would have had a free cross. You never know.
Of course, save facilitates a rebuy. MIBR better convert this. Already a player down vent. Lux made it this time. Was not stopped by Turtle. We've got an op downstairs, and we've got Joda towards Secret, so Lux is in a very interesting spot.
Yeah, I like the door open on Decon. You have to respect it on the CT side, so the control door is closed and the window is closed. And he's taking his op. Oh no, Lux turned around. Yeah, he's just not expecting this, so funnily enough, Lux opens his door, literally allows Henny to have a shot. You'd think he'd watch it, but
just not expecting Henny to go that adventurous.
The weird part is, if control's not broken, window's not broken, then...
Nice flash. Ooh. Wonderful flashbang. Joda, you could sense that it was coming at him. And now with Outer under wraps, they'll head towards heaven. BRN just climbs up the ladder. Woody looking for the contact in sight. We've got one close hut. We've got one also on the floor. And then BRN up and above. Multiple bodies climbing into heaven, so it's going to be the A-split attempt here from Fluxo.
BRN low?
Oh, he's aiming high.
Oh, that was tricky.
Gives it the jiggle, commits. Woody. What? Somehow that shot doesn't land, and Exit then gets another kill towards heaven. Turtle doubles back. He's got himself 2, and VSM with the bomb, his only option, sprint towards B.
He's got a molly.
Henny's down in vents. Coming at this as quick as he can, and there's no door on those hinges. So this will be an easy stoppage for Henny, you'd think. Woo! VSM nearly give it a chance, but there it is. The plant is his, nothing more. I swear that shot from Woody had the kill.
That couldn't have been an easier... I don't want to say easier shot as if he totally whiffed. It looked like it was right on him. So.
Surely we got a slow-mo on that one.
I mean, anything was probably crouched as well.
Joey's on his game tonight. Yeah, look at this.
I mean...
What?
He's fully crouched. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I reckon he dies anyway.
Bruh.
I know. Wow.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
Somebody get Gaben on the phone.
Yeah, we got we need him on the phone almost every day these days. But we haven't even got him once.
You'd say...
this is how you clear silo.
Should have bought a better op skin. Flash to get Henny off the angle. That's a chance to cross red at least. And they're just going to leave one there. Phelps can chill for now.
Not a bad nade.
Joda's coming at this, though.
Hey, they call it the strat with these nades, and that just makes me feel like they know what the whole round is now. Lukowski joins Phelps outside. Henny recedes back to hell. He has been good at stopping lurks, I would say. Less so at finding openings. This game's been pretty okay for him. Ram split coming in. It still could mean anything in terms of going upstairs or downstairs with this ramp split, but no heaven if we cross that 30-second mark, I fear.
BRN doesn't want to stick around, so he dives down instantly. That's going to put Henny on contact. And Fluxo start to lean back. We got exit in the site. Ooh, one player pushed past.
Oh, and exit makes a lot of noise.
Oh, Lux is on the close right. Exit, caught off by it. Double entry, and Turtle just gets swarmed. Heaven player down, 4 in a row from Fluxo. As they just kind of crept and then instantly popped into that bomb site. But Joda, that's 2. And a third one's close on door. Yeah, he's got 3 already. 1v5, 1v5.
Quarter ticked.
There's time for this. There's health for this. Both his opponents have been tagged.
Damn, I feel like you've got to try it just because it would be so sick and you already did the hard part. But at the same time,
the right thing to do.
He is low. Yeah, he's doing the right thing. Ugh, Joda's so good.
Fine.
Floppy would have won that.
We'll let him have it.
So it's good damage. That was a very tricky exec. And there were some layers there. Sort of messy because they have to come through the squeaky smoke. But I think it plays to their favor because it's not being watched. Mid the mini split coming in. And they also had Phelps really try to sell that fake lore after they pressured ramp. So they got the rotation down, which is fair play to them. They scored that without dying or losing HP. They got outside control, even though Henny got a tag off with the HE. Ultimately, positionally, no matter how much pressure came back at them, they still got everything they were looking for to get the rotations. So full credit. I think that was a solid round overall from Fluxo, and they win it because they overstress the CTs on site, right? He's standing in front of that squeaky position, looking at Mini and thinking about squeaky at the same time. That's when you know you've done good as a T side.
Shout out Flux for that round. Chance for him to shine here on map 3. Feel like he's kind of been under the radar. Now Turtle staring at this wall of smokes. Here's them running over. VSM loud about it. But he'll find safety. BRN tagged to 12. Joda's here to help on B site. We've got a quick vent play from Turtle. Man just ran straight down, and Lukowski's got the answer. Joda keeps vision in vent.
Like this forward smoke. I mean, it opens up this option. Plus, he could be fighting from control side, so it feels like he's duplicated his presence with this play. And he knows what they're trying to do. He will eventually have to worry about his flank if they're super quiet for long enough. But if he just believes in his position, he honestly should be pretty comfortable. He's got a teammate to watch the back exit of the vent. This is a really good rotation. They actually just chill, I think. They found the best setup.
What else are Fluxo up to? Trying to get the outer cross. Oh, Henny's going to take a bunch of damage, but that's perfectly timed from Joda. Activates. Henny ends Lux. Exit catches Woody. And Lukowski, once surrounded by teammates, finds himself 1v4. MIBR just hit the pause button and then hit play the moment they decided. They get kills on 3 different fronts. I think the big one is Joda locking into the vents for as long as he was.
Yeah, it was an excellent smoke by Joda, right? Normally when people see somebody jump spotting the door, they throw the smoke and it's quite shallow. They fall back into the site, they jump up clock, and then they play within the site and wait. But Joda's smoke opened up the vent to himself. So not only does he control the rotation back upstairs, but he has a really good fight. And he even goes one further, gets his teammate to come in behind him and pushes forward because he trusts his timing. So well orchestrated. You can see why this game is going to be close.
Turtle's so fast, Phelps not ready. VSM was sat there with his gun out for so long.
Yeah.
Matter of timing on that one.
There's a big game of fear. Like, if they wait that long, you know, the vent guy, he's going to move because he's going to get scared. But Joda just asked for some help, and he didn't have anything to worry about.
Bai's got limitations here from Fluxo. 3 players on pistols. 5 T rounds already. Not half bad, but MIBR weathering this storm so far. Perhaps ramp is the play. BRN catching Lukowski. Down to 62 he'll go. And yet again, T-side just posturing all over. Ramp they'll go. BRN yet again, just content to dive downwards. Henny loves a heaven hold. Ooh, outside goes the way of Phelps. Bomb gets thrown to the feet of Henny. He's looking for number 2. He's got one on each corner, but he hits the shot and VSM survives. Woody's waiting for the walk up from bottom B site.
Turtle might literally not clear this.
Lobby.
Yeah, he doesn't. Oh my God.
Woody sees it late. He's going to tell the players in hell, do not turn around, do not come back until I've cleared it, and he does. We've got 2 players left. Exit, just tucked into the A site. If he waits, he catches Mini. They're in the open, and he gets the second, hoping for another, but Woody taps him away. BRN into the play. It's damage both ways. All 3 players incredibly low, and BRN creeps along the wall. VSM, he's got grenades out. And that's the end of him. Now, eyes to the skies. Woody's dead. BRN with a critical clutch to keep MIBR's ball rolling.
Wow, he pulled that off, man. Between him and Exit on the back of the site. 2 miraculous moments, okay? In that back box, he's trying to figure out, do I take the fight into heaven? And the spacing is really good from Fluxo. They peek with Mini first, and then 3 players coming out of heaven. They're sort of in awkward spots where it's hard to fight. You can see a headshot is absorbed by this rolling door, and he still gets his 2 kills. And that's the setup that BRN needs to just get in there. All they had to do was watch the left side, and trusting that smoke was maybe a bad idea. That really does save the round for MIBR. I mean, maybe even saves the half. Look how much this has had an impact.
Huge moment. That right there, that just shifts it all into the favor of MIBR economically. They get away with it. Oh, hello, delivery. Package gets thrown on his feet. Joda comes in from outside, finds Phelps. There's another player over by red, so if Lukowski's lucky, he'll catch him looking the wrong way. If that bomb disappears, Exit's gonna do that. And now we've got Lukowski 1v4. MIBR's CT side ready to take off.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sees that windows are still intact. Goes, damn it. It's got to walk all the way back now. Odds on him getting one?
He's going to get his.
It is Lukowski. But Joda's real deep in the garage.
He's literally looking for him right now. Watch. Oh, okay.
Down he goes.
Yeah, all right. Outdone. Just to affect his KD a little bit. 8 and 5, of course. Even in dire times, he's positive. I think, well, the game is 5-5. You got to be happy for Fluxo to get your 5 rounds T-side already. Lots of rounds left to play in the half. Both teams on the bye that they want. Any on the op. I think MIBR, I would have a lot of faith in myself after the way we just won a couple of these last rounds. I think they're kind of like in the right zone, but Fluxo could absolutely continue and make this worse. Oh my God.
He doesn't see him.
He doesn't see him.
He's right there.
If Joda moves, he'll see him. Because he can't notice the change. Oh my God, that's crazy. Is Joda going to look at him?
It's a head. That's a head.
He's literally just not moving.
Joda's statuesque.
Like, imagine where's Waldo, but he moved. You would notice.
Instantly.
Right. That's the difference.
This stupid striped shirt.
This is absurd. He's never going to see him. He's never going to see him ever.
Oh my God. There. Oh, still. Finally. There we go.
Oh, Joda freaks out. He's like, I'm exposed.
Yeah.
He gets out of there.
Lucky to be alive.
What's going on at ramp now, though? It's been taken over.
Yeah, Fluxo, find footing within it. We got 45 seconds for the commitment.
The cool part about the Phelps lurk is that it could still mean upstairs or downstairs. So it doesn't mean that everything is revealed just because he got spotted in the 4-1.
The op rings out. Nade finds its home. Ooh, Henny, missed shot. Looking for the next one. Oh, and Lux. He thought he was playing games, but he loses it. Doors are closed in front of Henny. Turtle's going to swing decon for a second. Tries to serve up a distraction as the 5 CTs get ready for the retake. But they've got low health on 3 of them. It's Woody and Lukowski versus 5. Woody busts the door open. Lukowski is a hell of a T-side player, but this is a stretch. He'll catch the one towards ramp first, gets the one straight beneath, and there's a world where that snap up connects to maybe one more. But again, I think the CTs did a great job of swarming him to get MIBR in the lead.
Yeah, the retake was picture perfect in all positions. You can see by the pressure applied to Woody that he felt like he needed to swing the door opens to release some of that, and they're just waiting way back knowing that that's coming. So comical moment here between Jota and Phelps. Funny how the duel ends up being him on top of hell, and Phelps still just trying to cross outside. But even without that, everything else is just so clean. And a knock-on effect again. So we have the 1v2 into a save, into a very clean rifle round, into another save. Now, Fluxo are a team that, you know, you see them get Tech 9s and pistol and utility and think, on a rush, they can beat teams better than them. Oh, are they investing? Phelps actually gets a Galil. I don't know if they're evening out or...
Half by, yeah.
Just going to have one gun in the round to see what happens, I think.
Round loss bonus starting to stack up.
Whoa, they're investing.
Oh, my God. All right, here we go.
Well, that's interesting. This might not read as an anti-eco for MIBR. Or, sorry, it should.
Oh, God.
What? He's shooting the windows out?
Yeah.
Damn.
And that's one of your 3 riflemen.
Wow, that's a good amount of damage. I feel like a right-click stab from a teammate doesn't even do that much. Oh, well, that helps.
Yeah, still recoverable, but obviously just like a grown turtle dodging bullets here.
2 low guys just fighting each other.
And both are still alive.
This is the thing about Turtle. He spams this spot.
Gets away. He heard the reload on the left. Oh, but Lux, even with the lesser health, still able to come out with one. Lukowski wrapping around to the top of the site. It's being watched. Nice kill from exit. Sharp as hell. Leaves Henny in hut. Honing forward as Jota activates on secret. And he gets it. Oh, nice second headshot into Phelps. Henny's got that fight up close, but Exit's got the kill already. Woody, here he comes. Tech 9 in hand. Oh, he's got this too. A site's cleared. AK upgrade. Jota from vents versus Woody.
He doesn't know, but Woody's actually moving towards the vent, and Jota might try to sneak it, right? He's sitting.
Where'd he
go? My God, he's going downstairs right into Jota. Oh my goodness. Jota's on a different level. He was just waiting for that to come to him the whole time. How did Jota even get there so fast? He was in secret.
He was secret.
Yeah,
and
he
he must
back.
have sprint to vents and then held.
You know what? Dude, who rotates secret to lower to go fight upstairs, right?
I don't know.
So, but he covered the rotation.
Damn. Woody just throws himself into the volcano.
Nice attempt in a 1-on-3, but it's the round that matters. And MIBR 5 straight on fire.
Fluxo running out of timeouts as well. Only one more to go after this.
Yeah, using them on T side makes sense.
For sure. Using them while MIBR on fire
makes
sense.
Yeah.
Three rounds left in the half. It's guns back in from Fluxo. That was a Tech 9 headshot, by the way, as he tried to pump out the windows. A little more oomph than the Glock. Three bodies in lobby for the T side. Like you said, Turtle loves to spam this.
Sorry, what I meant is spam his position by the vent.
Oh.
He is just standing there in every game, most of the rounds on CT side. But yes, he also loves to do a little squeaky spamming. Ooh, Woody with a Jota frag.
Oh, he came up secret.
See it. This is his home. This is his shell.
Henny ready?
Damn. That was brought to you by Colgate.
VSM with the blinding headshot on the ramp peak. Oof. Nice one from Exit as well, though. So CT still with some life left in him. It's a 2v5. AK in from Mini. Heaven player dead.
Imagine.
Oh, Exit. He's got 3. And it's down to VSM. The man who kicked it off towards ramp is hiding inside of Hunt. He'll deny the 2v5, but damn, that gets too close.
Seriously. Nice 2K. But the 2 kills from VSM, even better. That first shot was sharp. What's this? Damn, that's a perfect free aim. You know you're fast when Henny can't shoot back.
Awesome stoppage from Exit on those 2 kills. He had the idea as well for VSM to come back, but...
Second to last round, and literally everyone's broke.
It'd be like that.
This one could be worth 2.
Down vents. 1 drops. Did he get downstairs? Oh.
Yes, he did.
All right, he made it. Woody's over towards control. Phelps is in no man's land. That's going to catch off Joda. Now Hell's compromised, peels the Opper back, and Woody, he's been found out. Mac-10 drive-by, gets into the control doors. Penny hunting outside, but Phelps is above him. Phelps is right here.
Oh, he's not looking.
Oh, missed shot. No recovery.
Oh, that was a bad one.
Phelps is lucky to be alive. Exit comes back from lobby. Lux isn't far off. Dude, there are so many stringy individual fights. It is impossible to tell what the hell is going to happen. And may I add it? Exactly. Bomb is in the T-spawn.
And they know now that Hut likely got pushed. Oh my God, Turtle's with a friend. Luckily,
I was like, how's that MP9 silent?
What is happening, man?
Exit presses in. There's just way too much going on.
Into ramp, into coming back. Yeah. You can't read it.
I mean,
illegible.
It's like sometimes the question is, what is the call? If it's not just everybody do something, and this is one round where everybody's doing something different.
Yeah, but then also the CTs, and then you're like,
fair, right?
Hell?
And they're about to find the bomb. Lukowski survives the MP9 of Turtle with 88 HP.
This is going to be his graffiti moment. Watch.
Right here, now. Deep position from Exit, unsuspected. MIBR, that's an 8.
Hey, positionally, great round here from Exit. Pushed around, got easy kills the whole way through, and, lost that clutch last round, but clearly playing very well right now. And this shot, well, that was clearly not on him. So, unlike Woody's,
which was on him,
was very much on him. Can't feel quite as bad for Henny. But MIBR still pick up the round. And okay, I thought they would be dead broke this one, but it's basically the same buy again. It's not horrible, but it is bad.
Wait. Joda goes down the vents. Cowsy waits outside. Ooh, Phelps, you don't want that duel, my friend. Galil at a distance. Lukowski's gonna jump around the corner. Henny doesn't know.
Yeah, they baited it, so he's got a timing for sure.
But he's loud about it.
Interesting.
Gets smoked. Henny aware of the possibility. Fluxo gonna have to wait. Turtle's gonna activate.
Bro.
Cody's just spamming with the Tech 9. That's an open invitation. Deagle, dangerous. But nothing more than the one. And Lukowski still just stuck outside this heaven smoke. I'm not sure what Woody expected. Turtle loves a little A aggression. And he serves...
Hello?
Oh, no! That is... Well, let that be. Ultimately, the entire feeling that Fluxo gets throughout this first half, a 4-0 start to a 6-9 finish, MIBR, a mere 7 rounds away from the Blast Fall Finals.
We're now back. This is where the purest form of Counter-Strike is played.
It's all been leading up to this.
This is one you won't want to miss.
This December.
Oh, and the bursts at the end!
The culmination of the Blast Premier season.
That's precise, absolutely filthy!
All kicks off.
We've seen highs, and we have seen lows. Epic spray transfer.
Oh, and they run right into him!
The 200 IQ plays.
What a scene! I can't believe it!
But it all comes down to this. The best 8 teams in the world play head-to-head for $1 million.
14th of December, the Blast Premier World Finals Abu Dhabi begins.
We will be there. The question is, will you?
Tô no duto, gente.
Mais um cat.
Mais um aqui comigo.
Caiu o bomb.
Cat bomb. Bomb é up, bomb é up.
Um divide o outro, do bomb. Um divide do bomb.
Tá.
Não tem defuso.
Boa, moleque! Tem defuse no meu corpo e na direita, Breno.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of pent-up energy, and I understand why. MIBR on a long road, not through groups, but from the bottom of the showdown to now being this close to locking in that spot at Fall Finals. Fluxo, ooh, we expected big things from Lukowski on the T side. He put up some numbers. There were very close rounds, some nutty clutches. But it's 3 rounds the edge for MIBR as they start off on this offense. It's a 4v5, turn it 3v5, as Phelps adds an early kill to the tally.
Nothing would be better in the final half of this series at the tail end of the America Showdown to have a pistol round win for the losing team to see how much juice they can squeeze out of Nuke.
Lukowski ready for more. He knows the player's gotten out. That gets dealt with, and 2 guns, 3 kills. Fluxo pick up pistol.
Yeah, we'll see if he can be a force. And of course, when we talk about how good he's on T side, it doesn't mean he's bad on TT side. It's just that he's somehow better on T side. So, yeah. Hanging out upper this round. A lot of great shots here for the Fluxo players. And MIBR now know they've got their work cut out for them here. T side on Nuke. Fluxo, sorry, 60% on CT side of Nuke. MIBR, it's their best map in terms of win rate. Their T side is just below 50. So I would say they're shooting around average for what they expect, but you're probably going to trend towards the lower end of your, average T side rounds because of the loss of this pistol.
You want to know why we have a tech pause?
You want to know why? You know what? You know what?
We have a tech pause because Henny punched his desk and the water spilled everywhere.
Oh.
Remember, kids.
KO.
Punch your armrests, not your tables.
Yes.
Or if you really want to feel alive, punch yourself.
Did he... Oh, and he punched himself because of the... Or punched his desk because of the pistol.
Yeah.
Where was he on the pistol? Can we get a replay of Henny's death on the pistol? Oh. Oh, okay. It wasn't even that bad. It wasn't even that bad.
Hit me again.
Oh, then he just...
Sorry.
Yeah. Just, anyways. That's out there.
Glocks.
If I was a table, I'd be a Rick Owens table.
Oh, I don't even know what that is, but I bet you Maui does.
You can Google it.
Oh, is that that?
No, just...
Okay. You sure you don't want to?
Yeah, no.
All right. Talk about Glocks instead, would you? Hey, look. What?
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Bro. I was like, what is this, Monacy?
I thought it was like a rocket jump. You got stuck in the skybox, but alas, not nearly as entertaining.
They're chilling a little bit hard here.
Yeah, so you're telling me
spawn.
You're going to tech pause off a spilled water glass and then come in with 5 Glocks and sit on roof doing nothing?
Is this a weird one because they had lag as the nade hit? Maybe they just want to see the servers calm until they start playing again. Net graphs out. Yeah, I think so.
The FAMAS taps away. Ooh. Love that. USP finisher as the T's get clotheslined on their attempt at a cross. They never had a damn chance. Exit. I appreciate the effort, but it's Fluxo to an 8th round win.
Well, MIBR, you know, they pulled out a lot to get to their 9 rounds. I don't know how much that feels, how good that feels at this point. This really feels like it's definitely anyone's game. These guys play close. They love nuke. We've already seen, you know, the best and worst of both of these teams in these last 2 maps, and they pulled out their map picks. Very hard to see who finishes ahead in this one, but three MP9s means there's legitimately better buy here for MIBR. 5 AKs, just lower grenades. See how simple they keep it. Outside's definitely a good choice. Oh, I swear he saw him. Didn't want to waste the chance, maybe. Turtle kind of carefully spotting secret, and Phelps just let him go. Feels like he should have taken the headshot.
Deep wall of smokes all the way towards garage. Feels like, yeah, okay, there's a little gap in that one. Oh, but Joda gets the headshot. Nice control.
Yeah, did see his foot.
Good spot for the MP9, though. Oh, Turtle. Crouching and crawling and creeping right through it. So the SMGs will not be enough to hold the line. Not to mention, Joda continues to tear it up outdoors. We do have a CT in control, though. A1S will find the bomb carrier first. It is Lukowski, after all.
Oh.
And there was like a pack of 4 players, but they thinned out before they went across the windows. And that's Lukowski's chance to shine. They're going to smoke him off. He's got a teammate near in Lux. They could just grab that bomb and eject up towards the A site. Lukowski's going to chase it. And he's getting into the mix. He almost gets exit.
Jesus, man. He figured out, like, this is the play I have to make. It was damn close to working. And now the rotation from Lux. It's kind of null. They have Joda upstairs already. It's fine. They plant back sight, so they're all good. Joda did a good job there. 2 kills. Outside is the lurker and kept upstairs an option for the team. And yeah, he's kind of the electronic of the team, lurking on both sides. Here, CT being that mini / vent rotator. And MIBR grab 10 off this round. That's really well played. And really, you know, it would have just been a straight up stomp if not for Lukowski's 2K at the end.
3 up. Well maintained MIBR. Again, I don't like how Lucchese had a chance down there, but
yeah, but he made it cool. Like he recognized immediately. He didn't doubt himself. He's like, this is what they're trying to do. This is the play. I have to interrupt this. If I go for a vent rotation or something, I'm too slow, and Jota's already upstairs. Let me chase him right now. He is really smart.
Killer instinct's definitely there.
Like, if I'm exit, I'm startled. Like, holy crap, he actually ran through the smoke and called this out.
It's like no utility can be trusted. You're never actually safe. MIBR's first time out. I believe Fluxo has 1 left. See if they end up needing it.
Yeah, they did pull out 3 that first half.
No more MP9s in this one, right? They had held on to a couple of SMGs. Now the worst limitation is Lux's FAMAS. VSM having a bit of a quiet game here in comparison to what we're used to. 5 kills on map 3. Meanwhile, Exit topping the board for MIBR. Jota right behind him. Turtle not far off. We saw that classic Turtle impact on the A-site defense. Jota kind of the guy when it comes to outer control for MIBR.
That kid.
Not even that far off. Ramp control a bit passive here from Fluxo. They go 1 hell. VSM in heaven. Nobody actually dedicated towards ramp or boxes. And it feels like MIBR is sizing this up. Flash comes out. Woody gives up the angle. Nicely done. Times it to a T. Snips off BRN. And they'll give that ramp control to the T side. Jota gets the recovery back outdoors. Again, he is the guy working on his own. Phelps is going to have his hand full every single round as far as Jota's concerned. 45 seconds still to work.
And they've got ramp cracked. Even though the 1 player came here and got a kill, there was no one on the ramp itself.
Nobody.
The rotations are really rough here for Fluxo because they have to get downstairs. They can't go vent a little bit later on, or they're just going to be sitting in control side if they're any slower, and Henny's already down here, but VSM finds a frag.
He comes back. Critical timing, VSM. I mean, there was no emergency protocol. There was no easy rotation. There was no eyes on that B site, but VSM just takes 2 kills.
This is crazy. Look, they're going to plant and let Henny do it by himself because he went unnoticed, and Exit can shut down all the vent rotations. So he just has to get the kill, and he can't do it. Now it's just Henny alone.
Tough one. Sets the vents on fire, gets ahead, but Lucchese, a parting gift as he falls, a dink into Henny. 2 more CTs right ahead of this, and down he goes. Henny tries his damnedest, but that's a big shout out to VSM for those 2 kills on ramp.
100%.
There was no sign that he was ever going to stop that.
Yeah, just right in the middle of the attack, and denies the refrag as well on Jota with the, incredible aim. And if not for this, 2 people get downstairs, 1 can hold the vent rotation. It's a real different round. That's well done. And that's where some of the CT side advantages are going to come in. Both teams shooting around 60%, and these M4s are the gift to them. But MIBR had their chance on the CT side. They'll buy again, actually. 1 MAC-10 and 1 Tech-9.
Quick smash into the A site. Oh, that's immense amounts of damage. And Turtle gets naded as he tries to find his way down ladder. Phelps shaves off Jota. Rock solid round so far from Fluxo, and it goes perfectly. 500 health left. Superb to tie this game at 10, and suddenly things are getting interesting.
Absolutely. Good nade protocols there from Lux, and damage as well from the upper players. That's how you stop vent from taking place. Also, it wasn't clean in terms of getting into the vent for the Ts who are approaching. They bumped into each other. It was a little hard, and that's what happens sometimes just because smoke obfuscates your vision. It's not always easy to get a clean path, but that was a round where they put everything into it, and now they maybe have to give up a lead entirely. And MIBR losing grip of this match, this series, this tournament now.
This dream of being at the fall finals.
Yeah, we probably have to double check, but I mean, I would bet that they haven't. MIBR have never had a lineup like this to get all the way through a season, a split at Blast. This is the closest.
And to do it once you lose your partner status. You know, the teams that come through from groups absolutely have it easy in comparison to the grueling test of online qualifiers that happened even before the showdown. But look at ENCE's run. You know, the longest run from any team at a Blast circuit, from open qualies all the way to spring finals. MIBR looking to do something similar. Woody, he tags up VRN. Flux is going to chase down into the lobby. Henny's got one kill, but the bomb's delivered to the feet of Phelps, and Turtle's pistol also shoots sharp. Now Exit, it's 1v3. It's a bomb back in his possession. And it's a curious situation without Kevlar. He's waiting for that lobby flank. It's coming. It's close. Oh, and he gets it.
Whoa, yeah, good amount of noise there means that Exit has made this a very legitimate 1v1. An absolute demon on the other side of the server, however. Lukowski, what's he thinking about? Not reading this correctly. Exit, he's already pulled off a 1v2 in this game. He's got an open B site with the plant, and he'll have some space to get back to a good spot.
Sprinting down towards doors, Lukowski's dead!
Oh.
As Exit pieces together a succulent 1v3.
Yeah, that's juicy. That's for the lead. That's to maintain the lead, as we had Fluxo just tie for a second.
All that carnage, all that chaos, pistols outside hell, pistols pushing through ramp. Exit was a noticeable amount of distance behind everybody else, right? The pack mentality that was going on and distracting just sets up Exit to come through clutch.
No, it's definitely getting loud now. That's massive. Big moments going both ways. But now it's the fourth quarter. Everything feels that much more severe.
And that third, his 20th kill. A slight step ahead of Lukowski in the 1v1 and also on that scoreboard. Jota crosses. VSM very well aware.
He's got that smoke out real early.
Flash out through Mini. They're going to dive down vent. Oh, VSM, he's in a bit of a pickle. But guns weren't out in the hands of BRN.
Oh, they didn't expect him to run back that much, and Woody joins in.
Nails Henny against the wall inside of Trophy. MIBR, the heroics of Exit could all be for naught.
Oh, they felt they had so much speed there. VSM dropping a smoke, and he was just dipping right back to decon stairs as they were getting down the vent. Jota tried to set him up to catch VSM off, thinking he might maybe falls back control side instead. But yeah, no gun out.
No gun out, not ready. And that celebration, a forgotten memory already. VSM. Oh, BRN's gonna be kicking himself for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a justification there for not having it out, but like they know that he's there and he's
forward facing.
Like the only thing I could think is they're thinking he's going control side, but even if he was doing that, he could look into the vent, you know, so gotta stay sharper than that. But VSM will take that all day. Already had a critical round in the CT side. That 2K ramp hold. Now doing more from below. And we touch that tie again. No lead yet here for Fluxo, but they've put themselves in a good position to grab one.
They've got to come through with the force.
This one's going to hurt for the loser, man. This game is just getting way, way too close. Might be only 2 rounds in the second half.
3 rounds back and forth. Jota's hit hard outside, but that MAC-10. Not the best tool for the job. We get a player down the vents already. Two inside of Squeaky with a third right behind it. Lukowski could be in. for an impactful moment. Phelps still worried about outside just because Joda's omnipresent out there. Right now, he's tucked inside of Secret. Lux is getting closer. The MAC-10 falls down. That's going to allow for Phelps to focus on Squeaky. You'd think.
A third smoke goes down, and they don't want to pop it. Oh, there were some opportunities to get out there, and they just do not want to go for it.
Do they save?
I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to save. Joda was just out here with a MAC-10. They've, of course, saved with like around 3 players.
You got
They're not making money. Yeah, they're not making money. They're definitely going for it. There's still 40 seconds. They just don't feel comfortable with that squeaky idea. It felt like something that Fluxo knew about.
So they'll test Phelps instead, and he's no longer in mini, but back on blue. Turtles up first. Oh, nice turn from BRN. They've got footing in this bomb site. Lukowski deals with the Tech 9. It's down to the 2v4. All eyes on mini. Easy for VSM. 12 rounds to Fluxo and a bottomed out bank account on every player of MIBR.
Struggled a little bit in the first half, VSM. 2 kills and 3 different rounds here on CT side that have all resulted in wins as well. So this is the first pickup on Jota. And then keeping Squeaky smoked is so fundamental, of course, for the CT side. Whether that door is open or not, you cannot, especially as the round gets later on, leave that an option for the T side. Great job holding utility, and that's one where MIBR just don't have much to invest in. There it is, the lead they've been yearning for so long.
BRN's already through the smoke. Ooh, thought maybe that could catch him off, but keeps it sharp. And Lukowski hits hard. Turtles out of this one. So 3 players to try and go and test ramp. It's really all they've got. You know what? Ramp, I feel like, has been given to them quite often from Fluxo. Ooh, pistol dink is good. AK hits the dirt. Woody just off the mark with the wall bang. The nade. Just an extra bit of chip damage to a 21 frag exit. Man's got kills. And more damage in. Lukowski is just stuck behind this little piece of cover. Everybody else at the CT is now attacking the back of MIBR. They're pressing in, but exit shown to his opponents. Last player's position found out, and Phelps helps out. Fluxo lead by 2.
Doesn't give him anything. Doesn't even give up that death. Lets his teammate take it. Round's over. Clearly, the priority here is to win the game and to make sure they have enough money to buy. Ooh, MIBR. They're feeling it now. One buy will come in. Henny's opping here. They're going in for an op on the T side. Let's see what the idea is. This sometimes can just be so costly. You don't want to even do it. You want to win the round, maybe steal it from the opera on the CT side. See if the tactic makes sense.
Mini player doesn't take a peek.
They're lucky it's not being spotted. And VSM, man, he's thinking. Just after the smokes come up, just drops it. Doesn't even risk getting hit.
Blind timing, and
there'll be no shot for Henny to take. Maybe that's what the idea was.
Remember last time it was him who just completely shut down that vent drop, but now it doesn't look like vent's even a possibility.
They're keeping this as a secret weapon too. He hasn't scoped, he's chilling, he's not shooting. But is there too much invested in this idea? 2 in lower right now waiting for a delayed attack. T's are spread out like crazy. But the bomb is here in secret.
3 players to attack that B site. Jota at the front. More util starts to come down at the 35-second mark, and VSM with early damage will not get it, but Phelps, dropped by Henny. Right through the side of that wall. That's an open sprint for Henny. Woody's looking to cut off the ramp play. A little jiggle, and he gets back into the cover. 20 seconds. What's going on downstairs? Henny needs this bomb plant. Lukowski's gonna rush it. Henny comes off. Lukowski's on the other end, buying critical amounts of time. Bomb goes down, and with it, the hopes of MIBR have just fizzled out. No chance, and they might get cleared after time. Exit's got a chance to survive. He'll leave. He's gone. But Fluxo, 14.
Yeah, they really wanted to kill him after time. Oh my god. They're willing to walk away from that instead of taking the free frag. He's lucky to live. Keep that AK up. It might be one of the only hopes to save him in this game, but you can see the crossfire from the stairs is good enough. Phelps gets a nade kill. Even though VSM gets traded out, he gets 2, and Lukowski makes that fast rotation again. His rotations are so damn good. He gets down the vent immediately and is right on Henny's tail. Henny missed a shot right there. It was a chance for him to kill Lukowski. He got off the plant. He was safe from decon for that moment.
Yeah.
But he couldn't hit it. And he's back on the op.
Man. And if that plant is even able to go down, it actually would have been for the players on ramp, right? So there, like the bigger picture was so clear. But instead, it's MIBR's neck that gets snapped. Fluxo 2 rounds away from the fall finals. And a very quick place this time. MIBR wasting no time. And you know what? Fluxo has had some slower rotates, so why not just sink your teeth in? But bomb gets stopped by VSM. Woody's up close. Joda, he gets 1. Phelps able to answer, but that gets cleared, and Woody goes out with the pistol.
Whoa.
Exit's busy up top.
Oh, that flash.
Tech9 good for the kill. And Lux wastes no time dealing with the player upstairs. He wants to hit this B site, and Henny's already got his op on the control stairs, falling back slightly. Bomb is planted.
He's got the crack angle, but he's looking at the vent right now. Lux might just go under him. Oh, no, Henny's got it covered. All right, they took care of it. Well, maybe Fluxo should have just continued fighting from within the ramp and waiting. Instead, they went out into the Tech9s and closed the gap for them and ended up losing out. That was a really cool play from Exit with the flash over top of the hut with a peek.
Kind of feeding it to Henny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right before he comes
Feels
down.
it. Okay.
Yep, that 6th sense. The sniper's intuition.
Well,
that's a curveball.
Yeah, that's a curveball. That was 4 Tech9s, 1 op, and they win off that. A rush, just something fast. And is there a chance they actually get through all the money that Fluxo have? It looks like it is. Now, this round, Lukowski's got a little bit left over, but the CTs are sort of low. I mean, we're looking at a game that even if this gets to match point, there's potential for overtime. And there's certainly no guarantee that Fluxo luck this in right now. Let's see if they can recreate the magic. They look to breach ramp, and they've got the boost going on right now. I feel like VSM,
something
he's
different.
The kind of player to make the most of this.
Little variation. Incendiary down, sees the player get out, but BRN doesn't keep eyes on him. Turtle's got the quick trade. Woody scoped in.
Bad molly.
Oh, that could be huge. But he misses.
Oh, he missed.
Exit punishes. They drop another Molotov just to ensure it, but the fact that the kill comes to them.
Yeah, it's 4-3 right now. Ramp control. Lukowski immediately darts for downstairs. He's usually the first one down there. I think he's actually in the vent at the moment. Trying to figure out what the next move is. And he actually goes back up. They're kind of gambling in this sense. I think they're saying if they do end up continuing lower, then screw it. But they're crossing their toes that it ends up coming back to them, and it's not going to be the case. So this might actually be MIBR getting to 13. But the economy is so relevant right now for Fluxo. They just do not have the money to risk this one.
So you're telling me bomb plant means 14-13 and a 3-man save?
Yeah, they decided.
There we go.
Lukowski downstairs, probably like a 40% chance he just wins the round by himself.
Right.
But, you know, if he doesn't, they have majority deaths and they don't have enough for all rebuys. And Fluxo, they still have the 14 rounds right now. You know, they can let 13 happen, mistakes were made, Woody dropped an op shot. Same thing happened to Henny in the previous round. They're stressed right now. Stuff like that is going to happen. But
Pressure's
definitely
real.
play like you're winning and save, actually. Yeah, I mean, this is as interesting as possible. Can only imagine what the emotions are like at the moment. Because at this point in the game, you know on your day you win. Who wants it more?
I think they put that out and come through when they do.
And it's ironically the bad molly that brings Woody into the fight that gets him killed.
Right. Yeah, gets drawn into it. Last time out, here we go. It's all Fluxo have.
Feels like the next time that kind of mistake happens, it's going to be the last one. They saved this timeout all the way from the first half. Haven't used it.
Damn, what kind of weapons VSM going to walk in with? Deagle. Ouch.
Whoa, the buy is still that bad. Oh, they're saving. So they're keeping the 3 guns. They're saving the rest of the money that they had from the last round. That's probably the most sensible thing, because they can allow 14, but they can also potentially win this round. It's a reasonably good buy. This would be a hard buy to read, you know, for MIBR.
Right.
It either feels like a full investment or a full save.
Man, this would be a hell of a round for Phelps to go big. He's put in the right spot.
He's put in the right spot. He doesn't have any smokes. There's a significant utility advantage here for MIBR. If they don't clear secret properly, that's definitely on them. But Phelps will not be able to escape from this molly. And it depends where it goes.
Right now, and right here, he's all right. 3 more Molotovs, and if one bounces in on this, he's just gonna have to dive down smoke and give up the position, but it goes unchecked. Oh, Phelps, he grabs one.
Oh, he stays.
He sticks around. Oh, BRN wins him. And with it, 48 HP downstairs. Lux called forward, and he's gonna get real close. Lukowski catches the kill behind, and Fluxo clear it. 4 players down, and it's Exit, the heaviest hitter from MIBR, to be away from the pack of players that just get chewed up inside the secret stairs. Lux survives with 19 health.
Oh my God, it's been a huge map from Lux. And man, I was seeing so many nerves from him on Vertigo. But now on map 3 with even more pressure, he stays focused and puts together those 2. Exit, we've seen him clutch. Right now, it's just too far gone. 15 seconds, he can't get to this bomb and put it down within the remaining time, and he's just like looking for kills. I don't know. There's so much money left that I think he wants to try to find one.
Maybe try and knock Fluxo down a peg, but nobody's gonna give him what he wants. No chance. Time expires, and all 3 CTs still stand. 15-13.
Phelps does just enough to take out the first player. You know, coming back into the kill matrix versus Jota. After this one is dead, of course, it's all about Lux and his re-aggression in this mid-timing where they think they can start throwing nades. They start eating bullets instead. Yeah, and the money was there totally here for MIBR. So they give up match point, but it's full-fledged. The tournament is 1 round away for Fluxo. Potential major land invitation.
Man.
Riding on this one. MIBR will not sleep well tonight if they lose this game.
No.
Seeing absolutely. A team that didn't exist 3 years ago come through into Blast that they've been grinding through for years and steal the most prestigious spot away from them.
To have defeated 0-0 Nation as well. Major qualified team. You know, 0-0 Nation looking for 2 big lands in their year, and it could very well get robbed. Phelps feels it, catches Turtle. Man advantage at the 45-second mark. MIBR, they are stiff as a board. No movement until Joda tries to push around. And now Lukowski has the bomb. A shot that connects versus Phelps. Henny, 2 critical kills that could have been. And now desperation starts to sink in. The wall bangs there. Look at the health. It's almost open doors, but instead it is desperation. He could grab that bomb and go downstairs. He could slip away with this. He just needs to kill Lux, and there's an open road. A second from Henny. Again, more damage, but there it goes. Sliding away as Woody connects the op shot right back. Exit's got an answer. Lukowski's low in heaven. 6 seconds. And Fluxo from the open qualifier to the Blast Fall Finals.
Oh, they've done it. They made it happen. They locked it in. The team that nobody knew about 3 weeks ago, formed with some floaters in the scene who have done so well to make this much progress this quickly. Couldn't make it to the major. Did the second best thing.
Big hearts from VSM. Absolute love for the Brazilian teams that played through this showdown. I mean, it was Brazil from start to finish.
Yeah, no kidding.
And now, again, right, no major. But honestly, for Fluxo, the next best thing. Awesome story to see this one wrap up this way. And to truly wrap it all up, we hand this back to Freya, Maniac, and Pimp.
An absolutely mammoth achievement for the side of Fluxo. Despite being absolutely decimated on the map of Vertigo, they bounced back into things on a very back and forth map of Nuke, qualifying for their first ever full finals. I think Scrawny put it perfectly. The fact that we didn't even know about these guys as a team coming into, just a month ago, failed to qualify even for the Road to Rio RMR. They make it to the full finals.
They got the next best thing, as they said, right? Qualifying for Royal Arena, getting a chance to play inside that arena, perhaps if they're good enough at the fall finals. These guys, they're showing us that there's a lot of depth, a lot of talent within the Brazilian scene right now. London's called them leftovers, some of the teams floating around, but I will say the way Fluxo played throughout this tournament, it is fully deserved. What a tense game, what a fine way to end it, and what a lovely, I guess, set of emotions and energy coming out from the players. You even saw Phelps, saying no to MIBR. Wonderful to see.
They've displayed quality on the server, but they've also displayed quality in the resilience that they've put to the test, right? They lose the second map 16-5. They have a very dicey first half, and you feel like all the cards are pointing towards MIBR. You think that is a done deal. They're not going to be able to come back, but they do round after round. Every time MIBR win a round in the second half, instant reset. They never let them get away with it, never let the pressure off the gas, and it is quite deserved.
Yeah, and that's why I want to give them extra props for it as well. The fact that they're such a new squad coming in together, the fact that they can keep that mentality up. Sure, you might expect that of, teams that have been together for some months, but we got to reiterate how new this roster and these players rather are together.
Yeah, they were too new to qualify for the RMR, let's be honest, right? They had a game against CSGO Nation. They also played MIBR, and they weren't quite ready for that task yet. Now, coming into this tournament, we didn't really anticipate much from them. We didn't expect much from them, but they delivered from start to finish. They beat EG. They come into this game as well. For us, all of us, they were all of a sudden the favorites after watching them playing the first 2 games. The fact that they're able to bounce back, the fact that they're able to overcome the fact they lose both pistol rounds, both conversions, and still win 16-13, I fully agree. It's a great performance.
Do you want a nice little fact from production as well?
Hit me.
Only 0.47% of the Blast TV users picked Fluxo to be winning here in the grand finals. Some fans from day one there, if you were one of those.
Tipping my hat to the believers. Tipping my hat to the believers. I had no idea. I had unsuspected these potential on the side of Fluxo.
Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine they would have that kind of level. I mean, of course, if people who watched Rotterdam knew there were some signs, there were some clues, right? The game against Outsiders piqued people's interest that, oh, hold on a second, they can actually catch up, they can cope with the high level. But from my perspective, this could have been just a flash in the pan. We didn't know this was actual depth and actual talent, and we saw it here at the Showdown.
Another heartbreak for MIBR, though. Another heartbreak. Didn't qualify for the major. Won't go to the fall finals on the cost of Fluxo. Again, a domestic lineup. We have spoken a lot about that. We saw it with Astralis. We saw it with Heroic. One thing is losing a game like this, but losing a game to countrymen, losing a game to ex-teammates, it must be very rough for MIBR right now.
Yeah, in terms of MIBR as well, I think the guys summed it up really nicely in the cast. The fact that they've been grinding this Blast circuit for many years. Haven't really seen them making it, to the depths of any of the spring or the fall finals. The fact that it comes tantalizingly close here.
No.
Again, extra heartbreaking.
It is cruel. It absolutely is cruel. And if anything, it's a state of where the Brazilian scene is at. Sure, we might only have Freya towards the very top, but there's a plethora of teams that is coming, that is growing, that is improving. MIBR, Fluxo, 00 Nation. It's actually super competitive. And if people like to argue that open qualifiers are easy because you come from another region and Europe, that's definitely not the case for them. You see the kind of competition they have to go through just to be at the Royal Arena, the full finals. Unfortunate for MIBR.
Where do you think this leaves you then? Maybe this is a bit preemptive to ask, but we brought up that graphic earlier on of, the top 7 teams in Brazil. Obviously, Fluxo were dead last in that bottom. I'm sure they've risen a little bit with this result, Pimp.
They'll move up the ranks, right? Taking down 00 Nation, taking down MIBR, now going into the fall finals as well. And who knows what kind of Fluxo is going to turn up for the fall finals. That's after the major. Fluxo won't be the major. They have one goal in mind right now. That is the fall finals, where all the teams at the fall finals, they have a major to deal with first. So I'm going to argue that Fluxo are coming in with potentially the perfect preparation. And the ranking you see right here, I suspect that in a couple of months, it'll be completely different.
And the reason why I am ever so excited to see Fluxo at the fall finals, at the Royal Arena potential, is that this is going to be on LAN. They have displayed such cold-bloodedness in some of these games here at the Showdown. Moments extremely tense. This, again, was a good example. 16-13, we have players stepping up massively in moments that are so under high pressure. But we both know, we all know, online to LAN is not exactly the same. You might be at bootcamp, kind of safe with your teammates. Not the same as being either in a concourse or even at the Royal Arena in front of the crowd. So I would like to see if they have that kind of backbone when we hit the real Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I guess the one thing about Fluxo as well, the fact that, heartbreakingly, they don't find themselves at the major. But for them, this is everything they're going to be working towards, rather, going into the latter stages of 2022, right? This is the goal that they had set themselves, making it to the full finals. I don't know, and then making it in front of the crowd. That is the next one, and they're going to be working hard towards that.
It's their major, right? Yeah, they didn't qualify for the major, but the Blast Fall Finals in Royal Arena will be their major. That will be what they're looking towards. And there's also a lot of online tournaments, there's a lot of online circuits, DSL Challenger system as well. So just to see Fluxo's logo right there next to logos like FaZe, Na'Vi, Heroic,
it's
G2.
bonkers.
It is bonkers in a way. It's great to see. And Matt, you talked about it, right? We want to see it on LAN. If there's a player I want to see on LAN, it is Lukowski. What a revelation he's been in this tournament. Perhaps the best T player in the entire world. We just figured out, right? There's so much. There's so
Everybody
much.
calm down for a second.
No. Just kidding, of course. In terms of his stats, he's up there. But let's be honest, right? Lukowski, if he can rediscover some of the same form we're seeing right now on LAN, and if he can do it against teams like FaZe, Na'Vi, etc., then he will be the real deal. But just then.
For me, that's the key. I mean, we have seen quality out of Fluxo, there's no question, but the field of opposition is going to be so different at fall finals. It's got nothing to do. And it's not a dig at EG or the likes of 00 Nation or whatnot. It's a different ball game when you play up against the FaZe, the Na'Vi. I would say G2, but that seems like a dig right now. So that's going to be much, much different for Fluxo.
Yeah, I think just speaking on Lukowski topic for a little bit further, the fact that, we talk about, rediscovering, or you talk about rediscovering that form coming into full finals. He's just been the discovery of the moment for me coming into this tournament. I think he's kind of been the highlight in terms of, learning about some new players, which is something that we all love at the Showdown as well, a chance for some young, new talent to really flourish.
I think I said it a couple of times so far in the tournament. What surprises me the most about Lukowski is the consistency that he's bringing to the server. His role as a rifler, he's very aggressive, especially on the T side, involved in a lot of opening kills. And you normally talk about opening duels, being inconsistent players as well. Look at a guy like Conflict when he was in Astralis. It's very hard to find consistency in that role. Lukowski had done it throughout the entire tournament. He did it in Rotterdam as well. Can he do it at Royal Arena? Then he will be the real deal.
Well, let's hear from the winners themselves. We do have Lux on the line for our winners interview. First of all, huge congratulations, man. Can you tell me what it means to you to be heading to the full finals? I don't know whether Lux can hear us.
I don't think so.
No! Oh,
I think he's not getting through you.
I think
he doesn't seem as excited as he
might be a bit rip. Well, maybe we can check in with him later. I don't know, production, we can get that one sorted out. But yeah, I mean, the reactions that we were seeing on the cameras from them, I think plays up to that a little bit more than Lux's reaction.
They play with passion. They always do.
I mean, he's calming down. You have the peak of adrenaline when you win, and then it settles down just a little. And like, oh my. Coursing through a vein, you're calming down again. Someone is reaching out for the interview. You don't hear them. It's all confusing. I've been there before.
I mean, they've had the big celebrations time.
You said you've been in a winner's interview before?
It has happened to me a couple of times.
Yeah? Technical
long time
issues,
ago.
always been happening here. I mean, yeah, just to kind of maybe round out the conversation about some of the teams that they're going to have to be facing going on towards the full finals, because we do have to reiterate, obviously, it was split in from a European division, and an Americas division here at the Showdown. So you're going to get one team from each side of the equation. And I think you're really right in terms of the level of opposition they're going to have to be facing. Entirely different when you're coming into full finals.
It's going to be completely different. And no matter how strong of a Counter-Strike they have played during this showdown, and no matter how deserving they have been to be at the full finals, they will be de facto the smallest team here. And they will be the teams for whom we have the least expectations and the least demands, surrounded by the quality of teams at the full finals. But that's how it's supposed to be in Counter-Strike. If you are a team that wants to rise through the ranks, you have to go from being the biggest fish in a small tank to a bigger tank to a bigger tank. That's how it works in the game. They've had an opportunity right here. They've seized it. Even at the showdown, they were not the favorites. Only, 0.47 people from the actual predictions thought that they would
nuts. Yeah.
Pretty much the 5 players themselves. So we underestimated them. They proved us wrong. You go to full finals. I'm going to underestimate you again in that. Make me wrong again.
Yeah, make us wrong again. I want to see it. I agree with you. There's a lot of quality teams coming in. Another team that we give the benefit of the doubt as well would be G2, right? It's also their major since they didn't qualify for the real major, unfortunately for them. So a lot of teams are coming in either in a good shape after a successful major or like G2 where that is the main goal. So it couldn't get any harder for Fluxo.
Well, it is time to get an interview, this time with James Banks and our Mersk MVP, and it's Man of the Hour, Lukowski.
Lukowski, first of all, congratulations on winning the tournament and also becoming our Mersk MVP. I just want to start by asking, right, you are the up-and-coming star we keep hearing about from Brazil, but how did you warm up? How did you get ready for today? Because you looked fantastic.
Perguntou para você como é que você aquece, como é que você se prepara para os jogos, porque você foi fantástico nesse torneio.
Eu mato os quentinhos na iBots e tô pronto. Não gosto de aquecer muito antes de jogo, não. Acho que é mais atrapalha do que ajuda.
He's still 500 on iBots. That's it. He don't want to play too much deathmatch because it's not good for him.
Ah, okay. So a little bit less, but make sure he doesn't spend all that energy. That makes sense. Now, I also want to ask in terms of just his overall performance. He is very aggressive, but it's like a smart style of aggressive with really good movement. His style for me is like, it's like a good mix of the Brazilian style and the European style. Is there some players that maybe inspire him or players he looks up to?
Can you repeat the last thing?
Is there a player he maybe looks up to or that inspires him?
Tipo, ele tá perguntando, tipo, você é estrela, né? Você jogava assim os outros times na Europa, tudo. Como é que você tá fazendo pra ser esse cara que, tipo, ao mesmo tempo é muito agressivo e ao mesmo tempo consegue jogar inteligentemente, tá ligado? Tipo, clutch, essas coisas.
Eu acho que, tipo, pra mim sempre foi um pouco difícil balancear essa agressividade. Eu sempre fui muito agressivo. E na época da Sharks, meus companheiros falavam muito isso pra mim. Aqui, quando eu entrei, também falaram. E eu tentei começar a balancear mais, ver como eu podia melhorar esse meu ponto. De tentar ser menos agressivo em horas que não precisa e ser agressivo nas horas que eu preciso chamar alguma play, e é isso.
He tried to adapt for the players, but for plays in this team because he's a very aggressive. When I was playing Sharks, it was the same thing, but here we have like me, he's the same style like him. So he tried to adapt. He tried to get the balance for making the plays during the game. That's why I think he's thinking that he's playing very aggressive. Sometimes he can play clutch, smart clutch, something like that.
Very nice. And I just want to ask him to say something to the fans that voted for him to be the winner of the MVP tournament and any words that he has for everyone out there.
Falou para você dizer alguma coisa para seus fãs, que você ganhou o MVP, enfim, essas coisas.
Bom, queria agradecer a todo mundo que acompanhou aí o torneio. Foi um campeonato da hora pra gente jogar. E agradecer a torcida do Fluxo aí que tá sempre apoiando a gente, sempre presente em todos os streams, todos os campeonatos. E é nisso. Vapo!
Thanks for support for our fans, for everyone that believe in us. Thanks, Banks, for believing us, of course. That's it.
Well, I'm very proud of what he was able to achieve and what you guys have done here. We look forward to seeing you in Copenhagen for the full finals in in about a month's time now. So congratulations once again. We'll see you soon. You are our Maersk MVP for the Americas Showdown.
Some huge moments from Lucalzi and the entire side of Fluxo coming into this grand final series, but also some mammoth moments are in our CS Money Play of the Day. Pimp, who is up as our first option for the fans at home to vote for?
Starting with the young gun, starting with the academy player who got ice in his veins, knifing the opponents in a round like this. With the USP, he's turning up as well. I guess flicking around 316 and doing the dirty stuff to Heroic. Mr. had a fantastic showing against Heroic. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to win the game, but he can be proud of his performance.
Unfortunate loser on the last step of the Showdown Americas. We have Henny doing work with the AK-47 on Vertigo. You have to pay attention to the absolute monstrosity of a pre-fire that he's about to spell. Good spray onto Woody, a little bit of damage, and then blink and you miss it. Pop! That's it. Lux was gone, and I personally didn't even see it coming.
On to the best smile in esports. VSM qualified for Blast Fall Finals, and he did it by playing well today. The M4A1S and Ace here in Vertigo, shutting down MIBR on a map that turned out to be very tough for VSM, very tough for Fluxo, but at least he got a highlight out of it, and I guess he doesn't really care, because he qualified.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing that cheeky grin gracing the halls of the Royal Arena. But we have also got to check in, unfortunately for us, for our Betway predictions.
No.
Time to gloat, Jacob.
Who could it be?
Oh man,
Just
it's already
graphic,
insufferable without it.
I'm looking.
It's a good thing.
I see we're all winners, really, because...
Oh, that's fun, because last time you wanted to share the crown. This time around, would you just say the words?
Jacob, you won, okay? You're the sole winner. There you go. That's all you wanted from this week. This is why you came to the tournament, not to watch CS. You're lying. To be crowned the Betway champion. Well done.
Got no words for you.
At least we got a few weeks until we get to see him again full fun.
Well, potentially you guys could be winners at home as well if you stay with us until the early hours of the morning. Head on over to blast.tv once the stream has concluded, and you could be in with the chance of winning a cheeky little $50 Steam gift card over there. But I think all there is left to say is, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here. As much as we love to hate you, Pimp, we love you, really. And
everyone
Maniac,
does.
Thank you so much for joining me up here as well. Thank you to the entire production squad as well. You've been absolutely mammoth throughout this week of Counter-Strike. And of course, we're going to be seeing you in the Royal Arena very shortly. In just over a month's time, we'll be gracing the halls of this beautiful venue once again. 23rd of November, you can join us on the stream, and 26th if you're joining us inside the arena. We'll see you then.
Get your tickets.